Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter abandoned by Dursleys 2 and started living alone? Join Patreon for early access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. July 31st, 1991, Wednesday. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky as Harry and Hagrid made their way back down Diagon Alley. Harry felt sorry for having to leave this enchanting place and almost despaired at the thought of returning to Privet Drive and staying with his aunt and uncle for another month, before going to school. This urged him to think hard, and he suddenly had an idea. Hagrid, don't I need some normal clothes too? I mean, robes are worn over regular clothes, aren't they? Hagrid stopped in his stride. Well, I suppose ye do, although some wizards wear notin under their robes, so I've heard. In that case, shouldn't we take some muggle money as well? The muggle shops don't accept these coins, you know. That's right. Ye could change some money at Gringotts if you like. Hagrid accompanied him back to the bank, letting Harry exchange some of his gold. Noticing that Hagrid was not paying him attention, Harry tried to get some more information from the goblin. How much would I need to buy a whole new muggle wardrobe? As you can see, I need it badly. The goblin took a good glance at the boy and grimaced. It won't affect your vault much. You can change a few galleons for pounds and get enough for all you need. Still, I'd suggest to show nobody more than 20 pounds at a time. You may never know whom you can trust. He converted only a few gold coins, yet came out with more than 200 pounds, which he quickly hid in his pockets. He made sure to keep less than 20 in each of the outer pockets, along with some change, while keeping the rest in a small pouch under his shirt as suggested by the goblin. He was glad he had that pouch, which he normally used to hide things he didn't want Dudley to see. They went back through the wall, back through the leaky cauldron, now empty. Hagrid left most of their shopping there, to be kept safe while they went shopping for muggle stuff. I'm not sure I'm a good companion in clothes shopping, Hagrid admitted. He had no taste in clothes, as his own clothing testified, and no interest in fashion. Besides, his size attracted unwelcome attention. After being unable to buy anything at the first shop they found, where Hagrid stayed at his side, Harry suggested, "Let me shop alone. I know what I like and what fits me, and I can ask for help, while you intimidate them all." Hagrid had to agree. About an hour later, they returned to the leaky cauldron to collect what they had left there. Harry was now wearing much nicer clothes that fit him well. They then made their way down the road and through the underground, where people were gawking at them, laden as they were with all their funny-shaped packages, with the snowy owl asleep in its cage on Harry's lap. Up another escalator, out into Paddington Station. Harry only realized where they were when Hagrid tapped him on the shoulder. "Will ye be all right if I only leave you here for the train? Got to go back to Hogwarts already." Harry nodded. This was even better than he could hope for. Hagrid helped Harry to the platform where the train that would take him back to the Dursleys was due in less than half an hour, then handed him an envelope. "Your ticket fare Hogwarts," he said. "First September King's Cross, it's all on your ticket. Any problems with the Dursleys? Send me a letter with your owl. She'll know where to find me. See ya soon, Harry." Harry watched Hagrid until he was out of sight. He waited a few more minutes just to be sure, and then grabbed his stuff and went to the train station's locker room, where he left most of his stuff in the long-term lockers. He let his owl free, telling it to find him in the morning. With only some clothes in a backpack and his wand, well hidden among his new garments, he made his way back to Muggle London, feeling finally free. Harry wandered through the darkening streets for a bit. It was his first time in London, as far as he could remember, and he wanted to enjoy it as much as possible. Still, he knew he needed to find a place to stay. The goblin had assured him that he could spend the whole month at a luxury hotel and make no dent in his vault, but he thought something more modest would serve him better. Harry almost missed the small sign above a door, between two shops, stating simply hotel. Paying it some more attention, he found a small note near the door, identifying it as a 2-star family hotel. He pushed the door, finding a long corridor leading to the reception desk, which was probably situated so deep to leave room for the stores at the front of the building. A teen girl was sitting at the desk, looking quite bored, until she noticed him. Her name tag identified her as Selma. "Need anything?" she asked. "May I get a room for the night?" he said, trying to seem innocent. She looked him over. "Aren't you a bit young to get a hotel room by yourself?" Harry blushed. "I am, but I've just missed the last train home, so I really have no choice. Can you even pay for a hotel room? I've put some money aside, in case I needed it." "How much does it cost?" "It's £18 per night. An extra £3 for breakfast if you want it." Harry tried to seem a bit sad. "I only put £20 aside. I'll have to skip breakfast." Selma looked at him and then smiled reassuringly. "You may still have breakfast if you help me with the dishes after it. Now, you need to pay in advance and I'll show you to the room. You must vacate it before midday tomorrow. Is that clear?" Harry felt like laughing and singing, yet he kept a serious composure. "May I see the room first?" 10 minutes later, after having left his stuff in the room, with the key in his pocket and some change ready, he went back out. He first bought himself a hamburger nearby and then looked for a public phone. He assumed that once the reason for the Dursleys' unexpected journey was no longer valid, his relatives had returned home. Uncle Vernon never liked sleeping anywhere but at home. He didn't need to wait long. He heard his uncle answering immediately after the first ringtone. "Dursley residence, Vernon speaking." "Uncle Vernon, it's Harry. Don't you dare come back now. And don't expect us to keep caring for you either. You're on your own now and good riddance." "Well, Uncle, that's exactly what I had in mind. Your house is no longer my home and I don't intend to ever come back there. Except maybe to take a few things of mine from the cupboard under the stairs. I only wanted to tell you not to wait for me. And don't worry, I'll do just fine." "Good. And never come back." Vernon slammed the phone. Harry couldn't know, but a few seconds later, the wards surrounding his relative's house collapsed. A flash of light and a thunderous noise were ignored by whoever saw or heard it, considered as some effect of the unstable summer weather. With that taken care of, Harry didn't really have anything else to do. He wandered a bit longer, but it had been a very busy day and he felt tired. He returned to the hotel, took a long bath, another luxury he had never been permitted to have, and then fell promptly asleep. August 1st, 1991, Thursday. It was the best night's sleep he could remember. The bed was soft, yet not too soft, the pillow just right, and the room was warm enough to let him sleep in only his underwear without needing a blanket. Still, he woke up as early as usual. At first, he was scared of not identifying anything. Then he remembered the previous day, and that made a wide grin appear on his face. He just stayed in bed, looking at the ceiling and dozing a bit, until some pecking on the window made him get up. He was surprised to see his white owl, and quickly opened the window, letting it in. He half filled a glass of water and presented it to the owl. He then looked through the few things he brought along and found some owl treats. Hedwig, as he decided to call his owl, seemed content. She perched herself on top of the cupboard, tucked her head under a wing, and was soon asleep. Harry was also getting hungry. He got dressed, moved his fingers through his hair, in a hopeless attempt to make it behave, and then went to the dining room where breakfast was served. He was surprised to find only the girl from last night, Selma, sitting there, obviously daydreaming. He coughed slightly to attract her attention. "Oh, it's you. Harry, is it not?" "Yes, I'm Harry. May I have breakfast now?" She smiled. "Sure. I'll bring you some eggs and bacon. Would you like coffee or tea?" Tea would be fine. He had never even tasted coffee and didn't want to try it, having already heard it was very bitter. While waiting for his meal, Harry thought some more. This small hotel was nice enough for him and not too costly. Despite the goblin's reassurance, he didn't yet know how much he really owned, which meant that he couldn't do the math, so he preferred to be cautious. Yet, what excuse could he give for staying alone at a hotel at his age? He wondered if the goblins could give him any advice on that. "Here's your breakfast," the girl said, putting a large tray in front of him. It held, in addition to what he had asked for, some orange juice, cereals, milk, some kind of jam, a bit of honey, a few slices of bread, some of them lightly toasted, and also a soft egg. "A young boy needs some food to grow up," she added as an explanation, dropping on the chair opposite his. As he started eating, he glanced a bit at the girl. Judging by her figure and her face, he assumed she was about 14. She looked quite nice, even if not really beautiful. She was also looking at him as if expecting an explanation. He preferred to concentrate on his food. He had never had such a big breakfast. He had never had such a big meal of any kind. Really? Still, while eating heartily, he started thinking of what he could tell her. He wanted to stay as close to the truth as he dared, if only to make it easier for him to remember. He could safely say he was an orphan, he decided. He could also say that the family he had stayed with would no longer keep him and that he was going to a boarding school in September. He still wasn't sure about the rest, though. "So, your name is Harry. How old are you, Harry?" she asked, as he was finishing his last bite.
"I'm 11.
"Yesterday was my birthday. That's why I came to London." "How old are you?" Maybe talking about her would save him some of her interrogations.
"I'm 14.
"Almost 15, really. My birthday is due in less than 3 months. And you're handling this hotel all alone?" She smiled. "Not really. My parents own it and I help during vacations. They went to a concert last night and probably to a restaurant as well, coming back way after midnight. I can let them sleep a bit late as long as I can handle the work. Luckily, being so small and out of the way, we don't have too many guests, allowing this to stay as a family hotel. Had we had more, we would have needed to hire some staff, making it all more complicated." "So you're the whole staff at this moment?" Her smile widened. "Of course, but my parents will join me soon. I hope they won't mind that I took you in." "Well, I promised to help with the dishes. Do you want my help now?" She waved him away. "I can handle it all by myself, although I may like some company. What are your plans for today? Aren't you going home?" He was still unsure about what he could say. "I need to do some phone calls first before I can make any plans." "Don't call from your room, it's very expensive. There are a few public phones on both sides of the street. They should be much cheaper." "Are you not acting against your business by giving this advice?" She shrugged. "The telephones have been installed by a company that charges for the calls and only gives us a small percentage. It makes almost no difference, and you seem to be a bit concerned about costs, so, well, thank you. I'll go see what I should do next. Good luck, and don't forget to come back on time, or you'll be charged for an additional day." On his way out, Harry passed the reception desk, which was now deserted, and took the hotel's business card, thinking that it could be helpful to have it. The previous evening, he had wandered around, not paying much attention to his exact location. Now, as he wanted to visit Gringotts again, he needed to know where he was and how to go to Diagon Alley and back. Luckily, he remembered the underground station used the previous day. He found another underground station a few blocks away from the hotel, and it proved quite simple to find how to reach his destination. Half an hour later, he was back at Gringotts, in front of one of the tellers. "My name is Harry Potter, and I need your advice in handling a delicate situation." The teller looked at him with some surprise. "Most wizards don't associate us with delicacy, you know." Harry smiled nervously. "I'm not sure whom I can trust, but as your client, you surely have my interests in mind." The goblin nodded pensively. "All right, Mr. Potter. Please come with me." A few minutes later, he was sitting in a small room, facing another goblin. "How can Gringotts be of service to you, Mr. Potter?" When phrased that way, it was quite a difficult question to answer. Harry decided to explain his situation first and then see what help he could get. "You see, my aunt and uncle raised me since I was orphaned almost 10 years ago, yet they disliked me, abused me, and never told me anything about my parents or about the way I became an orphan. Now that I've been invited to Hogwarts, they no longer want me near them. I need to find some other place to stay until school starts. I found a small hotel for the night, but as a child, I'm not supposed to stay there alone, certainly not more than a single night. I'd like to stay there for the whole month, but I don't know if I can afford it and how I can make the hotel keep me, despite being a child. I need your help in this." The goblin gave it some consideration and then browsed through a thick folder that lay on his desk. "Money-wise, as long as it costs you less than 30 galleons per day, roughly £200, you should be fine, as that's your current daily inflow. Making the hotel keep you, without using magic, is a bit more tricky though." The goblin thought a bit longer. "We have some human employees. We could send one of them to pose as your relative if you like." Harry had already thought of that on his way. "That could help. He could state that he wants me near, but his apartment is too small or too crowded to take me in, forcing him to let me stay at the hotel, at least for the nights. The goblin smiled. I like the way you think. This will cost you a fee, of course, but it's well within your budget. Can you arrange this now? I need to leave the room by midday unless I can stay longer. They're sure to ask for some more money as well, I believe. It can be done, but let me first check a different idea. Your family used to own a few houses and apartments to let, both in Muggle and magical areas. If one is currently available, you could stay there. I'll be back shortly. Harry was left alone for a few minutes. He wondered what else he would find about his family once he had full access to his account. He also thought about which environment would be best. He was accustomed to Muggle areas and could fare quite well there. Living in magical areas was more attractive, but was it safe enough? Hagrid, and probably Dumbledore too, expected him to stay with the Dursleys. They could easily find him and force him back if he stayed in magical areas. They'd probably have more problems trying to do that in Muggle areas. That made his decision he'd stay among Muggles until boarding the train to school. The goblin returned, followed by a young man. I'm sorry, but all your relevant apartments and houses are currently occupied. They give you a nice income, although you'll only be able to access that money after you grow up a bit. We shall currently work with your original idea of staying in that hotel for the rest of this month. Young Mr. Weasley, who's recently joined our apprentice program, is willing to help you. Harry looked at the young redhead man. Although not a competent judge of character, he thought that the man looked like a nice enough person. He hoped he could trust him. The man, though, seemed surprised as he noticed the peculiar scar on Harry's head. Mr. Potter, it is an honor to do anything to help you. My name is William Weasley, but you may call me Bill, as most do. I promise to do all I can for you and to keep it completely secret. The goblin nodded its head approvingly. You can discuss the details in here for a few more minutes, and then you should leave so that Mr. Potter can act on time. They reached the hotel with half an hour to spare. They found a man, about 40, at the reception desk. He looked at Harry disapprovingly. My daughter told me about you. Letting you stay for the night was against the regulations. I hope you don't expect us to act illegally, as that may cost us our license. No, sir, although I really appreciate your daughter's help. Had she not accepted me, I would have been forced to find some shelter under a bridge or some similar place. The man sighed. She does have a kind heart. I only hope it doesn't run us out of business. Bill found it the right time to speak. Well, sir, maybe I can help straighten things up. I'm his cousin, and I'm old enough to rent a hotel room. I'd like Mr. Potter to move in with me until he starts school since the family he stayed with can no longer keep him. But I live in a very small apartment and there's simply no room for another bed. Will it be all right if I rent the room for the rest of the month and let my cousin use it? The man checked through some papers he was keeping in a folder. I'm not sure it's really right to do so, but it doesn't seem to be against the regulations. I still must insist on having your credit card details, or on a down payment for a week at least. Bill seemed a bit unsure. I don't use a credit card, it's too tempting, making one spend much more than is advisable. I can give you cash to cover the first few days, and I'll send some more by the end of the week. Don't you have reduced rates for long-term rentals? The man kept frowning, although he seemed glad that he could help Harry and still obey the regulations. Well, for long-term rentals, we include breakfast in the basic room price. Harry smiled at him. Thank you, sir. You're just as helpful as your daughter. Bill handed the man some banknotes and got a receipt. They then went back out. Once they walked a block away, they stopped. Thank you, Bill. I really appreciate your help. It was nothing. I would have helped even if it wasn't a part of my job. I'd like to get to know you better, though, and I think I can also help you learn a bit about the world you're going into. Harry smiled. That would be very welcome. I feel like I have a lot to learn. Would you like to meet me at Diagon Alley when I finish work?
No.
Being famous in the magical world makes it safer if we meet somewhere else. He looked around, noticing a small cafe nearby. We can meet there if you like. Bill glanced at the place, noticing some booths that gave better privacy than the regular tables. Yes, that should be fine. I'll be there shortly after 6 in the evening. Thank you, Bill. I really appreciate this. Once they parted, Harry returned to the hotel. He first checked his room, making sure that Hedwig went away. He didn't expect her presence to be welcome. He then checked the rest of the room to see if he could easily stow his school stuff there. Eventually, he decided to leave it in storage at the train station. His big trunk and Hedwig's cage could attract some unwelcome attention. He couldn't let his books be seen by others, and he already knew he could afford to pay for the storage. With that decision made, he had to see what he could do to occupy himself during the rest of his stay. He wondered if Bill could have any suggestions. Still, he had about half a day until they met again. Instead, he went back to the reception desk. This time, he found a woman there, who was clearly Selma's mother. They almost looked like the same person at different ages. "You must be Mr. Potter," she said as a greeting. "Yes, I am. I wonder if you could help me. This is the first time that I can leisurely visit London, and I wonder where I should go first. There's a tourist map you can take from that stand. It has all major attractions clearly marked. I suggest you first take a Tour London bus. That will give you a good first glimpse at all of them, even allowing you to get down and look around as much as you like. You may then make up your mind how to best spend your time." He took that map, along with a map of the underground, yet his highest priority was becoming very clear, as his rumbling stomach reminded him of lunch. He found a small diner nearby and browsed the maps while eating, finding that he was not far from one of the stations of the tour bus. He spent the rest of the afternoon on that bus, enjoying the views and the recorded guiding, arriving at the cafe just in time. Bill had already secured a booth for them, and Harry joined him. Bill seemed apologetic. "I thought I'd help you to gradually get accustomed to the magical world. Yet the bank seems to have other plans for me. They're sending me to Egypt next week, so I won't be able to do what I intended. I'll help you find books that may help you just as much, I hope. But first, I think dinner is in order." The cafe also served some modest dinner plates that Harry considered more than good enough. He enjoyed the meal and the company, as Bill kept talking, telling him bits and pieces of what growing up in a magical family meant. Remembering his encounter at the robes shop, Harry asked, "Can you tell me about the houses at Hogwarts?" "Well, there are 4 houses named after the founders. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, ordered alphabetically. Students are sorted into houses according to their tendencies and talents, based on what these founders appreciated most. Gryffindors are brave and chivalrous. Hufflepuffs are hardworking and loyal. Ravenclaws are mainly smart and studious. Slytherins are cunning and ambitious. Actually, each person may possess all traits to some extent, but they are sorted according to the most prominent ones, as far as I understand. There's a long-standing rivalry between houses, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin, mainly because they all compete for the House Cup, which is given to the house that gains more house points than any other each year. These points are given for good answers in class or other positive acts and deducted for misbehavior." By the time they finished, Harry was already nodding, feeling too tired after another intensive day. Bill escorted him to the hotel's entrance. "Come to fetch me from the bank tomorrow at noon. I'll help you look for relevant books and may also introduce you to some foods you've not tried yet. Will it be okay to take you out in the middle of the workday?" Bill smiled. "It's my lunch break, and they're not too strict about it. They are really very fair with their workers." Harry felt too tired for a bath or even a shower. He just brushed his teeth and fell asleep almost immediately. He still had a smile on his face, though. August 2nd, 1991, Friday. The next morning started almost the same. Once again, he had breakfast with Selma. This time, she waited for Harry and then ate her breakfast along with him. Harry was glad that she didn't interrogate him some more. Still, as she was eating much less than him, she finished first. "What are you going to do today?" she asked, after clearing the table of the remains of her breakfast. "I'm not sure. I'm meeting my cousin for lunch, so I can't spend the whole day on anything. I may go shopping for some clothes, as I don't think I have enough. Can you recommend some shops? I can do better than that. I can accompany you and help you. But I thought you had no money. How come you can suddenly shop for clothing?" Harry shrugged. "My cousin took me as his responsibility. He's paying for my stay here and he gave me some money. He can't take me in, though. He said he has no room for an additional bed. But I think that his girlfriend lives with him." Although he wasn't sure about the details, he'd heard that this could be a useful argument. She smirked. Well, in that case, he certainly can't let you join them. You're still too young for that. Harry wasn't sure what she really meant, but let it pass. They left for shopping soon. The weather was a bit gloomy, with an overcast sky and some occasional drizzles, but it didn't affect their mood. Harry was glad that Selma brought an umbrella, though, as he had none another item to add to his shopping list. Walking so close to each other, sharing an umbrella, he noticed that Selma was just about his height, which surprised him. Most of the girls in his class were taller than him, and this one was almost 4 years older. He expected her to also be taller. Thinking a bit about it, he realized that her parents seemed to also be quite short. Whatever the cause, he found it comforting that she didn't tower over him. The shops were just opening, this early in the morning, yet Selma had a clear destination in her mind. By the time they reached that small street which was lined with clothing shops of all kinds, all the shops were already open. Selma proved to be a good guide, directing him to shops appropriate for his needs, showing him the best deals and checking the fitting of what he tried. She seemed to enjoy this, and Harry appreciated her help more than he could say. A few days earlier, when shopping with Hagrid, it had been just like grocery shopping in a way, despite buying fine clothes. This time, he was also enjoying himself. All too soon, it was midday. Harry was worried about meeting Bill on time. "I can take your stuff back to your room," Selma suggested. "You can go on and meet your cousin." He smiled thankfully. He felt like he owed her for her help, yet he didn't know how to repay. Well, he had more than 3 weeks to think of that. Bill was already waiting in front of Gringotts. Harry was glad that nobody noticed him, with his head hidden by the hood under the umbrella. He still remembered the reactions during that first visit to Diagon Alley. Bill wasted no time. "Let's see what we can find in the bookshop," he said, leading Harry to Flourish and Blots. The rainy weather seemed to keep the customers away, which was fine for Harry. "Let's see. You need something about customs, maybe some etiquette, a bit of recent history and politics. Oh, and some Quidditch, of course." As they were looking for the appropriate books, Bill also told Harry about some of the things he needed to pay attention to in the books. They didn't notice at first, but a certain girl seemed to follow them, listening attentively to all that was said and taking the same books that Bill recommended. Eventually, she approached them. "Excuse me, but I couldn't refrain from overhearing what you said. I've only found out I was a witch a few weeks ago, and I also need to learn about the world I'm going into. Do you mind if I join you?" Bill looked at Harry, who shrugged. "Well, Miss Granger." "Hermione Granger," the girl said, blushing slightly. "Well, Miss Granger, I don't mind. This is something I believe all Muggle-raised should be taught before going to Hogwarts, yet nobody seems to care. I'm Bill Weasley, and this is Harry Potter, my young cousin." Hermione's eyes opened wide. "Harry Potter? The one who vanquished the darkest Dark Lord ever? I've read about you in several books already. It's an honor to meet you." Harry felt that this was not going the right way. "I was just a baby. I don't think I did anything. Whatever happened there was certainly not my doing." "Nice to meet you, Miss Granger." "Well, of course it wasn't your doing, come to think of that. It was probably some protection, put on you by your parents, and possibly enhanced by your own magic. I'm really excited to go to Hogwarts and learn everything about magic. Aren't you?" Her hero worship vanished just as soon as it had appeared. Harry liked her better this way, enthusiastic about learning, about finding she had magic, just as he felt. "Well, I'm also eager to learn, and the relatives with whom I stayed until lately have never told me I was a wizard. I only found out about it when I got my letter. Do you mind if we read these books together?" Harry had to smile at her enthusiasm. "I don't mind, but where can we do it? I currently stay in a small room at a cheap hotel. It's not really suitable for having guests." She gave it a thought. "I live out of London, which may also pose a problem. We may go to the lobby of a large hotel, though, and stay there. They don't normally mind, as long as you don't bother their guests. We still need to have lunch. Do you want to join us?" Bill intervened. "Sure. My parents gave me enough money for lunch." She then frowned. "It's Muggle money, though." Bill laughed. "We can afford to invite you. Don't worry about that." She gave it a thought and then nodded reluctantly. "I shouldn't take presents from strangers, but as Harry is a kind of celebrity, it should be all right." Bill paid for the books, letting Hermione pay for her own purchases, and then led them to a side street, where several small tables were set in a small shop. "I believe you'll like it here," he smiled at the children. Neither of them could make heads or tails of the menu, so they let Bill order for them. "Would you like some soup with noodles?" Both nodded. He also ordered some salad and a hamburger with chips for each. Harry didn't know why Bill thought this was so special. They got the soup first. As Harry took the spoon to eat, he noticed that the noodles were animal-shaped and they all moved, trying to escape the spoon. When he finally ate the noodles, they wiggled in his mouth and tickled it. Hermione seemed even more surprised, as she didn't expect her food to act that way. She first had a look of horror on her face. Then, after understanding these were just enchanted noodles, she smiled and enjoyed her meal, laughing at the tickling. Harry found her laughter very nice. Bill excused himself after lunch. "I need to return to my work. There's a lot to prepare before going on an expedition. Harry, I'll let you know if we can meet again before I leave." He shook hands with both children and left. Hermione looked pensively at Harry for a short while. "He's not really your cousin, is he?" Harry didn't want to confirm her suspicion, so he evaded the question. "Let's find someplace to read. I don't want to stay here, as I don't want people's attention." Hermione could understand that, and they quickly left Diagon Alley. It took them a bit longer to find a suitable lobby, where they could sit at the corner and study their books. They got comfortable, sitting side by side, and put a book in front of them, ready to start reading. "You still haven't answered my question," Hermione reminded him. "What was it?" He tried to evade. "I said that Bill is not really your cousin, is he?" "Why would you say that?" He still didn't want to confirm her suspicion. "Well, he's a redhead, you are not. He's very tall, you're not. Besides, according to the books, you have no living relatives, and he's certainly alive. He also seems to have recently known you, as I could sense some awe in him when he spoke of you. That's not the way cousins behave." Harry had to smile at her acute perception. "Well, he's not. I grew up with my magic-hating relatives who treated me awfully. Now that I found I could afford to leave them, I stay at a hotel until school starts. I needed an adult to rent that room for me, and Gringotts helped me by sending Bill. He then offered to help me learn a bit about the magical world until school starts. We should still keep this a secret, as I don't want to be forced back to my relatives. They don't want it either, and I'm not sure whom I can trust." "You can trust me. I won't tell anybody," she said firmly. "Fine," he smiled at her. "Let's see what we can find in here." They spent a few hours reading selected chapters from several books. Only their grumbling stomachs made them stop. "I think I should go home now," Hermione said apologetically. "That's all right. I also need to get some dinner, and I promised to meet someone after dinner." He hesitated for a moment. "Can we meet again?" "Sure. I can come tomorrow and meet you here if you want, or we can go somewhere else." Hermione seemed just as eager to meet him again. It took them a bit to set up the time and the place, but they parted contentedly. Harry was surprised when Hermione hugged him shortly before going her way. Harry was still a bit pensive when he arrived at the hotel, after stopping for dinner at a small restaurant. He barely had time to put his new books aside when he heard a knock on the door. "I was getting worried. Have you lost your way?" Selma asked as he opened the door for her. "Oh, I met somebody at the bookstore and we became friends, as we're going to attend the same school." "Well, it's nice to have a friend when you go to a place you don't yet know," she agreed. "I had nobody when my family moved here. I was quite lonely for most of my first year in London." "You have some friends now, don't you?" "Sure I have, but not as close as my friends in the small town we lived in before. I do have a boyfriend, though." Selma sounded proud of that. They spent about an hour just talking. Harry found that Selma felt quite lonely during the summer vacation, as most of her friends went on vacations out of town, while she had to stay and help her parents with their hotel. Luckily, her boyfriend stayed in London for most of the summer vacation. "Actually, he's taking me on a date a bit later. We're probably going to see a movie together." Harry wished he had somebody to spend his time with. Could that girl, Hermione, become the friend he longed so much to have? That night, after he got into bed, he thought about the two girls he'd spent some time with. Both were quite brave to initiate any kind of friendship with him. He thought that Hermione was prettier, despite her slightly too large front teeth. He was still thinking of her when he fell asleep. August 3rd, 1991, Saturday. Harry left the hotel immediately after breakfast the next morning, enjoying the good weather and some of his newest clothes. He met Hermione at Hyde Park Speaker's Corner, as agreed. Hermione first hugged him and then told him, "I can only stay until a bit after lunch. My parents finish work early on Saturdays and want to spend some time with me, as they are too busy during the week." Harry shrugged. He liked her company, if only for lack of other friends, but he didn't want to impose. "That's all right. I thought of visiting some attractions." He still felt a pang of loneliness, though. He wished he had somebody who'd care for him and want to spend some time with him, besides Hermione. They promptly decided to spend the morning in the park, as long as the nice weather would hold. They found a secluded spot where they could sit and read. Sitting so close, Harry was becoming aware of her as a girl, not just a friend. Harry furtively glanced at her occasionally. Hermione noticed his glances. At almost 12, she was already quite aware of her emerging femininity and proud of it. She was glad that her new friend was noticing it too. They had skipped between the books the previous day. This time, they concentrated on the one dealing with customs. Although some were similar to what they already knew, most were totally different. The explanations about the customs provided them with some more insight into the ways magical people thought. "It's so outdated," Hermione commented. "It would have seemed outdated even during the Victorian era about a century ago." Harry shrugged. "It is. This may be a result of staying hidden from the rest of the world, though." She gave it some consideration. "It may be, but that's not reason enough, I believe. It looks to me like they don't want to advance, like they fear novelty, unlike the rest of the modern world." Harry smiled. "Well, novelty can be frightening, if you're not willing or able to adjust to it." "Yes, it can be," Hermione agreed reluctantly. With that matter discussed, they switched to another book and they also moved a bit closer. Harry thought they were quickly becoming very close friends. They spent the whole morning in the park, leaving it only to drink something, as the day was quite hot, and then to eat lunch. When they had to part, Hermione seemed reluctant. "My parents only allow me to go to London 4 times a week, and they want me home for the weekend. I won't be able to meet with you tomorrow, but I'll try to come as early as possible on Monday." This made Harry feel a bit sad. Although Selma was a nice company, he felt more comfortable with Hermione. Selma was older and had no magic. They didn't have much in common, except that Selma was lonely with most of her friends gone. Hermione wanted his company as a friend and was closer to his age, and she was also magical. He felt much closer to Hermione and had a lot to talk to her about. On the spur of the moment, he found the hotel's visit card. "You may call me at the hotel. Ask for room 15 or for Mr. Weasley's room, as he's the one who's the registered guest, you know. I'll call. I'll try to persuade my parents to visit London for one reason or another, and if they do, we may be able to meet some more." Harry smiled at her. "That would be nice, but it's not really necessary. I can take care of myself, you know." "I know," she said, hugging him. This time it was a tighter and longer hug that Harry found surprisingly enjoyable. He even returned it a bit, not quite as tightly. Both blushed as they let go of each other. Weekend. August 3rd, 1991, Saturday afternoon. After Hermione left, Harry tried to visit some attractions. He soon found out that summer weekends, or maybe all summer days, were not the best time for that. London was crowded with tourists, who stood in endless queues to gain entry to the main attractions. Harry could probably sneak to the head of some lines. Being a child, he could probably claim to have lost his group or something similar, but he didn't feel like cheating unnecessarily. He visited some of the minor attractions instead, where the queues were short or non-existent. 2 small art museums filled his afternoon. He didn't particularly like most paintings or other objects on display, but he found a few quite interesting. Still, visiting a museum was certainly very different and much better than spending the afternoon with his relatives. An owl was waiting on the windowsill when he returned to his room. "I'm leaving England tomorrow. I'd like to meet you once more before that. I'll wait for you at the CFA where we first met. Please come at about 7. Bill." The handwriting seemed rushed, but quite neat. Harry glanced at his new watch, bought a few days earlier, and noticed that he still had some time to spend. He wondered what Bill wanted to talk to him about, but it was futile to guess. Instead, he took the etiquette book and read a few chapters until it was time to go to the cafe. Bill was already there and seemed glad to see him. He hugged Harry in a brotherly manner and then ordered a large dinner for him. "You're still too thin. You need to eat better. Please make sure to have 3 full meals every day, and eat healthily, a lot of vegetables and fruits and not too much sugar and fat." He then chuckled. "I don't think my mother would appreciate this advice. She cooks with a lot of fat and sugar and not enough fresh products. But it's still delicious." Speaking about his mother seemed to affect him unexpectedly. Bill frowned and added, "Actually, it's some discussions I've overheard there that made me want to meet you before I leave. Let's have you finish your meal first, before discussing that." Bill only took a cup of tea. "I had dinner at home and I feel overstuffed," he explained. While Harry ate, Bill told him some more about the magical society, its prejudices and its preconceived ideas. It was clear that Bill didn't like most of them but felt unable to change much. He returned to the main reason for this meeting as Harry reached the dessert. "I'm not sure if I've told you about my family, except for some funny incidents. I'm the oldest child of my parents. I have 5 younger brothers and a little sister, the youngest child. My youngest brother, Ron, is about your age and will go to Hogwarts in September. Like you. My sister will only go next year. 3 of my brothers are still at school. Percy, who is quite a stickler for rules and is now a prefect, and the twins, Fred and George. They are quite funny, but they tend to overdo their pranking. Never trust anything they tell you, and never eat anything they give you if you don't want to be laughed at." He turned more serious. "My mother is a fierce follower of Dumbledore. He is considered the leader of the light faction in the wizarding world, although he has no official title as such. Dumbledore is a great man, I agree, but like all great leaders, his mistakes are also great." "What do you mean by that?" Harry wondered. Bill smiled. "If you or I make a mistake, it normally only affects us or possibly our closest family. When a leader makes a mistake, it may affect many people and have some grave consequences. It may cost lives. It may cost livelihood. It may affect the future of our whole country, in some cases." Harry nodded his understanding. Bill went on. "What I heard my mother telling Ron was that he should try to become your friend and make sure to tell everything to Dumbledore, as the old man deems you very important for some reason." Harry frowned. While he didn't have much to hide, he didn't like being spied on either. Unfortunately, Ron is not very smart, to say the least. He's probably going to follow her orders, unable to think for himself. Knowing my family, he's probably going to be sorted into Gryffindor. Based on your family's history, it's quite probable that you'll also end up there. Now, don't get me wrong. Ron can be a very good friend, but he needs guidance and you can't trust him to keep your secrets. Of course, this may all be a moot point if you get sorted into a different house. You seem to be smart enough for Ravenclaw and cunning enough for Slytherin, but I don't know which are your defining characteristics." Bill seemed to lose himself in some thinking. Harry found it the right time to finish his dessert. "Do you know how to get to the Hogwarts Express?" Bill asked him. "Hagrid said it's all on the ticket. I know I need to go to King's Cross Station." Bill sighed. "Do you think you can find Platform 9 on your own?" Harry frowned. He had not yet looked at the contents of the envelope, but he was sure that no normal station would have a platform numbered in fractions. Bill chuckled. "I thought so. Well, it's a hidden platform, only accessible to magical folks. There's a barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Muggles can't pass through it, but you can just go through as if it's thin air. We were normally told to run into it, as the sensation of almost bumping into a wall is quite frightening. But you can walk in just as well, along with your luggage." Harry nodded understandingly. He would have never thought of going through a wall as the way to access that platform. Bill frowned as he continued talking. "It looks like Dumbledore has intentionally left out that explanation from what Hagrid passed to you, intending you to look around and wait for somebody to help you. That somebody is supposed to be my mother and Ron, thus assuring that you can become friends even before reaching Hogwarts. He was also instructed to make sure you disliked all houses except Gryffindor, thus making your sorting to that house more probable." Harry didn't like the idea, but he needed to ask, "What if I'm sorted into some other house?" "In that case, Ron would be unable to spy on you and Dumbledore would have less influence on you, but you could do well anywhere. Some say that Slytherins are all bad. That's nonsense if you ask me. There were bad people and good people in all the houses. It so happens that the last Dark Lord was a Slytherin, but his followers came from all houses just the same. Bill glanced at the clock on the wall behind the bar. It's getting late and I still need to finish packing. I don't know when I'll be able to meet you again. I hope I gave you a good enough start so you'll be able to do well on your own. You did very well, Bill. I don't know how to even thank you properly, Harry said with a lot of emotion. Thank you, Harry. I only hope that my mother and Ron won't come between us. They don't know anything about the help I've given you, and you shouldn't mention it either. Harry smiled. That's actually my secret. Why should I tell anybody? Bill chuckled. Fine. Let me walk you back to your hotel and pay for the rest of the month. It's your money, actually, from your vault, so you don't need to thank me. It's a part of the service Gringotts is giving you. Just too soon, Harry was left alone again. He went to his room, took a long hot bath, and thought about all he had learned. He was glad that Bill was so trustworthy. He hoped that Hermione would prove to be the same. He was sad that he couldn't trust others of the Weasley family, but was glad of the warning. At least Bill was nice. He wished Bill could stay some more. Bill had become a kind of big brother for Harry, and he knew he would miss him. He looked forward to Monday, though. He was sure to pass the warning to Hermione. August 4th, 1991, Sunday. Sunday turned out to be a dreary day, with constant rain and no sunshine at all. After breakfast, Harry just returned to his room, took a book, and cuddled under the blanket. That was also a first. He had never been allowed to laze around when with the Dursleys. Harry was awakened by the phone ringing. He looked around and saw it on the nightstand, near his head. He lifted the handset and sleepily answered, "Hello, are you still in bed?" He heard Hermione's voice and a giggle. "I didn't feel like going out in such a weather, so I went back to my room after breakfast. Looks like I fell asleep again." He heard some soft giggling. "Guess what? My parents are taking me to the theater for a matinee, and I made them buy another ticket for you. We'll come to collect you in front of the hotel in about an hour. Isn't that exciting?" "Yes, it is. And thank you for thinking of me." "That's what friends are for," she cut in. "Well, sure. Do you have any suggestions for what I should wear for the theater?" "Not really. Just something nice. And a rainproof overcoat. Don't forget." He felt like laughing. "I won't. How will I know your car?" "It's Mum's car, hot red with a wavy yellow stripe on the doors. You can't miss it." Half an hour later, Harry was already standing by the door and looking at the Stoke Street. Yet it was almost another half hour later when he saw the red car stopping as close to the hotel's door as possible. Harry pulled up his hood and ran to the car, whose back door opened even before he touched it. "Wow, you're all wet despite having to cross only a few feet," Hermione said as he closed the door behind him. Her father, who sat in the front, reminded him, "Please put your seatbelt on, so we can move." Harry obliged and they moved away. Hermione chatted happily with him, but Harry was just too aware of the two pairs of eyes that were glancing at him through the front mirror. He hoped he would make a good enough impression on her parents so they would let her keep meeting him. They only drove for a bit longer. They parked in an underground parking lot, but they still had to walk a bit on the street to reach their destination. Harry was thankful for the large umbrellas both adults were carrying, giving them all some shelter from the rain. Once at the theater, Hermione's father went to the ticket office to retrieve their reserved tickets, while her mother tried to wipe as much of the wetness out of their clothes. It was only after her father returned with the tickets that Hermione made the formal introductions. "Mom, Dad, this is my friend Harry Potter. He's going to start school along with me. Hopefully, we will end up in the same house. Harry, these are my parents, David and Jean Granger. They're both dentists." Harry shook hands with both adults. "Enchanted to meet you," he said politely. "We're glad to meet Hermione's friend," Jean said, smiling at him. "You may call me Dave," her father said. "David sounds too formal." "Thank you," Harry responded. "I'd like to pay for my ticket if you don't mind. I can afford it." Dave smiled. "Don't you want to give me the pleasure of inviting my daughter's friend? I believe you'll have many more chances to buy tickets, maybe for Hermione as well." Harry blushed at the implied long-term friendship. He had never had a friend before, if only due to Dudley. He appreciated any friendship, even a short-term one. Hermione's parents didn't badger them with questions. They were content to look at the various posters in the entrance hall and let the children talk to each other until the doors to the performance hall opened. They then herded the children in and took their places. Harry was surprised to see they had very good seats, probably quite expensive too. "What are we going to see?" Harry asked. He hadn't minded it before when it was merely an attractive idea, but now that it was becoming real, this seemed a legitimate question. "It's a new remake of My Fair Lady, a new cast, a new director, but it is supposed to stay true to the classical interpretation," Dave told him. Harry nodded as if it made sense to him, although he didn't really know anything about it. He only knew that it was a famous musical, and even that was due to overhearing some children talk. He looked around, noticing the orchestra located below the stage, the elegant lamps, the chandeliers hanging above, and the decorated walls. It was all new to him. Hermione seemed oblivious to his state of mind. She chatted happily about this and that, and Harry nodded occasionally when he thought it was expected or said, "Yes," and "Sure," without really paying much attention. He was just too excited to do anything else. Soon enough he heard the gong. The lights were dimmed and the orchestra started playing. 3 hours later he still felt enchanted. He liked it much better than anything he had seen before. Nothing that he had managed to glimpse at on the television when living with his relatives, or what he watched leisurely at the hotel, was even close to the feeling that this live performance gave him. "Thank you so much for taking me to the theater. It's the most beautiful experience I ever had," he said to the Grangers. Dave smiled at him. "I'm glad you liked it, but it's all Hermione's work, really. She chose the play and she insisted on inviting you. As you can see, your company also made her happy." Hermione certainly looked happy, and that made her even more beautiful. He liked to see her happy. "Let's get some late lunch," Dave suggested. "I don't know about you, but I'm quite hungry by now." Luckily, the rain turned into merely a drizzle, making their stroll to the restaurant that Dave had in mind quite pleasant. Dave and Jean walked under one umbrella, hugging each other, while Harry held the other umbrella for Hermione and himself. They didn't hug but stayed very close to each other, and Hermione held his arm. Harry felt quite chivalrous this way, protecting the damsel in his company. They found a modest restaurant. Not really knowing what to order, Harry asked Hermione to order for him. She didn't agree. "If you're going to live on your own for the rest of the month, you need to be able to order for yourself at a restaurant. I'll teach you." She put the menu in front of them both and started explaining the choices, one by one, until she too encountered an unknown entry. "Dad, what is this?" she asked, turning to her father. "Oh, that's just a spicy steak, named extravagantly. A bit too spicy for my taste, actually." "Why do they use these complicated names on menus?" Harry asked. "Every restaurant tries to seem special. Had they all named it spicy steak, it would have seemed mundane. Using French words and designations makes them look special, but they're still the same. Aren't there places that use simple names?" Harry insisted. "Well, there are, but they cater mainly to the lower working class, people who couldn't possibly understand or appreciate the elaborate names. These are usually cheaper as well." "Then why eat in a place like this and not at one of the cheaper restaurants?" Dave smiled. "Unfortunately, the food in those places is of lesser quality and taste and not served as nicely. In a way, you usually get what you pay for." "Are you saying, sir, that the more expensive, the better?" Dave smiled at the boy. "Please call me Dave. As for your question, that is usually the rule, although not always. Some places ask for higher prices just to seem more prestigious, and some manage to give high quality at much lower prices, but usually, this isn't the way things work." This gave Harry some food for thought to be considered later. With Hermione's help, he managed to choose quite wisely, and he really enjoyed the meal, and not only the company. By the time they finished their meal, the rain stopped. Harry decided to walk back to his hotel and enjoy some window shopping. "We may need to buy some more books," Hermione said before they parted. "Shouldn't we go to Diagon Alley again? Let's see tomorrow. You know I loathe to attract attention," he said, "and I still want to understand why. See you tomorrow." Harry looked after the car as it moved on. He had not yet told her about Dumbledore, the Dursleys, and Hagrid. He wondered if he should. The talk. When Harry returned to the hotel, Selma's mother was at the reception desk. "Mr. Potter, may I have a moment of your time?" While the question was very polite, her tone indicated that refusal would not be welcome. "Of course. Can I help you in any way?" he asked politely. "We need some privacy for our discussion," she said, opening a door behind her and motioning him to come. It was just a small office. The desk was piled high with various papers. There was a chair behind it and another in front of it. A large cabinet completed the furniture. The woman didn't mind the chairs. She sat on the desk, motioning Harry to the chair. She didn't bother with niceties, going straight to the point. "How come the famous Harry Potter is staying in our hotel? Practically incognito." "What do you mean?" he blurted, not feeling ready for this question. She sighed. "My parents were magical. They died about 11 years ago. I was their shameful daughter, expelled from Hogwarts after the 3rd year. My wand snapped and my magic died. I was forced to live like a muggle, but I was still aware of everything that happened in the magical world. You know the rest. Now, the savior of the magical world is staying in one of my rooms. I think I deserve an explanation." It was Harry who sighed next. "Well, after that Halloween, I was left with my relatives, who hate magic. They told me nothing and punished me when weird things happened near me. I only found out I was a wizard when my letter came. I then found out that I had a bit of money, enough to no longer live with these hateful relatives of mine. This is how I ended here. I hope you let me stay until I need to go to Hogwarts." She looked at him with a sad smile. "I know that relatives are not necessarily loving or caring. I had my parents, for example. You may stay with us for as long as you wish, provided you can pay." Her face turned stern now. "I also need to know what happens between you and Selma. She takes too much after me, and I'm afraid she might tempt you to do something foolish, even if you don't want to." Harry looked alarmed. "Nothing, really. She wanted to help me, seeing I have almost nobody to care for me. I consider her a friend." She still looked stern and more than a bit worried. "You may be young, but someone as magically powerful as you is bound to attract girls much earlier than other boys. You look so much like your father that almost any girl is sure to fall for you, and Selma is no exception." She bit her lip and continued, "Please promise me you won't lead her astray." Harry nodded solemnly. "I'll not let her misjudge my intentions, and I'll try to be as truthful as possible with her." "Selma knows you are magical," the woman continued. "She's seen your owl, and she knows enough about me to make the connection. You should tell her, next time you talk with her." "I'll do as you say," he promised solemnly. "Fine. Enjoy your stay." She smiled reassuringly at Harry. When Harry approached his room, he found Selma waiting on a bench in the corridor near it. "What took you so long? I heard you arriving and came here immediately, yet I waited and waited and it took you an eternity to arrive." "Sorry, your mother held me. She told me a bit about herself." Selma grimaced. "She told you that she used to be a witch and that I don't have any magic in me, right?" Harry nodded. Selma looked a bit thoughtful, and then she smiled with some mischief. "I bet she had her eyes on your father when she was at school." Harry wasn't sure the math was right, but he nodded just the same. Indeed, if Selma's mother was older than his father, it became more understandable why Selma was attracted to him. "Care to tell me about your day?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "My friend's parents took us to see my fair lady and then to a restaurant." "How about you?" Selma smiled widely. "My parents let me spend the whole afternoon with my boyfriend. We saw a nice musical comedy at the cinema and then went to Soho, where we watched some street performers and later had some pizza before he escorted me back. I enjoyed it very much." Selma enjoyed talking to Harry and he liked having company. She kept talking, telling him more details about the film, the street performers and the funny people she had seen on the way. Harry only encouraged her with a few words whenever she stopped for a breath. He still enjoyed it. Harry was still awake in bed long after he finished the conversation with Selma. As he was contemplating the day's events, his thoughts wandered to Hermione. For some reason he couldn't understand, her friendship was becoming more important to him. Merely being near her made him calmer and happier. He wondered if that was what friendship was all about. He didn't feel that way about Selma. Getting closer. August 5th, 1991. Monday new books. He met Hermione the next morning at the train station, where Hermione's train arrived. The weather, true to the image of English weather, was cloudy, with some scattered rains not appropriate for spending the day in a park. Both children had several books in their backpacks, although they had already read most of them. Harry didn't know where to go. They had visited the lobbies of most hotels near the station by then, and he didn't want to return to any of them, for fear of attracting unwelcome attention. Hermione had a suggestion, though. Most public libraries have some areas for people who want to read or work peacefully on some documents, either for fun or for other reasons. It's not unusual for people to bring their own books there. Fine. But where can we find such a library? Hermione smiled triumphantly. I have a library card for the one nearest to the station, just a 3-minute walk and no street crossing. It should be nice to be there with you. It sure was. They found a table in the corner, far enough from others to allow them to talk a bit in hushed tones without bothering anybody. Still, what Harry found most enjoyable was the mere fact that he could sit with Hermione, their bodies touching, and read together, talk softly with her and see her smiling at him. For somebody who had never had a friend, this girl and her friendship were the greatest treasure of all. By midday, they finished reading the last unread book they had. We should go get lunch and then buy some more books, Hermione said. Well, lunch is really welcome, Harry agreed, disregarding the rest. Hermione didn't say a thing until they were sitting together at some nearby diner, finishing their lunch. Harry felt obliged to pay for Hermione as well, after being invited by her the previous day, and Hermione didn't argue much. Something else was bothering her. Why are you refraining from going to Diagon Alley? I find it fantastic, Harry shrugged. Well, people start ogling. Once they notice my scar or hear my name, it makes me uneasy. Is that all? We can easily hide your scar, and when paying cash, nobody needs to know your name. Harry squirmed in his seat. Well, I'm afraid that if some people find me there, they might force me back to my relatives. The one who took me shopping was supposed to bring me back to these relatives, but he left me at the train station, and I preferred not to go back. My relatives don't want me back either. Why should anybody force you back there in that case? Whoever put me there in the first place didn't seem to have my best interests in mind, as my relatives have never wanted me there and didn't treat me nicely. He grimaced internally at having to disclose that much. Yet the person who took me shopping spoke very highly of him, as if he was above and beyond all doubt. I feel like I have a lot of reasons for doubt. Hermione looked attentively at him as he talked. You're still not telling me everything, she noted. Well, everybody is allowed some privacy, I suppose. Her face turned determined. I'm not going to tell anybody, but we can still hide your scar and maybe even hide your face a bit so that nobody will notice you and report you to whoever you fear. Come with me. She grabbed his hand and led him to the washroom, common to both men's and women's toilets. She took a band-aid from her bag and covered his scar. It wasn't the same color as his skin, but it hid the peculiar scar well enough. I wish I had some of my mother's makeup, she noted, as that could make it almost undetectable. Do you think we can use a notice me not charm on it? Harry gave it a thought. Not here, but we can do it once at the Leaky Cauldron, as there's a lot of magic around and it would probably pass unnoticed. She smiled. Good thinking. It looks like the two of us make a fine team. Harry didn't understand why he felt a bit disappointed that she hadn't used the word couple instead. The fine drizzle made the hood necessary, helping to hide Harry's forehead. The notice me not charm helped even more. Hermione cast it wandlessly, before opening the wall to Diagon Alley. They had both found it in one of the books and learned it easily enough. It didn't need any wand movement, and they didn't even think of using one, as they had already covered the basics, reading all the books recommended by Bill from cover to cover. Hermione looked for some more advanced books on subjects not normally covered at school. She found something that looked interesting at the back of the store. Do you know what this is? She asked Harry, holding a thin book with animal drawings on the cover. Harry read the title, Animagus Transformation Made Easy. He didn't know what it was, but several drawings in the book attracted his attention when he leafed through it. Let's take it. We can buy only one copy, though, as we read everything together." Hermione smiled at that and nodded. They also found 2 other thin books in a hidden corner, pushed back by the larger books. Ency for everybody, protect your mind from intrusion, and Legilimency for profit and for pleasure. While they didn't know what these words meant, they thought it would be interesting to find out. The shop attendant at the cash register frowned a bit at these books but said nothing. Just before leaving the shop, Harry got an idea. "Do you have an option for me to order books and get them by mail, sir? We have owl service." "Why are you interested?" Harry shrugged. "My friend and I like to read a lot, but we can't come here often enough. Do you have a catalog we can order from?" They left the shop a few minutes later, carrying 2 copies of the Owl Order catalog and several order forms, along with their purchases. Soon enough they were back at the library, sitting at their table. Hermione browsed quickly through their new books. Most were just advanced topics on subjects they had already read about. The 3 thin books intrigued her, though. She glanced through the Animagus book first, finding it fascinating, but probably too advanced to be of any use in the near future. Harry had a look at the other 2. "Hey, I think this may be helpful at times," he said, showing her the Legilimency book. "What is it?" "A way to protect one's mind from intrusion. If anybody tried to penetrate your mind to either read your memories and thoughts or set some ideas in it, you'd be able to detect it and maybe even prevent it altogether." She frowned. "Why would anybody do such things?" He shrugged. "People do all kinds of stuff just because they can. This," he lifted the Legilimency book, "teaches how to penetrate one's mind. If we could find it so easily, others can too. Would you want somebody to read your memory of you looking at the mirror after showering?" Hermione blushed. "Certainly not. Let's learn this first." "We shall need to learn both, as we won't be able to check our defenses unless we learn how to try and go through them." Hermione sighed. "Fine. Let's study them both." It wasn't too difficult for the 2 agile minds to understand the principles and to translate them into mental practices. They spent the whole afternoon on that and planned to exercise some more before going to bed. That evening, when Harry returned to his hotel, Selma was waiting for him. "I missed you today. I hoped we could spend some time together, but you left me high and dry. Care to catch up?" Harry was a bit surprised at her straightforwardness, but he was not going to refuse her. They spent more than an hour just talking. It was mainly Selma talking and Harry listening, as he didn't think that talking about magic with her would be very considerate and there was not much else he could talk about. It was still nice, though, giving him some interesting glimpses into the ways girls saw things, which was quite different from how most boys did. Yet, after parting, Harry felt more eager to meet Hermione the next morning than to spend some more time with Selma. Harry didn't forget to exercise his mind control before going to sleep. He found it quite easy to push any thought about Selma out of his mind. It was more difficult to push out any thought about Hermione. He still exercised quite a bit and felt that it went very well. He wondered if Hermione did as well as him. August 6, 1991, Tuesday, Legilimency. They reread the books the next morning. While both had advanced nicely with their Legilimency exercises, they needed to advance their Legilimency skills at the same rate to be able to test each other. By mid-morning, they felt ready for some exercise. "Think of what you ate last evening, and I'll try to find out," Harry suggested. Hermione concentrated for a moment. "I'm ready." Harry knew that looking into her eyes would make this much easier, but he thought that doing it the other way around would be more beneficial. He closed his eyes and directed his magic towards Hermione, not even contemplating using his wand. Her mind seemed to him like a vast museum, with everything catalogued and arranged logically. It was easy to find his way to her memory of last evening and the dinner she had eaten with her parents. He wished he could have such a meal with his parents, with unconditional love and some small talk. He was too immersed in his thoughts and didn't pay much attention until he saw Hermione starting to undress, getting ready for the shower. He quickly withdrew from her mind, blushing furiously. Hermione was looking at him with some evident concern. "Why are you blushing?" He lowered his head.
"I'm sorry.
"I stayed in your memory a bit too long." "I thought so," she said, blushing as well. "Liked what you saw?" "Sure. You really look very nice." She smiled at the compliment, blushing a bit more. "My turn now. Think of your dinner only. Okay?" Harry smiled and concentrated. I'm ready. He could sense when she penetrated his mind, as he saw his previous evening, after parting from her, playing in his mind. Just like him, she didn't stop on time. The last memory replaying in his mind, before it stopped, was that of Selma waiting for him near his room. Who is that girl? Hermione asked. Why was she waiting for you? She's the daughter of the hotel owners, and she's almost 15. She helped me with some of my shopping. She wanted to spend some time with me, as all her friends are vacationing elsewhere. He still felt uncomfortable to speak about her. Hermione let the subject drop. Harry thought that she had also lost some of her confidence. He didn't know what he could do to help her, but was glad not to drag Selma into their conversation anymore. Instead, he asked, "Did you feel when I penetrated your mind?" She nodded. "It felt like you were forcing me to review these memories. I wouldn't have liked anybody else to see them. Don't you mind that I saw more than planned?" She shrugged. "It was somewhat expected. We're no experts. Neither of us could really dig the exact memory we were looking for. It was still a bit embarrassing, though. Do you want to see my memory of getting ready for shower as compensation?" This made her laugh. "Not yet. I'm sure we'll get plenty of chances to find each other's most embarrassing secrets before we gain enough control. Now, according to the book, if the subject becomes aware of the legilimency used on him, it means that too much power is used. Let's see how we can use less power. Once we can read each other's mind without the other noticing, it will be time to enhance our occlumency." Before parting that evening, they could both penetrate the other's mind without being detected. Of course, being in a muggle area, they didn't dare use their wands. They didn't need to either. Once again, Selma was waiting for him. Harry used his newly learned skills to check her intentions about him. He found that Selma was having a minor crush on him and wanted to spend as much time with him as she could, and she also liked that he was magical. He didn't find any long-term thoughts. This made him more willing to spend some time with her. He didn't see any harm in that as long as it didn't affect their future in any adverse way. Study and training. 3. Study and training. August 7th, 1991. Wednesday, Animagus. The sunny weather made Hermione opt for a park the next morning, and Harry didn't mind either way, as long as they stayed together. Since they already knew both the Legilimency and Occlumency books by heart, they only read the book about Animagus magic while still keeping their minds on Occlumency exercises. This seemed to actually enhance their understanding. "We've read that using Occlumency can help one learn faster and better," Hermione said, seeming glad to have that side benefit. "Yes, I remember. I think it helps us both make better progress with this book. I actually feel like I'm ready to look for my inner animal and try to envision myself that way. So am I. Let's go to the library after lunch and see what we can find about various animals. Are you sure we should try it already?" While the explanations were simple enough, the book clearly stated that only fully grown wizards and witches were even potentially able to transform, and only the most powerful really succeeded. Hermione shrugged. The only real warning there is that the first few times may turn extremely exhausting, yet there's no mention of any other danger. You either succeed and transform or fail and stay the same. It clearly states that one can't transform only a part, like a limb or only the head. For that, one needs a very different magical discipline. They were sitting on a bench. Harry was holding Hermione's shoulders in a kind of hug, trying to keep her close, so they could read together from the same book. Hermione's arm was wrapped around his waist for the same purpose. They used their free hands to leaf through the book and point at any interesting paragraph or drawing. To passers-by, these hands could seem like they belonged to the same person, as they worked in perfect coordination. Back at the library, after lunch, they started scanning books about animals. As the Animagus transformation seemed to be a very exotic form of magic, they also started with some exotic animals. They scanned books about wildlife in Africa, the Far East, the Americas, and even Australia and New Zealand, but none seemed to stir anything, although they liked some of the pictures very much. Hermione was delighted to see images of some lion cubs playing in the sun, just as Harry liked the cheetah running at full speed, but these were just aesthetic preferences. Not finding anything in those books, they tried the least exotic animals, the domesticated European ones. Harry was surprised to find so many kinds, yet none seemed to really attract him. "The only animal that made me feel a slight stirring inside was that big dog, but it was nothing like I expected after reading that book." Maybe we should check with some more animals, those resembling dogs. I also felt a bit closer to the dog, but not quite. Let's see. Hermione brought some more books, describing various kinds of dogs and their closest relatives, the wolves. It was the Arctic wolves that made both Hermione and Harry gasp in surprise. I think it's the white wolf, Harry said. I feel the same. I wonder if it means anything about us. For some unexplainable reason, Harry liked it when she used the us to refer to them both. It gave him a sense of belonging, but also something else that he couldn't define. Still felt nice. What's our next step then? Hermione thought for a bit. We can't try it anywhere near other people. We need to find a place where people don't normally come and can't see us. We may still need to use some extra caution, like that notice me not charm. Harry gave it a thought. There's a small park, a few blocks away from my hotel. I've seen nobody in there. It has no playground and not many flowers, mostly a small grassy area and a few trees. We may try there if you want. Took a ride in the underground and some walking to reach that place, but it proved to be more than adequate. A tall hedge surrounded that park, making it hidden from passers-by, as well as from people looking through the windows of nearby buildings. The trees in the park were tall and leafy, making it relatively dark. Some wandless casting made it as secure as they thought they needed. Hermione seemed excited and frightened all at once. Harry was not quite sure about himself, yet when Hermione asked, "Do you like to try first?" he just nodded. "You remember what you need to do, don't you?" she asked him. Harry recited the steps needed to achieve the transformation, as they'd both read that morning. He was actually surprised to remember so well after a single reading. Hermione nodded her approval. "Go among the trees as deep as possible and try it there. Don't try to keep it for long, or it may exhaust you," she instructed him. Harry followed the instructions. He went to the middle of the copse of trees, concentrated for a moment, and a few seconds later, a magnificent white wolf was standing there. Hermione didn't dare to come near, but even from a distance, the big white wolf was a sight to behold. Harry transformed back a few seconds later and stumbled back to where Hermione was sitting. "It really is exhausting. I feel like I've just run several miles." Hermione hugged him tightly. "You did very well. According to the book, only adult wizards and witches are powerful enough to try this transformation, and very few succeed." Harry smiled at her. "I like your hug. It feels like you're also helping me recuperate faster with that hug. I wonder what it means. I'm your friend. It's natural for friends to help each other. Don't you agree?" Harry nodded. Hermione continued talking. "It's my turn now. I hope I'll do no worse than you. I don't really feel powerful enough." She still walked determinedly to the same spot Harry had used. A moment later, a white she-wolf stood there, seeming a bit surprised. She turned her head to Harry, as if verifying that he was watching, and then turned back into a very exhausted Hermione. Harry didn't wait for her to come back. He ran forward as soon as she returned to her human form and hugged her tightly, practically preventing her from falling out of exhaustion. Hermione leaned onto him for a while, and then hugged him back, tightening the hug as the seconds ticked away. They didn't seem to want to part. Harry kept hugging her tightly, yet slowly moved them both to the nearest bench, where he made sure she sat securely before sitting at her side, never letting go of her. Hermione just closed her eyes and rested her head on his shoulder. A few minutes passed before she opened her eyes again. "This hug is really invigorating," she said softly. "I felt like I had barely had enough power to breathe after transforming back, and now I'm almost back to normal. Do you think that our friendship is the cause?" Harry gave it a long thought. "Well, we are friends, and I feel like we're becoming closer every day since we met, but I'm not sure about it being the power that invigorates us. It must be something else, something bigger than that, I think." She rested her head on his shoulder and let herself enjoy the moment. She already had some suspicions about the way their relationship was advancing, and it was really advancing at an unexpectedly fast rate, but she didn't yet know what it meant. She was just content to hug Harry and be hugged by him. For the moment, Harry was also content. Cuddling with Hermione and hugging her was a new experience. He didn't yet know what it meant, but he found that he liked being with Hermione tremendously better than being with Selma, despite considering Selma his friend. They couldn't stay that way for long, though. It's getting late, and I need to go home, Harry. I think we both need to recuperate some more before we try that again. I will only try it when you say you're ready. He then remembered their previous subject. Don't forget to exercise your mind, though. We need to try Occlumency tomorrow. I'd like both of us to have impenetrable mind shields by the time we reach Hogwarts. She smiled tiredly at him. That's why we shouldn't waste our energies on Animagus transformation just yet. We know we can do it. We may find better opportunities to master it during the school term. Harry still escorted Hermione to the train station, which gained him a kiss on his cheek for the effort. He really liked it. Back at the hotel, Selma insisted on getting her share of Harry time. He wondered if Hermione would agree to this kind of evening entertainment with Selma, once their relationship deepened, as he was now expecting. August 8, 1991, Thursday Occlumency. They spent the next morning in that same library again, revising both their Legilimency and Occlumency until they felt they were ready to test each other. You go first, Hermione told Harry. Harry concentrated. He immediately found himself in her mind, so it seemed. It still looked like a very well-organized museum, yet there was nothing of importance there. He could see her school books since she first attended school, and some of her early childhood toys, but no matter how hard he looked, there was nothing that he could identify as recent thoughts or memories. He then spotted a side door, almost merging with the wall. He opened it cautiously and was rewarded with multiple memories, including one where Hermione was checking her new bikini in front of a full-size mirror. Harry withdrew quickly, feeling a bit embarrassed by it. Once he regained his color, he gave her his opinion. The museum idea is very good, and I almost failed to find the right way, but that door, although not quite evident, was a giveaway. I think you should put some more doors there and some traps behind each. That will make it harder to reach your real thoughts and memories. And what did you see in there that made you blush? She asked teasingly. Well, I saw you checking your bikini in the mirror. He blushed some more just saying it. That was yesterday evening, after I saw that girl in your memory. I wanted to see how I could compare with her. But she was fully clothed, he objected. She seems to really have a nice figure. Hermione wouldn't relent. Yours is much nicer, he said. Oops, I should have not seen that. Sorry. Hermione shrugged. When we started with this, I knew we would be unable to keep any secrets from each other, so I don't really mind. Now, I'll probably also see you naked, you know? He thought he heard some mischief in her voice. She turned silent for a moment. Your shield is very nice. A football. I wonder what made you think of it. You must protect its seams, though, and the place where they inflate it, as these are weak spots. I'd really like to know how you managed to find yourself on that roof, though. They spent the whole day checking each other's mind shields until they could no longer penetrate the other's mind in any way, not even when pushing a lot of power into it. As expected, they also learned some more about each other until then. Just like before, they didn't use wands, not even thinking of them. Well, they were in a Muggle library, so it was forbidden. Hermione was pleased. I believe you are well protected now, although I'm not yet sure you really need it. Just keep practicing, as only practice can keep your shields in top condition. Without practice, they may deteriorate. Your shields seem even better than mine, and please keep them up. Once we go to Hogwarts, they are important for both of us. Hermione checked her watch. It's still early. Mind inviting me to a nice film at the cinema? Harry smiled and offered her his arm. He knew he was going to like the rest of the day very much. Much later, when he escorted Hermione to the train, he couldn't remember much of the film they'd seen, but he could remember how Hermione's face reflected her emotions during each and every scene. Her joy, her worries, her confusion, and her other emotions showed clearly on her face during the film. He enjoyed watching Hermione much more than watching the film. As far as he was concerned, he got full value from his ticket. Meet the Parents. 4. Meet the Parents. August 9th, 1991, Friday, Granger house. Why don't you come and spend the weekend with me and my parents? Hermione asked him the next day. Are you sure it is a good idea? She didn't let him finish. Harry, they've already met you. They actually expect you to come, unless you have some prior engagement. Do you? Not really. Bill is in Egypt, and I have nobody else who cares. She frowned. Harry, I care, and so do my parents. He sighed. Okay, I'll come. Just leave me proper instructions on how to reach your house. You may just come with me this evening and stay until Sunday evening, or even Monday morning if you like. Harry was unsure. He really wanted to come and visit Hermione, if only to get to know her better, but he didn't want to impose, fearing he would overstay his welcome. Still, she had said that her parents wanted him to come. Well, fine. I'll come with you if you want me to. He didn't understand why she hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek, but it did feel good, and Hermione was certainly happy with this. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. We will be able to read some of our school books, to get ready for school. I assume you don't keep them in your hotel room. Besides, I think we may want to find some more books. Maybe with some spells we can already do. Hermione was so excited that she was babbling. But Harry didn't mind. It was actually nice to see her not burying her nose in books. And if the weather is good, we may go to the park. There are some nice swings and other play stuff there. Yet, if it rains, maybe Dad would like to show you his collection of Star Wars movies. It took her a while to run out of steam, but eventually, she did and returned her attention to the book they were reading. They had finished reading the books they had bought with Bill during the first week after they met, yet they used some references in those books to look for others that enhanced their knowledge in some areas of interest. Harry was actually amazed at how much he was learning due to Hermione. Her presence seemed to enhance his abilities, helping him understand and assimilate the knowledge much faster. He still needed to make sure he kept his hotel room. I'm going to spend the weekend with some family, but I'll be back either Sunday night or Monday morning, he told the hotel owner. The man smiled at him. That's how a boy your age should be with family and friends. As for your room, it's yours until the end of the month, as agreed, whether you stay in it or not. Harry was quite excited to join Hermione on the short train ride to Kent and then the bus ride to the corner of the street where she lived. Luckily, it was not raining, and they could leisurely walk the rest of the way. Harry thought that Hermione seemed just as excited as him, judging by the way she talked and by her flushed face, yet he found her very cute that way, and it helped keep his feelings under control. Dave and Jean welcomed him warmly as if they had known him for much longer than they did, and they seemed to be sincere in their welcome. Hermione didn't have many friends, and for the last 3 years, since her best friend moved elsewhere, she had no friends at all. We're really glad she made friends with you, especially as you're soon going to be at the same school, Jean explained, making Hermione uncomfortable. Noticing this, her mother added, "Why don't you show him to the guest room? You may then play or do whatever you like until dinner is ready." Hermione dragged Harry up the stairs. "My parents sleep here," she pointed at one door. "And this is my room," she pointed at the next door. "You're going to stay here," she said, opening the adjacent door. It was a large room, decorated with some paintings on the walls, sporting a large double bed in the middle, with a private bathroom and a large window, showing the back garden. It was larger than Dudley's bedroom and much nicer. He saw some books on the shelves above the small desk. Hermione noticed where he was looking. When some relatives visited here, they left the books they finished reading, and I also moved some of my old books here, as I needed more space on my shelves. It's a really nice room. I like it, Harry said, putting his bag down. Do you want to see my room? Harry wasn't sure about it. He had never visited any girl's room and didn't know what to expect. Yet Hermione grabbed his hand and he followed her. He didn't know if he was surprised or not when she opened her door. Her room was almost the same as his. The main difference was that she had a single bed and more shelves on the walls, all full of books. As much as he looked around, he couldn't find even a single pink item. The drapes were dark green. The carpet was the same dark green with some red highlights, reminding him of Christmas, and the bed cover was very pale blue-green. Only the lampshades were light orange, bathing the room in golden light, making it feel warm and cozy. It's really nice here, he said, and very tidy. Hermione smiled shyly at the compliment. Do you like to start with our school books? I have them all here. Harry looked at the shelf where the books were set in a straight line, noticing a book that he didn't identify. What's this book? I don't remember buying one like this. Oh, it's not on the list, actually. That's Hogwarts, a history. It's really fascinating. Come, have a look. After reading a few pages, Harry had to agree with her. Although dealing mainly with Hogwarts, the book also mentioned events happening elsewhere in Britain, either as background information or because they were connected in some ways to Hogwarts. Just like reading about wizarding customs, this book made him realize how backward the magical society was. They read together until dinner time and then continued reading some more until Jean reminded them it was time to sleep. Harry helped Hermione put everything back in place. Hermione then hugged him. "Good night, Harry. I'm glad you accepted the invitation." She then kissed his cheek for emphasis. Harry was still thinking of that, trying to hold on to the feeling of her hug and her kiss, long after he went to bed. He heard his hosts retire for the night and then everything turned quiet. He was finally drifting to sleep when he suddenly heard his door open. He opened his eyes but could see almost nothing. It was quite dark in the room and he couldn't see much without his glasses, yet he managed to see the silhouette of a nightgown in the doorframe. "May I come in?" he heard Hermione whisper. "Sure. Come in." She walked in, quietly closing the door behind her. "I can't sleep. I'm too excited that I have a friend here with me." As much as it was flattering, Harry was already too sleepy to really respond. He only asked, "Can I do anything to help?" Hermione surprised him. "Actually, you can. May I sleep beside you?" He was too tired to think of anything else. "Sure, the bed is wide enough." He moved a bit aside, leaving more than enough space for her in bed. Hermione sat on the edge, removed her slippers and tucked herself in, yet she didn't seem content. She moved closer to Harry until they were practically cuddling. She put her head on his shoulder and promptly fell asleep. Took Harry only a few seconds to do the same, still wondering what it all meant. He was awakened by a gasp of surprise. Trying to understand where he was and what was happening around him, he felt a certain weight on his shoulder and some hairs tickling his nose. He felt the weight move a bit, still unable to understand, and then a voice spoke. "Hermione, what are you doing here? I expected to find you in your own bed." Harry recognized the voice of Hermione's mother. It sounded more confused and alarmed than really angry. "I couldn't fall asleep in my room and Harry allowed me to join him, so we could both sleep." Hermione's voice sounded matter-of-factually, despite being a bit sleepy, as if it was normal to act the way she had acted. "You're lucky your father is still in bed. Quickly return to your room, please." "I'm sorry, Harry, but this should not have happened." "That's all right, really. It helped me sleep better too." Hermione was still in his bed, seeming not to want to move from her warm perch. "You must better be moving, young lady. Your father will come out of bed any minute now, and you know he likes to check on you whenever he wakes up." "All right, I'll move. You woke me up in the middle of a very nice dream, though." "Sorry, dear, but it's really unbecoming at your age for a girl to spend the night in a boy's bed. We've already talked about that." "Sure, Mum. I'll be out in a minute." She still waited for her mother to close the door before reluctantly leaving the bed. Once she stood up, Harry understood why she hadn't come out of bed while her mother was still there. Hermione's nightgown was a bit translucent, somewhat revealing her body more than normally acceptable. Harry felt himself blushing. "Did you intend me to see you like this?" he asked. Hermione shrugged. "I didn't really think of this in the night, and I usually wear a dressing gown over my nightgown when not in bed, like what you see." She still blushed furiously as she saw Harry's eyes wandering quickly, before turning to the floor. "I like it very much. You look really nice." Harry was completely red by then. "Well, thank you. I think I'll hurry back now, or I'll get endless lectures from my dad." She peeked through the door and then moved quickly. Harry heard her door closing a moment later. He was already drifting back to sleep when he heard another door open and some steps in the corridor. He heard Hermione's door open a bit, then close, and then his own door. The Granger parents used to check on their child, evidently. He wondered why they checked on him too. Sometime later he woke up again. He felt disoriented for a moment and then he remembered where he was and recalled the nightly visit. When he inhaled, he even felt a bit of Hermione's scent. It made him smile. He heard the adjacent door open and then a knock on his door. "Wake up, sleepyhead. Ready or not, here I come." He smiled as Hermione opened the door. She was already dressed for the day, wearing jeans and a flowery shirt that hugged her body nicely, but not too tightly. Her hair was still a mess, though, as usual. I'm still wearing my pajamas, but you can wait here if you want. Will only take me a minute to change. Hermione came in, leaving the door wide open. Mum will say nothing, but Dad shouldn't find me alone with you behind a closed door, especially when either of us is not fully clothed, she explained. It's not very logical, you know. They usually leave me alone for days, and I can do anything while they're at their clinic. Why should I wait for the evening to do any mischief? Harry just smiled. He didn't know what he felt for this girl, but he certainly liked her and liked seeing her happy. He took his clothes to the bathroom and changed, also giving his hair a cursory comb. Hermione grabbed his hand and led him to the kitchen for breakfast. Her parents were in a hurry, getting ready to go to their clinic. They only kissed Hermione's cheeks and hugged her before leaving. Harry was surprised to be hugged as well. Dave went out first to open the car and start its motor. Jean stayed only a moment longer, just long enough to whisper in her daughter's ear, "Don't do anything I wouldn't have done at your age." It was still loud enough for Harry to hear and to wonder what she really meant. Sharing a bed. August 10th, 1991, Saturday, a fine day. Both children ate breakfast leisurely. Hermione seemed to cherish the fact that she was having some company for breakfast. "I usually eat breakfast alone, as my parents need to leave early," she told him. While not rainy, it was still a bit cold and windy outside. Hermione turned the television on and they both lay on the carpet in the living room, enjoying some of the morning programs for children. They then read for a while, trying to do as many of the charms mentioned in the books. As Bill had already told them that they shouldn't use their wands out of school before reaching 17, they tried doing these charms wandlessly, not being aware that wandless magic was considered very advanced and most magical people were unable to do it. When her parents returned home, they found both children immersed in a book, oblivious to the world. Dave frowned a bit, but his wife smiled and took him to the kitchen to help her prepare lunch. It turned into a nice day, and the Grangers decided to go to the nearby park and spend some time there. Hermione was eager to show Harry all the places she liked and where she had used to play when she was smaller. Harry enjoyed his time with her. Seeing her happy and content, and not just reading, made him happy too. He wondered if that had any meaning. Eventually, they just sat on the lawn, not too far from where Dave and Jean were hugging on a bench, talking softly and occasionally glancing at the children. Hermione and Harry were also talking softly to each other. "I think I'm going to sleep in your bed tonight again," she said. "Why?" "I mean, your parents may be angry if they find out." "So? Do they fear I may have sex with you?" "I could probably do it when they're at work, either by going to London to meet you or having you come here. I'm going to do what I feel is right for you and for me, regardless of their opinion." Harry was actually surprised. "Doesn't it matter to you what they say or what they think of you?" "It does, very much so, but this is not their decision to make. I'm going to be at Hogwarts in a few weeks, a place they can't even see, where they have to trust me whether they like it or not. If I decide to sleep with you there, they won't even know. It shouldn't bother them too much if I do it a few weeks earlier. And I do mean sleep only." Harry blushed at the idea. "If that's what you have in mind, I must also ask for your opinion, of course, but it's not their affair one way or the other. Still, I'd like to sleep at your side tonight, if it's all right with you." "I agree, of course. Last night, with you at my side, I slept much better than I can remember. It's just, I don't want your parents to be angry at you or me. I think I'd like to visit for the remaining weekends as well." Hermione smiled at him. "We don't need to rush anything, but I really want to sleep at your side. They'll just have to accept it and trust us." She then thought for a little while. "You know, I think we should learn the contraceptive charm that I've found in one of the books, just to be on the safe side, even before we go to bed." Harry blushed. "But why? I mean, we're not going to do anything, right?" Hermione smiled. "I don't plan on doing anything but sleeping, maybe some talking as well. I don't think either of us is ready for anything more, but I've already read that sometimes things may change unplanned. I'd rather be safe than sorry." Harry blushed some more, glad that they were sitting with their backs to Hermione's parents. "Now, how do you feel about me?" she asked. Harry was surprised by her question. He had not yet given much thought to the way his feelings towards his new friend were changing. I'm not sure. I like you a lot, And I also like the way you look. I know I'd like to keep our friendship and let it evolve, but I don't know where that would lead us." Hermione seemed content with his reply if her smile was any indication. "I also want to let our friendship evolve into much more. Still, we don't need to rush it. We'll follow our path naturally, wherever it may lead." She suddenly seemed full of energy. She jumped on her feet. "Let's run a bit." "Where?" "Just try and catch me," she said, starting to run even before finishing the sentence. Harry was not one to dismiss this challenge, and he could run quite fast, as he had usually had to, in order to escape Dudley's gang. Yet he had usually been the chased, not the chaser, and Hermione gave him a good run before he could finally catch her, as both were running out of air. They both fell on the grass and tumbled together until Harry was finally lying on his back and Hermione was lying at his side, her head on his shoulder. "I didn't know you could run so fast," she told him. "I didn't expect you to be a fast runner either." "How come you run so fast?" She shrugged. "It's the only sports activity that I like. I'm not interested in ball games and not flexible enough for most gymnastics, but I'm really fast on my feet. I was the fastest runner in class." Although she didn't ask, Harry knew it was his turn to explain. "I didn't participate in most sports activities, as my cousin wouldn't let me. Whenever I got a higher grade than his, he would beat me if only he could catch me. I had to run fast to evade him and his gang, even if I made sure to get low enough grades to let my family be content that he was doing better than me." "That's awful, Harry. I think that's criminal. It doesn't matter any longer. I'm out of their house and they are out of my life, and that's the way it should stay." Hermione was practically cuddling with Harry. Her mother seemed amused, despite her father's frowns. They couldn't do it for long, though. The wind was getting stronger, pushing along dark clouds, promising some rain soon. "The weather is changing. We'd rather reach home before it starts raining," her mother called. It was just in time. The rain started almost as soon as they closed the door behind them. The adults decided to take a nap until dinner time. The children went to Hermione's room and read some more. Hermione confronted her parents during dinner. "I'm going to spend the night with Harry," she said. Her father almost choked on his food. Her mother didn't seem surprised, though. "Why do you want to do that?" "I've not slept too well since before the end of school. I believe that being with a friend would help me sleep much better." Her father regained control of himself. "It's improper for a young lady like you to stay in a boy's room for the night. You already know it. Do you fear we may have sex? Had I wanted to, we could have done it this morning when you weren't home or any other day when we were alone in London. One can have sex at any time of the day, you know." Her father was changing colors at her words. He was smart enough to understand. "I know, dear, and I trust you to do what's right, but still, don't you want me to sleep well? Last night, after I moved to his bed, I slept better than I slept for many weeks." This didn't help much with his composure. "You've already—" "Yes, dear. I found them sleeping together when I woke up, both fully dressed and completely innocent," Jean intervened. "Then why? Look at how you react to the idea of them sleeping together. Your face is so red that I fear it's not good for your health. I believe that you can trust them. As Hermione said, she doesn't need the night to do what you fear she would do." Dave seemed to try to calm down a bit, looking at his wife accusingly. Hermione decided it was time to put the last card on the table. "I'm not going to have sex with him before I feel ready for that, no matter where I sleep. Whenever I decide to give my virginity to Harry, I won't let mere sleeping arrangements stop me." Harry was also surprised. It seemed like Hermione had already decided to do it. It was no longer a question of if, nor a question of with whom, only a question of when. For some reason he couldn't understand, he felt happy about it. Dave seemed deflated. "You're not yet 12, pumpkin. It seems like it was yesterday when you made your first steps, falling on your behind. You're turning into a very impressive young lady, and I find it very difficult to adjust to the quick change. Please understand that I care for you. I don't want you to be hurt, and early loves are almost sure not to last. Please don't do anything hasty that you may later regret." Hermione smiled reassuringly at him. "I won't, Daddy. I know Harry is the one for me. It's not only that I like him. I feel like some major force is pushing us together. Maybe it's magic, I can't tell. Yet I feel that once we cross that barrier, we'll stay together for life. Dave shook his head. I really hope you're right, dear. You've always been headstrong, yet I hoped that this confrontation was still years ahead in the future. It's just too early now. Hermione smiled. I know, Dad. I didn't expect to feel this way for a few years to come, but I won't deny my feelings. I'll let things happen naturally, without pushing and without holding back, and I hope you will still be proud of me. We're always proud of you, her mother said. Just remember your promises and lock the door, please. Harry feared the rest of the evening would become awkward, but it didn't. They all watched some entertainment programs on the television. They turned it off after a while. Jean took a book and started reading, cuddling into her husband. Dave started to talk to Harry, trying to find some more about the boy that seemed to have captured his daughter's heart, but only asked some general questions, noticing that Harry seemed uncomfortable about his childhood. Hermione was also holding a book. Once Harry was no longer in conversation with her father, she opened the book and they both immersed themselves in reading. They didn't even notice how they were practically merging into each other while sitting so close, but Dave noticed and sighed internally. His daughter was very stubborn, a trait she had inherited from both her parents. He knew there was nothing he could do about this relationship as he saw it, and that Harry would probably become his son-in-law. At least the lad seemed decent enough and seemed to really care for Hermione. Maybe it would turn out all right. When the children started yawning, Jean sent them to their rooms. Harry brushed his teeth and changed into his pajamas. Hermione came into his room a moment later, clad in her nightgown and a dressing gown covering it completely. Let's say good night to my parents. They descended to the living room. Good night, Mom, Dad. Good night, dear, her father said, adding a kiss on her cheek and a short hug. Good night, darling, her mother said with a kiss and a hug as well. She then turned to Harry. Good night, dear. Sleep tight. She kissed his cheek and hugged him just as she did with her daughter, leaving a very confused Harry. Dave took his wife's example to some degree. He gave Harry a short manly hug and said, good night, too, before mounting the stairs and going into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Although they had already spent a night together, Harry found it a bit awkward to go to bed with somebody else, especially since this was a girl he was realizing that he really liked. She took her dressing gown off, revealing her silky nightgown, and slid under the blanket. Harry did the same on the other side of the double bed. They still had a gap between them, but Hermione wouldn't let it stay. She moved closer to Harry, putting her head on his shoulder and pressing her body to his. She sighed contentedly and promptly fell asleep. Took Harry quite a bit longer to fall asleep. Hermione's presence in his bed made him think of her intention to give him her virginity, and he had a vague idea of what that meant. His body was not yet ready, though, and even thinking of it was improper at this time. Harry forced his thoughts elsewhere and eventually fell asleep, still aware of the lovely girl at his side. Fun. 5. Fun. August 11th, 1991, Sunday. Waking up with somebody else in bed was a new sensation, and Harry decided he liked it very much. Even before opening his eyes, he felt the pleasant weight on his chest, the scent of a flowery shampoo, and the tickling of some stray hairs. He was also becoming aware of a budding female chest pressed at his side. That feeling made him more content about being with his female friend. He felt that the title friend might soon be inadequate, although he didn't yet understand what would replace it. Hermione was also waking up. Harry looked in her direction only to be startled by the beautiful chocolate eyes that were looking into his green ones. He felt like they were talking to him, demanding that he kiss their owner a good morning kiss. He just had to act as they were demanding. He moved his head closer to hers and kissed her cheek. He momentarily felt as if sparks were flying between them, but he couldn't see any. Good morning, Hermione, he said softly. Good morning, Harry. Slept well. Perfectly. And you? She smiled, stretching like a cat. Perfectly as expected. We should sleep together as often as we can, I think. Your father may not think that way, he noted. Hermione turned in bed, ending up over him. He could now feel her body with almost nothing separating them, and he felt a bit weird about that. Hermione didn't seem to notice. My father has no say in this. He may keep me from meeting you until school starts, although I don't think he will, but he has no control over what I do once there. Besides, I think he likes to see me happy. As being with you makes me happy, he won't really object. Harry was starting to feel quite confused and didn't know what to do about it. Although Hermione had already hinted at intending to have sex with him, she wasn't yet ready for that. He was sure he wasn't ready either. It was only something for the future, so he felt. Hermione had been very aware of his condition. His reaction to her was a kind of compliment, one that couldn't be faked. She liked to tease him a bit, but she didn't want to torture him. She moved back to his side, letting her hands stay on his chest only a bit longer. Take a shower now. I'll move to my room to shower there. I'll come to call you for breakfast once I'm ready. Harry was showered and clothed before Hermione came for him. He still wondered about the feelings this girl was stirring in him. He had never had such feelings towards anybody, and he didn't know what to call them. Luckily, he didn't really need to have a word for them, not yet. It seemed to be another sunny day, and Dave suggested a visit to the amusement park. Seeing Hermione's delight at the suggestion, Harry was sure to agree. He had never visited such a place, but he heard other boys talking about their visits there, including Dudley. It seemed to be a lot of fun, and Hermione's enthusiasm seemed to confirm that. Once there, Harry looked with wide eyes at all the amusement devices. Some seemed to be more of torture than real fun. Let's take that roller coaster first, Hermione suggested, pointing at a set of rails that seemed to go in unnatural forms. Harry gulped and followed her obediently. 20 minutes later, after they both had shouted themselves hoarse, he looked at Hermione's beaming face. That was fun, she said. Let's try that now. She dragged him to the next cue, the big splash. 3 hours later, both children were already tired, yet both were smiling widely. Dave took them to one of the food areas, where each ate a double burger with salad and chips, along with a large serving of beverages. While most other children were getting some kind of sweetened soda, Dave gave the children natural juices, orange for Hermione and pineapple for Harry. The other drinks are unhealthy. They contain too much sugar and acid, guaranteed to give us more patience, he explained with a wink at Harry. Harry didn't really mind. He had never tasted pineapple in any form and found it very nice indeed. They only took some of the slower, less challenging attractions after lunch, as Dave didn't want them to lose their meal. It was still nice to sit close to Hermione in one of the small carts and watch some storybook characters, or to try the shooting range, where both children did nicely, gaining themselves some prizes. Jean, who let her husband handle the whole outing, only intervened at about 4 in the afternoon. I think the children had more than enough for one day, dear, and we have work tomorrow. I think it's about time to head home. The children didn't mind. They had already enjoyed most of the attractions and were a bit too tired for the rest. They even slept most of the way back, resting their heads on each other. Aren't they cute that way? Jean asked her husband. He only nodded non-committally. Once back, the adults went to their bedroom for some rest, leaving the children to do as they liked. Hermione scanned her books. I don't think we have anything about moving magically from place to place. They only mention apparition and portkeys in Hogwarts History as things that can't be done at Hogwarts. I wonder if there are other ways. I want us to be able to share a bed there too. Maybe we should check the bookstore at Diagon Alley again? Harry suggested. Hermione smiled enthusiastically. Sure. And I can even use Mum's makeup to help you stay unrecognizable. How can you? I'm supposed to go back tonight after dinner and leave me here to sleep alone? No way. I'll talk to my parents about that so we can go back to London together. Besides, we still need to exercise our occlumency, don't we? When Hermione's parents came out of the bedroom, both were smiling. They didn't object when Hermione told them that Harry would stay for the night. Dave only asked, "Will that be all right with your hotel? They say the room is mine for the rest of the month, whether I stay there or not. They even told me that a boy my age should better be with family or friends than alone in a hotel room." They sound like nice people, Dave agreed. Well, if you stay, I'll drive you both to the train station in the morning. I'm sorry we can't take you in for the rest of the summer, but we barely have enough time to spend with our daughter. We won't be able to be good hosts for you during the week, but you're welcome on the weekend. Harry was glad he was so well accepted, despite sharing a bed with Hermione. Well, it was quite innocent for the time being. Dave really tried to become closer to Harry. After dinner, he invited Harry to watch some episodes of Star Trek with him and talked about his collection of Star Trek and Star Wars films. We may be able to watch some more at another time. This made Harry feel really accepted. There and then he swore in his heart to try and never disappoint Hermione's parents. He felt they were quickly becoming the family he had always longed for. It almost brought tears to his eyes. Hermione watched it all with them, cuddled into Harry. When the film ended, they both said good night and moved to their rooms. Hermione joined Harry in bed a few minutes later but didn't lock the door. She then cuddled with Harry and fell asleep at once. Harry was still wondering about the girl who seemed to trust him so explicitly, yet he fell asleep with a smile again. New abilities. 6. New abilities. August 12, 1991. Monday. Elf magic. Harry woke up with a start. He didn't know where he was for a moment. He was alone in bed, although the bed at his side was still warm. He then heard the water in the toilet. "Have I woken you?" Hermione asked in a hushed voice. "I don't know. I just felt suddenly alone." "You're not alone. I'm with you, but I needed the loo. I probably drank too much after dinner." He smiled as she climbed back to bed and cuddled at his side, pressing her front on his ribs. "I was afraid it was my period already," she told him. Harry tried to remember what he had learned about the female body. "Your bleeding time? It's due in a couple of days, but at our age it may still be irregular. I should have worn thicker knickers, at least." Harry wasn't sure what to say. He liked feeling her body pressed onto his, but he was also extremely sleepy. He just hugged her closer, kissed the cheek that lay next to his head and fell back asleep. "Rise and shine. It's a new day." Hermione's voice brought him out of his slumber. Opening his eyes, he found that she was still in bed, but she had already removed the blanket.
I'm sorry.
"No sleeping in this morning, as we need to let Dad take us on time," she said. Harry still enjoyed looking at her. She wore her dressing gown over the nightgown, winked at him, saying, "Hurry up," and left the room. 15 minutes later, both children were already showered and dressed for the day. Jean served them breakfast as Dave joined them at the table. They all ate quickly, with Dave glancing at his watch several times. "Don't forget your overcoats," he reminded the children. Both went to their rooms. Harry took his backpack, containing his clothes. Hermione also took a backpack with several books and enough room for some more. Both had some money with them as well. They all crammed into Dave's car, which was actually quite large, although less comfortable than his wife's. Dave dropped them at the train station. "Stay safe," he told them. Jean came out of the car to hug them both. "Have a good day and enjoy yourselves. You're bound to become adults too soon and regret not having enjoyed your childhood enough," she said. Hermione dragged Harry to a secluded corner as soon as her parents left. "I've taken Mum's spare makeup kit. Let me treat you now before boarding, as Monday morning traffic may be quite heavy, and the train is sure to be full." She quickly covered his scar as before and used some of the makeup to make it blend completely with the rest of his forehead. She checked her handiwork critically. One can still notice its makeup, but only when looking very attentively. For all practical purposes, you're scar-free. The train ride was not too comfortable, as the train was overcrowded, forcing them to stand for most of the way. Harry didn't mind it too much, though, as they hugged each other to be able to stand stably in the crowd. Feeling Hermione hug him and hugging her back was very nice. The ride in the underground was even more crowded, and they felt quite relieved once they came out of it. They still held hands, though. Due to the catalog they had previously gotten from the shop, they already knew where to look for the books of interest. There weren't many, though. There was a booklet for teaching apparition, where it was plainly stated that only of-age wizards and witches were allowed to apparate after taking a licensing exam. Another explained about portkeys, clearly stating that they also needed to be created only by people authorized by the ministry. As they could find no other form of magical transport, they decided to look at some books dealing with other magical beings. Both house elves and goblins could magically move from place to place, as far as they already knew. They could find no book detailing goblin magic, but there were 2 thin books about elf magic. They bought them both. As they left the store, Harry looked at the sky. It was mostly cloudy, with only a few small openings between the clouds, allowing a few occasional sun rays in. "We may just as well go to that library," he noted. Hermione agreed immediately. It didn't take long to read both books from cover to cover. Harry found them interesting but didn't see how he could use any of that information to do any kind of magic. Hermione had other ideas, though. "We need to think a bit differently if we want to use any of this, but I don't believe it's too difficult. I'm sure we can do it." Harry hadn't noticed when she started to use that "we" in her sentences, implying they were together, but he really liked that implication. "How do you suggest we proceed?" he asked, not quite sure what she meant. "We need to meditate a bit about this. I think it's about time for lunch. We may even think about it during lunch." Moving magically, the sky had cleared during the morning. After eating their fill, they walked to a nearby garden without even discussing it. They sat on a bench and browsed through the books once again, each pointing to some paragraphs of interest. They seemed to understand each other even without talking. "I think I already know how to do it," Hermione finally said. "Do what? Move magically?" She nodded happily. She then scanned that little garden, noticing that they were alone and quite secluded. She walked to another bench and sat down. Harry knew she was concentrating, seeing that slight frown and the way she was biting her lips. She then disappeared from view, reappearing on the bench at his side. She looked around as if to reassure herself of her location and then grabbed Harry and kissed him plainly on his lips. "I did it. I can now help you do it too." Harry was too confused by the kiss to pay attention. "You kissed my lips?" he said, as if not believing this had really happened. "Yes, I did. Isn't it exciting that we can now move that way? Why did you kiss me that way? Doesn't it imply love?" "Of course it does. Would I decide to stick with you for the rest of our lives if I didn't love you?" Harry was thinking hard. He really liked this kiss, as innocent as it was. He suddenly understood what he felt towards Hermione. It was not just friendship anymore. "I think I love you too," he said. Hermione didn't need more than that. She pounced on Harry, kissing his lips with unrestrained passion. Harry felt wonderful. This was what he expected a kiss to feel, based on all he'd read and heard before. He hugged Hermione tighter, feeling like they were merging on a deeper level, and continued kissing, just as passionately. They had to stop eventually. Both had red faces and wide smiles. They kept hugging, only not as tightly. Hermione rested her brow on Harry's. "I think we're a couple now." "We sure are." He felt his heart overflow with happiness, knowing that Hermione was now his partner for life, as she had previously said. They would make it official when they got older, he was sure, but he felt they were connected stronger than he could ever imagine. More than anything else, he was glad that Hermione would stay his friend forever. Took them a while to calm down. Hermione resumed talking about what that kiss interrupted. She instructed Harry very precisely. With her explaining everything, it all seemed simple enough. The whole concept of elf magic became as clear as a crystal. He took a quick tour of all the benches in that garden without ever walking. It really was fantastic. "Let's try to move some farther. Think of the room we slept in. Let's go there now." Hermione disappeared as soon as she finished talking. Harry followed her a fraction of a second later. A passerby that happened to look into that garden was sure that he had a slight hallucination, as he saw two children disappearing into thin air. "I probably had too much to drink last night," he thought. Both children appeared in the Granger guest room. Hermione seemed too excited to maintain her calm appearance. "We did it. We did it. Oh, I love you." She hugged Harry tightly and kissed him all over his face, making Harry laugh. She then grabbed his head and kissed his lips even more passionately than before. It was becoming hotter very quickly, but Hermione still managed to stay in control. "I don't think we should continue now. My parents are due back soon, and it wouldn't be wise to let them find us like this." Harry had to agree, although his whole being asked to go on and reach a deeper level of whatever that was. He let go of her quite reluctantly. "Let's return to that garden, before somebody may come there and see us appearing," he suggested. A flick of an eye later, they were back in that garden. "Now we need to visit your hotel room," she said. "Why?" Hermione rolled her eyes. yet didn't really seem annoyed. "If I intend to sleep at your side tonight, I need to come to your bed, as the bed in my room is not wide enough for two, and you're not supposed to still sleep in the guest room. I need to know the exact place to come to. I can't just appear in my nightgown at the hotel's door. Can I? Of course not. Let's go." I should have left my backpack there anyway. It was late afternoon when they arrived at the hotel. Selma was at the reception desk. "I thought you would be back last night," she told Harry. "Is this your friend?" "Yes, this is Hermione. We're going to be at the same boarding school." "Hermione, this is Selma." The girls scanned each other as if considering the competition. "Pleased to meet you," Hermione spoke first. "Harry has told me that you were of great help to him when he needed it." Selma smiled, relaxing slightly. "Nice to meet you too. It's good that he'll have somebody he knows there. It can be difficult to adjust to a new place with no friends around." Harry could still sense some tension. "I only want to show Hermione where I live and put my backpack there before we go out again." Selma waved them forward, seeming a bit pensive. Hermione scanned Harry's hotel room. "It's quite nice in here. It's a room for two, so it seems." She smiled widely. "We shall be two for the night." Harry was a bit worried. "I think Selma suspects? I know. You may still spend some time with her. I'll come a bit after 10. Just lock the door before I arrive. Will you? And you don't mind?" he wondered. "She's not coming to Hogwarts, is she? It will all be over by September. You seem to enjoy her company, and she surely enjoys yours. I don't expect you to return to this hotel next summer, that's sure. I'll probably have my parents invite you to spend the summer with us." Harry just laughed happily. He left his backpack in the room, making sure to take enough money with him. Selma looked at the door long after the two children left, holding hands, and wondered about their relationship. Nightly visit. Harry returned to the hotel 2 hours later, after having dinner with Hermione and escorting her back to the train. Selma knocked on his door a few minutes later. "What is that girl for you?" she asked as soon as she came in. "She's my friend. Is there any problem with it?" "Are you?" she asked, not quite sure how to phrase it, but disregarding his question. Harry felt his face heat. "She's just 11, as I am. We're too young for more than friendship." It wasn't exactly an answer, he knew, but he didn't need to say more. "She looks older, as you do. I'm sure she's going to eventually ask for more." Selma sighed as if foreseeing the inevitable. "You're very close, aren't you?" "Yes, we are," he admitted. She sighed again, sat on his bed and patted the place at her side. Harry sat down as well. "Harry, I'm sure you've already noticed I have a crush on you. I never had much interest in boys before I met you, not even in my boyfriend, to be honest, but I can only think of you since we met. I would have been glad to marry you and live my whole life at your side. That's what I feel now, at least. I reckon you don't feel the same about me. I consider you a friend. I like you as a person. I don't think we can have any future together, though. You know that I'm going to join a kind of different world. I'm sure your mother has told you a bit about it. I'm also somewhat too young for you. You'd do better with your boyfriend, and if he's not good enough for you, I'm sure you will find someone more suitable. But please don't hurry, and make sure that the boy you choose appreciates you." Selma smiled sadly. "I should have known. It will all be over on the first day of school. Won't it? I'll probably come to see how you're doing when not at school. You're still my friend." She lifted her head, looking determined. "Well, we can still spend some time together." Once again, they spent almost an hour together, with Selma doing most of the talking. When she left, he checked the bed. After sitting on it for most of an hour, it looked crumpled. He wanted the bed to be clean and fresh when Hermione came. This reminded him of elf magic. It was all about making things happen by applying one's magic directly, with no wands or incantations. In a way, it was much simpler than wizard's magic and much more powerful. He concentrated on how he wanted the bed to be. A moment later, the bedsheets were as taut as if freshly made and cleaner than ever. He felt that the bed was now ready for Hermione. As was his custom since coming to this hotel, he stayed in his boxers only, not bothering with sleepwear. 2 minutes after 10, Hermione materialized on his bed, wearing her silky nightgown. "I missed you," she said, jumping at him and engulfing him in a tight hug. This time, It was Harry who initiated the kiss, enjoying the feeling of her lips against his, of feeling like they were merging. Hermione responded with unrestrained passion, deepening the kiss and making it much hotter. They still refrained from taking it any further, feeling not ready for that. "What is the name of this way of magically moving that we used?" Harry asked. "It's certainly not apparition, but what is it called?" Hermione gave it a thought. "I don't think I've read anything referring to it. We may call it any name we want. How about fading? If done slowly, it really feels like we fade out of one place and fade in at the other, like transitions in films or TV." Harry smiled. "Then fading it is." They kissed some more and then she cuddled into him and they both fell asleep. August 13th, 1991, Tuesday. They woke up as the room lightened. Hermione stretched in bed. "What time is it?" Harry turned his head to the bedside clock. "It's a few minutes after 6. Hermione seemed alarmed. "I need to return home. My parents wake at 6:30 and I need to join them for breakfast before 7. She moved swiftly out of bed and went to the bathroom. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, trying to imagine what would happen to them at school. "Why so solemn?" he heard her voice. As he turned around, he saw her in a nightgown, with the bathroom light making her hair shine like a halo around her head. He found her irresistibly beautiful. He smiled at her, feeling his heart overflow with love. At least he thought that was love. "I was thinking about how we could continue like this at school." Hermione glanced at the clock. It was already 6:32. "We'll think about it later," she said. She quickly covered herself with the dressing robe. "I'll meet you at the train station as usual." She kissed him lightly on his lips and disappeared. Harry showered and then got dressed for the day. He then checked the bedsheets. They were more crumpled than when he slept alone, but not by much. He left the sheets as they were. It would be suspicious if the sheets seemed too neat. He then opened the window, for Hedwig to be able to come, and left for breakfast. "I thought you'd sleep in today." Selma welcomed him in the dining room. "Why did you think so?" She smiled, not quite happily. "I could hear you were talking to some other girl. My family lives in the apartment at the end of that corridor, you should know." "Who was she?" "I noticed nobody coming in after I left you alone." He didn't feel like lying to her. She was a friend, even if not a very close one. She deserved to know the truth. "Hermione came to stay with me for the night. She used magic to come directly into my room. It was completely innocent, I assure you. But you still like her much more," she stated. "It's not that. I feel like we're some kind of soul mates, as if we're destined for each other." She sighed. "And where does that put me?" Harry gave it a thought. "It doesn't really change much for you. We both knew that our friendship would not stay the same when I move out of here, and I can still spend some time with you until then, except during the weekend." "And Hermione approves?" "She's not bothered about it, knowing that it will not last. I wouldn't cheat on her, you know." "But you had no problem cheating on me." Harry knew that she was a bit hurt, but there was nothing he could say to correct that. "You and I don't have that same kind of relationship. You're my friend, though." He already knew she felt some more, but as it wasn't mutual, he didn't have to mention it. She looked a bit sad. "I hoped it would turn to more than that, but, well, I intend to enjoy whatever I get for as long as it lasts." Harry had to spend some time with her. Luckily, she also had her chores, so it was relatively short. Ancestry 7. Ancestry. Despite the delay, Harry succeeded in reaching the train station a few minutes before Hermione arrived. She hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek when they met. "Why did you come by train? You could have just come into my room, like last night," he said. She smiled. "How could I explain this to my parents? Besides, Dad likes driving me to the train station. I wouldn't take that from him. It may also make Selma suspicious." "Selma already knows. We weren't quiet enough," he admitted, blushing a bit. "How did she take it?" "I think she was a bit hurt. I said that I wouldn't cheat on you, and she said, 'But you don't mind cheating on me.' I had to tell her that it's very different." He noticed she was paler than a few hours earlier. "Are you feeling well?" "I'm fine. It's just that my period started soon after I reached home." "Does it hurt?" Hermione smiled, glad that he cared so much for her. "No, usually not, although it may hurt at times, and some women hurt more than others. It's normally no worse than a pinprick. More of a nuisance than real pain. So, what do you suggest we do today? As always, since he got to know her, just being in her company made him feel much happier. Well, after having alerted the whole hotel to my visit, I think we should find some ways to keep our privacy. There was nothing about such charms in the books we've already read, which means, back to Diagon Alley. Harry completed the sentence. As they went to the underground station, Harry stopped in front of a mirror. Once again he used elf magic. This time he made his scar invisible and cast a mild notice me not on his whole face. Whoever would see him would only notice a boy, but would be unable to see his exact features. Hermione was still unaffected. I think that we are starting to bond and it makes us always fully aware of each other, she noted. Then why didn't I know you've got your period? You may have sensed something, but been unable to interpret it. We don't really know anything about this bond. They reached Diagon Alley with no problems. When Harry saw the big white building of Gringotts, it reminded him. I need to visit the bank as well. I'd like to make sure I have enough money to buy some things beyond necessities. Maybe I should do this first, before burdening ourselves with books. Hermione was a bit reluctant. The only time she had previously visited there, with her parents, the goblins seemed very intimidating and not welcoming at all. Yet Harry had already told her how helpful they'd been to him. It was worth a try. Besides, she didn't want to wait for him somewhere else. Harry approached a teller. I'd like to see whoever manages my account, he said. Your name? Harry Potter. The goblin teller seemed to change his attitude immediately. Please wait a moment, Mr. Potter, while I go and fetch your account manager. They didn't have to wait long, as the teller returned promptly with another, older goblin. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought this was the one who sent Bill to help him. Good morning, Mr. Potter, miss. Please come to my office, where we may discuss our business privately. The children followed the goblin to an ornate office, where they were offered 2 comfortable chairs in front of the desk, where the goblin sat behind. Before we can proceed, I must take a drop of your blood to verify your identity, especially since I don't see your famous scar. Oh, that. Harry concentrated for a moment, making his scar visible again, also removing the other charm. I can see it now, but I still need a more precise identification. He passed a parchment to Harry, along with a miniature dagger. Just make a small cut on your finger and put a drop of blood on the marked square of the parchment. Once it's done, the cut will heal immediately. Harry did as requested, letting a drop fall on his parchment. His cut was sealed and healing even before he passed the dagger back. They both watched with fascination as the parchment filled with lines and words, not quite understanding what they meant. The goblin took a glance at the finished parchment and continued. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Sharpclaw, your main account manager. I've been handling the Potter accounts for the last 29 years, and I hope you'll consider my work good enough to let me keep this job. Before we can continue, though, I need to know who the young lady is, assuming you want her to take part in this. She's my very good friend, Hermione Granger, and I have no secrets from her, Harry declared. The goblin smiled, keeping his mouth closed. As much as I appreciate this, I also need a precise identification of her. He took another parchment and the dagger and moved them in front of Hermione. Please, miss. Hermione grimaced as she took the dagger and checked it for cleanliness. She then did as requested, passing back the dagger and the parchment. Sharpclaw waited for the parchment to fill before continuing. Now, I'd like you to take a good look at the parchments you've just used. You may find some facts about yourselves which you haven't known before. He moved the parchments back in front of the children. Harry looked at his parchment. Name Harry James Potter. Parents: James and Lily Potter, deceased. Marital status: soul bound to Hermione Granger, not finished. Betrothals: none. Vassals: Weasley, Brown. Allies: Longbottom, Bones, Greengrass. Known enemies: Thomas Riddle Jr., aka Voldemort, Severus Snape. Godparents: Sirius Black, Alice Longbottom. Magical abilities: Charms, Mastery; Potions, Mastery; Defense, Mastery; Animagus, Metamorphmagus, Parselmouth, Occlumency, Legilimency, Mastery. Ancestry: Potter, Gryffindor, Peveril, Slytherin. Lodgings, Potter Manor, unplottable. Potter House, Godric Hollow, partly destroyed. The Mistress's Apartment, Diagon Alley, currently rented by Flourish and Blots. The Concubine's Apartment, Diagon Alley, currently rented by Quality Quidditch Supplies. Harry didn't look any further. It was quite overwhelming already. He glanced at the other parchment, though. Name, Hermione Jean Granger. Parents, David and Jean Granger. Marital status, soul-bound to Harry Potter, not finished. Betrothals, none. Magical abilities, charms, mastery, potions, mastery, defense, mastery, transfiguration, mastery, ancient runes, mastery, arithmancy, mastery, animagus, occlumency, legilimency, mastery, ancestry. Ravenclaw. He stopped there. What is the meaning of our ancestry? The goblin seemed content to answer that question. It means that you are a direct descendant of the names mentioned there. In your case, the Potters are known as descendants of both Gryffindor and Peveril. The Slytherin ancestry must have come from your mother, though as it has never been in the Potter line. As for your friend, she's the first person to be able to claim that ancestry for almost a millennium. Aren't these the same as the Hogwarts house names? Yes, these are the names of the founders. The Bones family is known as the descendant of the fourth founder Hufflepuff. Now, a very peculiar fact may interest you. Most of the current noble families only grant the position of head of house or lordship to adult wizards, yet some of the older ones had lower limit or no limit at all. You may only take your Potter lordship after reaching 14, but Peveril can be taken at 12 while Gryffindor, Slytherin and Ravenclaw have no such limit. You can claim these lordships immediately, although their usefulness is quite limited. And what's the meaning of that bond? Why is it unfinished? Hermione asked. Sharpclaw turned more serious. A soul bond is a very strong bond between two people. Once completed, it cannot be undone by any known means. Soul-bound couples are considered married. As for completing, that's what Muggles call consummating the marriage. You're both too young for that. I'm sure it will come naturally as you grow up. Harry wasn't sure what it meant, but Hermione blushed quite nicely. He would ask her later. What they had initially thought of as a brief visit to the bank eventually occupied their whole morning. Sharpclaw gave them an overview of the Potter accounts and suggested some alternative investments. They agreed, knowing no better. They then visited the Potter Vault, as well as the Slytherin and Ravenclaw ones. Harry couldn't yet take the Lord Potter ring, due to his age, but he took the Gryffindor and the Slytherin rings and Hermione took the Ravenclaw one. Harry still found a pair of friendship rings, one for each, that he was allowed to take out. He promptly gave the feminine one to Hermione and put on the masculine version. They ordered their rings to become invisible as advised. They were too overwhelmed to pay much attention to the rest, although Hermione still noticed that each vault contained a large collection of ancient books. Just before leaving the bank, Harry applied his charms again, making his scar invisible and his face unnoticed. They went to the restaurant where Bill had taken them and had a silent lunch, each deep in thought. We should still buy those books we had in mind before going to the bank, Hermione reminded him, as they were sipping their pumpkin juice after the meal. Yes, although I doubt we will be able to read them today. My head is spinning with all the information we got there. Mine too, but if we buy them today, it may spare us another visit to Diagon Alley. Harry smiled tiredly. That's a good incentive to do it today. They didn't spend much time at the bookstore, quickly finding the books they wanted. Yet they did glance at the apartments above the shop and at the other one mentioned, wondering how they were inside. Harry didn't give it much thought, though. The list on the parchment was quite long, including some houses and apartments in other parts of London, as well as other cities around the world. He only wondered where he would eventually like to live. Where should we go now? Harry asked as they left the alley. The library? She suggested. All right. It already feels almost like home. It didn't take them long to reach the library and sit at their table once again. Despite feeling tired after the long visit at the bank, it was easy enough to find a spell to silence a room, making no sound escape outside. They weren't sure where to try it. We can go to your hotel room and try it there, Hermione suggested. Harry didn't know what Selma would say if she saw them there, but he didn't think it would change much. They left the library but didn't feel like riding the underground and then walking to the hotel. They found a secluded place in one of the corridors leading to the underground station and immediately moved magically to Harry's room. Hermione then asked, "I feel a bit tired now, probably due to my period. I feel like I could use a nap. Do you mind?" Harry didn't mind. Actually, with the way the summer was going, he felt like he needed some more sleep, just to let his mind catch up with the events. He nodded approvingly. Hermione quickly removed most of her clothes, staying in only her training bra and her knickers, urging Harry to do the same. She then cuddled into him and they both fell asleep. They woke up as someone was trying to open the door. Harry was glad that he remembered to lock it before going to bed. "Who is it?" he asked. "Harry? I didn't know you were in. I need to clean the room," he heard Selma's voice.
I'm tired.
"Skip cleaning it today? Will you?" He really sounded sleepy. "Are you sure you're all right?" she asked with concern.
I'm fine.
"I just need some more sleep. I'll get up in another hour or so."
Fine.
"Sleep tight." They heard Selma as she moved to the next room in the corridor. Harry hugged Hermione, who was also awakened, closer, and resumed his slumber. Harry woke up, feeling well refreshed, about an hour later. Hermione was also stirring awake. "I need the bathroom," she said apologetically, quickly moving there. A moment later, he heard her, "Harry, can you bring me my tampons?" "They're in the small front pocket of my backpack, in a purple package." Harry blushed at seeing the text on the package, but brought it obediently, gaining himself a warm smile from Hermione. She came out a bit later, looking relieved and refreshed. "Do you want to read a bit? I need to take the train back soon enough." "You can fade back to your room if you want," Harry reminded her. She looked at the bedside clock. "My parents will be home in about an hour. I can stay with you for half an hour and then fade home. Mom knows I've got my period, so she'll think it made me return home early. We can still read a bit. We should get dressed first, though." It was easy enough to find a spell to silence a room, making no sound escape outside. They tried it on the bathroom door and were quite pleased with the results. Neither used a wand, not even giving it a thought. With that achievement fresh in her mind, they spent some more time reading before Hermione faded away. Harry checked the room to make sure there were no signs left of her presence, not wanting to cause any questions, and then unlocked the door and went out for dinner. Sharing the news. 8. Sharing the news. The rest of that week was quite ordinary. Hermione joined Harry at his hotel room each night, sleeping better than ever, but faded back home early in the morning. They still spent some time talking or just cuddling before falling asleep. Selma joined Harry for breakfast, making it as long as possible to let her talk to Harry, and then he would meet Hermione at the train station and spend the whole day with her. They went to one of the parks when the weather was good enough, or spent it in the library at other times. Harry even took her to the cinema once. They managed to reread all the books they had bought at Flourish and Blots together and started going over the school books as well. Harry was sure they'd have read them twice by the time they reached school, but he didn't mind. Any time spent with Hermione, even while reading books, was time well spent, from his point of view. Selma got some more time with Harry after dinner, usually sitting in his room and talking, and then Hermione came for the night. August 16th, 1991. Friday telling. "My parents expect you to come for this weekend too," Hermione reminded him Friday morning, before fading back home. "Did you tell them?" "Only that we were dating. I'm going to also tell them about fading, though. I think Mum already suspects something." "Won't they be angry at us?" "They can't be angry at you, can they? As far as they are concerned, you're just a friend. They may frown at me keeping it secret, but I've already told them I needed to spend each night with you if only to sleep better. As you can't stay with me." This made Harry laugh. "You're surely accustomed to getting things your way, at least with your parents." She didn't laugh. "I had nobody else until I met you, and now we have each other. That reminds me we need to find some more about our bond. We may check this today." When they visited the bookstore, they didn't find much. A book about bonds had a single paragraph dedicated to each kind of bonds and a very thin booklet dealt exclusively with soul bonds, yet both had very little information in them. They still bought both but spent most of the day just strolling leisurely in the streets, window shopping and then cuddling together in one of the parks, enjoying the rare English sun. Harry did notice that they were talking less with words and more with, well, he didn't know exactly what it was, but it felt like Hermione was talking directly into his mind. You know, I think I can hear you in my mind even when you're not talking. Do you think it's due to the bond? He asked. Hermione looked delighted. I feel the same. It actually agrees with what we found about soul bonds, although the information in the books was so vague that we could have just misinterpreted it. This kind of direct communication made him feel even closer to this smart girl. It was also nice thinking of her as his bond mate. Just like the previous Friday, he joined her for the train ride in the afternoon. Although they could easily fade to the Granger house, it was more fun riding the train, especially since they were both proud to be seen with each other. Hermione hadn't said it, but he already knew that she had been teased on more than one occasion for having no friends. Coming home with him in view of the whole neighborhood was a kind of revenge that was also doing wonders to improve her self-confidence. Jean Granger welcomed Harry like he was her own son. He couldn't detect any difference in the way she treated him from the way she treated her own daughter. She hugged him as tightly, kissed his cheeks and looked him over as if to make sure he was well. Dave wasn't quite as warm, giving him only a short manly hug and shaking his hand. Yet Harry still felt welcome in a way he had never felt anywhere else. Hermione escorted him to the guest room and helped him unpack. They were surprised when Jean entered the room and closed the door behind her. "You've been spending the nights together since last week, weren't you?" she asked both children. Harry felt his face get hot. Hermione only blushed slightly before answering, "Yes, we were. I've already told you that I slept much better with Harry at my side." Jean didn't look angry, only a bit confused. "Care to tell me how you managed to do it? I'm sure you didn't hide Harry in your room." Hermione answered nonchalantly, "We've just found a way to reach places magically. We call it fading. I faded to his hotel room each night after saying good night to you and faded back in the morning." Jean looked less surprised than one could expect. "Can you show me how you do it?" Hermione left Harry's hand and faded to the farthest corner of the room, and then walked back and took his hand in hers again. Jean looked with awe before asking, "Can you do it too, Harry?" Harry nodded. He freed his hand and then faded to the same spot as Hermione and walked back, taking her hand in his. Jean smiled. "Well, it looks like you won't have any problems sleeping together at school too. Just don't make me a grandmother too early." Harry blushed at the implications. Hermione spoke, though. "Mum, I'm still a virgin. Besides, I'm having my period now. I've also learned the contraceptive charm, and so did Harry. There's also a contraceptive potion that we may be able to brew after we learn a bit about potions. I will be well protected. Besides, none of us feels ready. I believe it may take 2 years, at least, before we both are. I only intend to make you a grandmother after we graduate." Jean opened her arms to hug them both. "I'm glad you're so mature and so capable, although it's quite a bit frightening. I thought I'd still have my little girl for a few more years." "You still have me, and you now have Harry too," Hermione said from within the hug. "I know, dear, but it's not the same. You may still look not much older than a little girl, but I can feel you're quickly becoming a full woman. You've already chosen your life mate, haven't you?" Hermione only nodded. Harry, despite feeling very uncomfortable with the subject, couldn't refrain from asking, "How do you know?" Jean smiled, still hugging both. "I know my Hermione. Once she made up her mind, nothing would stop her. The first time I found her in your bed, although it was completely innocent, I knew where it would lead. I don't yet know you too well, but you seem to care for her and to appreciate her opinion. It's very clear where this closeness will lead." She turned serious again. "I think you should tell your father too, dear, or would you like me to tell him?" Harry could sense that Hermione wasn't too sure about it, but it was her decision to make. He only tried to make her feel that he supported her decision, whatever it would be. "I'm not sure," she finally said. "Maybe it would be better if you tell him first, as then he won't be too angry when we tell him." Jean nodded. "I'll call you down for dinner after I tell your dad while preparing it. I don't think he'll be too surprised." Left alone, Harry felt his apprehension grow. Hermione tried to calm him down. "Don't worry. Young boys are not expected to show restraint. I don't think it's fair, but it's always the girls who are expected to be cautious and act respectfully, so that if he's going to be angry with anyone, it will be with me, not with you. We've also done nothing but sleep. Harry, for whom loving parents were a rare commodity, had slightly different feelings. I don't want anybody to be angry with you. Certainly not your father. Hermione smiled. Dad loves me and wants me happy. He may be upset for a bit, but he won't stay angry at me. Dave was sitting at the table, looking pensive, when the children came for dinner. He didn't bother them with questions during the meal, but was very attentive to the interactions between them. He soon had no doubt the two children were a couple as much as he and his wife were, or even more so. They seemed to anticipate the needs of their mates and act before being asked. Harry offered Hermione the salt before she even needed it, and she did the same with a napkin. Dave could not say that he and Jean had already reached that kind of understanding, although they'd been together for almost 2 decades. After dinner, they all moved to the living room. Harry wasn't sure how to act. Hermione spoke first, as soon as her parents were seated. Dad, I think you need to know about some changes that occurred in my life. Jean, who thought that she already knew what it was all about, seemed surprised at the serious tone. Dave only looked expectant. Harry held her hand tighter while Hermione continued speaking. I've already told you that I found Harry to be the one I want to share my life with. I know we are very young and people may change their minds several times while growing up, yet this is not the case with Harry and me. We love each other deeply and we share a kind of magical bond, a very rare one. You see, when we finally consummate our love, we'll be magically bound for life, making us legally married. Her parents gasped. This was certainly not what they expected Hermione to confess about, yet this was much more than that. I don't understand. Care to explain? Dave asked. It was clear that he didn't need an explanation about consummation but wanted to know some more about the rest. It was Harry who replied this time. We've lately realized that we can communicate with each other even without talking. We can sense the moods of the other and some thoughts. According to the books we've found, these are the first steps in forming a soul bond. Judging by the speed these changes are taking place, it may turn into a very strong bond. Dave looked somewhat lost. So, am I losing my little girl to this young man? He asked nobody in particular. Dad, we're just the same as before. I'm still your loving daughter and you may treat Harry like the son you always wanted. We're still children and we need a lot of advice from you. You haven't lost me and never will. You only gained a son. Took Dave another moment to comprehend and let it sink. He still looked somewhat confused. Well, Harry, welcome to the family. He stood up, as did the children, and he hugged them both. Jean joined the hug a moment later. It was a very new sensation for Harry. He could not remember ever being hugged before he escaped the Dursleys. He'd been previously hugged only by Hermione, yet this was different. He felt acceptance and even love in the hug. He felt his heart overflow with emotions, and he also felt some tears reaching his eyes. He then felt Hermione's soothing presence in his mind. They love you, Harry. They understand we are one from now on. Eventually, they broke the hug and returned to their seats. Dave still had something nagging in his mind. As you're going to marry Hermione, I think I should know a bit more about your finances. Maybe even help you with it. Dad, Harry has more money than we could spend in several lifetimes, and enough assets to let us live comfortably only on that income, without touching the savings at all. You don't need to worry about that. Besides, we've found out that I also have some magical inheritance that gave me a vault with some money in it. We'll be all right. The Granger parents left the subject alone for the rest of the evening, not quite sure what to ask. Both couples enjoyed some entertainment on the television for a while. Hermione's parents retired early to bed, kissing both children goodnight. Although still apprehensive, Harry felt that he was fully accepted, yet it would take Hermione's parents some time to come to terms with the new situation. End of summer. 9. End of summer. August 17th, 1991. Saturday, 2 more weeks. It was the next morning after breakfast, when Jean asked, "So, what are your plans for the rest of the summer vacation?" "I think we shall keep the same schedule as last week," Hermione said. "Harry doesn't want to attract attention, so we don't want to advertise our relationship, and it will be easier for you if he doesn't stay here during the week. I will only come for a change of clothes and to see you a bit before returning to his hotel room for the night. I sleep so much better when we're together, you know? Jean smiled. If you just fade home, I think you may both join us for dinner every day. It wouldn't do to keep you apart, would it? Harry felt thankful. He didn't exactly know what he had expected, but he certainly hadn't expected such easy acceptance. He was still wondering about it, though. It went so easily that it was suspicious. I used some legilimency to make them ready for the idea. He sensed Hermione in his mind. It would have taken several tense days or even weeks otherwise, but they would have accepted the situation just the same. I was only smoothing the way for them. Harry wasn't sure this was the way others would have seen it, but he accepted her explanations. There was no going back on their bond the way he understood it, so that making it easier for someone to accept the facts seemed a worthy idea. We'll come together for dinner, he agreed. But I'll still take breakfast at the hotel, and give Selma her Harry time before I join you again. Hermione chuckled in his mind. Hey, that's not fair. I still think that we should also have some friends. And you know that I only love you, he sent back. Sure. But you still enjoy her company too. I only want you, really. It's your company, your love, and your understanding that I cherish much more. Hermione was suddenly smiling brightly as she jumped to Harry and kissed him passionately. Dave grimaced. Seeing his daughter kissing a boy was still difficult for him, no matter that it was her bondmate and future husband. As far as he was concerned, she should have still been an innocent child, oblivious to the other gender. Why did she have to mature so quickly? He still needed his little girl. Jean looked more pensive, though. She was becoming acutely aware of the fact that her daughter was no longer a little girl. Looking at Harry, she saw that although he was still a bit too short and quite slim for his age, his behavior seemed more mature than that of most boys 2 years older. Dave coughed a few times until the passionate kiss ended. That kind of behavior is best kept between the two of you with no audience, he commented. Is that why you used to kiss Mum even more passionately whenever you thought I was immersed in a book? Hermione asked innocently. Dave blushed. Oh, Jean started laughing. I always told you that your daughter is much more observant than you thought. They still returned to the main subject a moment later. What will you do at school, though? Hermione shrugged. This bond is still forming, so we can't officially use it to ask for special accommodation. We may still be able to fade to the other's bed, if necessary. Harry doesn't want to attract any attention, though. Why are you so reluctant to get attention? Dave asked Harry directly. It took Harry a moment to phrase his reply. The family I was left with after my parents died didn't love me and didn't treat me nicely. They hate magic and didn't tell me anything about my parents, trying to pretend that magic and everything connected to it didn't exist. When I found out that I could afford to stay at a hotel for the rest of the summer, I was very glad not to return to them, and they didn't want me back either. He swallowed hard and then continued. The one who put me there is Hogwarts headmaster, so it seems, but I only found out at the bank. He may have his own motives for keeping me with my relatives, but I'd rather he left me alone. Now, not yet being officially an adult, I still have him as my magical guardian, but I don't want him to know anything until I'm sure he can do nothing to interfere with our emerging bond. Dave nodded understandingly. He suspected there was more to it, things that Harry didn't want to tell, and possibly things that Harry didn't yet know, but that was all right. Dave could now understand why Harry tried to avoid attention. Don't you think that your bond will eventually be revealed? Harry shrugged. It probably will. Once we complete it, the Ministry will know about it like it does with any magical wedding, and the information may be passed to Hogwarts. Until then, I hope we can be ready for any confrontation on the subject. He didn't mention their occlumency, nor their lordships that could make a difference as far as he understood. There were also all those charms they were already doing wandlessly that could help them. For a muggle, these were too far-fetched ideas to be of any use. It took him quite some time to come to terms with his new abilities and positions. For someone who couldn't do magic or live in the magical world, it was simply irrelevant. But Harry felt sure that some of them would prove quite useful at the right time. He didn't worry about that. They didn't mention this again during the weekend, enjoying their time together as any loving family would. Monday morning, when he said goodbye to his hosts, Harry felt that he was really loved by them. It was the first time he felt loved by any adults, and he felt really thankful for that. It wasn't a long parting, though. He joined the Granger family for dinner that evening. He then faded back to his hotel room and spent some time in conversation with Selma, giving her a share of his attention. He then made ready for Hermione, who joined him for the night. They intended to keep this schedule for the rest of the summer. Even disregarding all the other things that had happened before that summer, these were the happiest days Harry had ever had. He enjoyed sharing a deepening bond with Hermione, making everything they did together seem special and enjoyable. He had plenty to eat, enjoying better and bigger meals than he could ever remember getting. He read all that he wanted, bought whatever he fancied, and didn't need to care about expenses. He could even go to a theater, a restaurant, and a theme park every day if he wanted. Still, he spent most of his time with Hermione, usually studying in the library, and when the weather was nice enough, reading in one of the public parks or just strolling around, holding hands. Harry invited Hermione to the theater or the cinema a few times. He didn't care much about the show or the film, though. He just enjoyed looking at Hermione's face as she was watching. He was fascinated by her various expressions, finding himself admiring her beauty and feeling elated for being loved by her. Maybe we should try the Animagus transformation again? Harry suggested one morning. Are you sure about it? This transformation was very exhausting the first time we tried it. I'm not sure we're much stronger now. Harry shrugged. I have no way to check it. Even if we find a charm to measure our powers, we don't know what the results of that charm would have been at that time. I know I feel more powerful, and everything we try goes smoother and easier than before. It may only be that we're more accustomed to magic by now. Hermione gave it a thought and nodded her agreement. Where would you like to try it, then? Harry had his answer ready. Your parents' backyard should be ideal. It is well hidden from the neighbors and from passers-by, and we can rest there all we need if we get too exhausted. Hermione smiled at him, and he felt like she was congratulating him for becoming more focused in his mind. They only changed their schedule slightly, shortening the time they spent on reading and then fading to the Granger residence earlier than usual. Once there, they went to the backyard. They first hugged, and then took 2 steps back each, putting some distance between them. Harry concentrated for a moment and soon found himself on all 4. Looking around, he saw the beautiful she-wolf looking at him with her brown eyes. He then felt as if he could see himself through her eyes, and was quite delighted at the sight of the majestic green-eyed white wolf that appeared in his mind. Cautiously, they approached each other. They rubbed their heads on each other first and then started sniffing each other the way dogs do sometimes. It was only when he reached her tail that he stopped and turned abruptly away. A moment later, he was back in his human form, blushing terribly. Hermione transformed back a few seconds later. That's all right, Harry. Sooner or later, you'll know that area quite well in our human form. Why should it be any different in our wolf form? Harry still found it difficult to answer. Hermione just hugged him for a short while and he soon calmed down. How do you feel? She asked him. He tried to assuage his feelings. I feel fine, only slightly tired, like after mounting the stairs running. How do you feel? She shrugged. About the same as you. Shall we try this again? He smiled. Sure. Why not? A moment later, the 2 white wolves resumed sniffing each other, especially at their back parts, just like dogs do. Once satisfied, they started running around, as if chasing each other. They then moved closer to the tree in the backyard and stretched out near each other. After a while, as if by some unheard command, both stood up and returned to their normal form, both sporting wide grins. It was fun, Hermione exclaimed, and I don't feel more tired than before. Neither do I, Harry said, hugging her and smiling. Despite his initial hesitance, exercising their wolf form was becoming their evening entertainment, just before the Grangers returned home. As wolves, their understanding of the world was different than as people. They had a lot of fun exploring that difference. Harry was surprised to find that these escapades were becoming more natural as time passed. He no longer felt any tiredness after transforming and felt like he could keep the wolf form indefinitely. Even his occlumency exercises seemed to become more efficient, allowing him to exercise some alternate protection schemes to account for various attack strategies, something they were both paying quite a bit of thought to. By training your mind to think both as a human and as a wolf, you gain more flexibility, and that makes your training more efficient in both directions, Hermione explained. Indeed, Harry sometimes felt that his thinking was also influenced by his inner wolf. It made him attentive to different aspects of a situation and made him think more proactively. He still felt like there was more to his feelings than that. I'm not sure if it's the only cause. I think that our bond gives us more power both magically and mentally. Had I not met you, I'd still be that frightened little boy I was merely a month ago, and now you're a young and very powerful man and wizard. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be that friendless girl, though. Meeting you changed me too. It changed us both, and I'm extremely glad it did. Hogwarts Express and sorting. 10. Hogwarts Express and sorting. Due to Bill's explanations and discussing the subject with Hermione, Harry knew exactly where to go and what to do at the train station on the 1st of September. Unlike Hagrid, the person who had helped Hermione with her first shopping had given her very detailed explanations and instructions. Harry would have felt lost without them. He had given Selma her last Harry time the previous evening. She was sad to have to part with him, although they had both known from the start that this time would come. She still hugged him tightly after their talk, just before going away. "I'll always remember you," she told him. "And I will fondly remember you," he said. Harry and Hermione spent the night together, as was their habit since starting to bond. Hermione returned to her parents in the morning, for them to escort her to the Hogwarts Express, as they had planned since before she met Harry. Selma couldn't bother Harry in the morning, as she was also getting ready for the new term and needed to hurry to school. After spending a month in London, he already knew his way around the Underground and was able to arrive early at King's Cross Station without resorting to fading, despite first stopping at Paddington Station to collect his stuff and then repack it neatly for the road. Subtly using some elf magic was very helpful. Hermione arrived almost at the same time. "Where should we sit?" he asked her. She took a good look at the train and the platform. "I think that a place where we can see most of the platform would be nice. We may even identify some families, based on what we've read." They chose to sit in a compartment near the end of the train, allowing them a better view of the platform. From that vantage point, they saw practically everything. Two Indian girls, who seemed to be twins, said a tearful goodbye to their parents. The snotty blonde boy whom Harry had seen at Madame Malkin's was given last-minute instructions by his blonde parents, who looked haughty and quite insufferable. By now they were quite sure he was Malfoy. A tall, dark-skinned boy looked a bit lost. A plump, timid boy was nodding vigorously as an old stern woman talked to him. Harry wondered if the boy understood even half of what was said to him, yet he was quite sure this was the Longbottom boy. Two girls walked together, giggling softly. One was blonde and the other had dark red hair. Harry was sure they were close friends. He didn't know who the blonde was, but the redhead seemed to be Bones. These were all his age or close to it. He also noticed some older boys and girls, who seemed content to meet friends they had missed during the vacation. The platform became almost empty after the train blew its horn. Just then, another redhead family came in. The plump mother was herding a small girl, a boy about Harry's age, two older twins and another boy, older than them. "The headmaster said he would be lost and need our help, but he's nowhere to be found," the woman huffed. "He may have got help from somebody else," one of the twins suggested, but his mother didn't seem to hear. She turned to the younger boy. "Make sure to find him and befriend him, as the headmaster requested. Is that clear?" "Yes, Mum." The boy seemed less than eager to cooperate but knew what was expected of him. "Why can't I go too?" the girl whined. "Patience, Ginny. You'll go next year and become his beloved girlfriend. We can't let the boy who lived date just anybody." Both Harry and Hermione heard this quite clearly, despite the redheads being a car away at least. Harry frowned. He didn't escape one kind of prison to let himself be led into another. While the redheads seemed familiar, they resembled Bill and were probably his family. Bill had warned him about them. He knew he should be cautious at least of the youngest boy and that girl whenever she came to school. Hermione also frowned deeply. Harry was unsure what she thought, but he already knew she felt quite possessive of him. First because he was still her only friend, and second because of the bond. He knew she didn't like the idea of that boy becoming a friend just because he was told so. Well, she was his only friend too. He moved his hand closer to hers, just as she did, and their fingers entwined, making them both relax a bit. The train started moving as soon as the last redhead mounted. A few minutes later, somebody opened the door to their compartment. The redhead boy looked around and his gaze paused on Harry's scar before he spoke. "I can't find any free compartment. May I join you?" Harry felt like telling him outright that he was lying, but decided that caution was the order of the day. "The places are not reserved. You may sit on any available bench." The redhead didn't mind the less than welcoming comment. He sat down opposite Harry and Hermione.
I'm Ron Weasley.
"Who are you?" "The young lady at my side is my very good friend Hermione Granger. My name is Harry Potter." Ron's fake surprise was not convincing at all. "The Harry Potter? The boy who lived? I wanted so much to meet you." Harry managed to refrain from grimacing, just barely. "I suppose that's me. At least that's what I was told." Despite his reluctance, Harry cooperated when Ron started a conversation about the Hogwarts houses and their merits or lack of. Although not quite a friend, he didn't want to alienate Ron too much, especially since there was a chance they would end up in the same house. Bill had refrained from telling Harry the details of the sorting, but he told Harry enough for him to reach some conclusions. The sorting must be quick, as all new students were sorted before the welcome feast. That meant it was also simple, at least for the students. Couldn't contain any elaborate mission, and a simple one could not test one's potential very well. Therefore, it must be something magical and simple, like some of the spells he'd read about with Hermione. Still, knowing the facts didn't help much to relax him. Like all other new students, he was agitated and tense, not sure where he would be sorted or with whom. He hoped he'd end up in the same house as Hermione. They had become very close friends since they first met, and he didn't want to lose that friendship. He wasn't yet sure how the bond affected that. Hermione was also very nervous. Her hand searched his and grabbed it tightly, as if this contact could reassure her. In a way, it did, as both Hermione and Harry felt their nerves lessen once their hands held each other. Harry wondered in the back of his mind if this had any special meaning, yet he couldn't really think of this or anything else, as they were all urged to come in front of the whole school for the sorting. Harry paid only minor attention to the sorting, concentrating on the good feeling he was getting from Hermione's hand. He heard some names but paid no attention. Abbott, Bones, Brown, Crabbe, Finnegan, and then Granger. Hermione looked frightened. Harry tightened his hold on her hand. "It will be all right. I'll do all I can to be sorted to the same house as you." She flashed him a brief smile before letting his hand go and walking to her sorting. Harry tried to send his reassurance to her, to help her feel more confident. From what he had already known about the houses and from his acquaintance with Hermione, he was sure she would be natural for Ravenclaw, yet she was also very brave. He hoped that whatever house she would be sorted to, he would be sorted to that house too. The hat stayed for quite a long time on Hermione's head, and then it shouted, "Gryffindor!" Harry was not surprised. Thinking back, he could see that bravery was quite a dominant trait of his friend. Had she not approached total strangers just to learn some more? Had she not gone alone on the train to London and then to Diagon Alley? Only a brave girl could act that way. He felt proud of his bond mate. Hermione removed the hat, looking relieved. She flashed Harry another smile and then walked to the Gryffindor table. Harry thought he saw a minute smile appear on the stern face of Professor McGonagall. It was so short that he would have missed it had he blinked. Other names followed: Greengrass, Longbottom, some more, and then Malfoy. The snotty blonde marched forward and was quickly sorted to Slytherin. As both Crabbe and Goyle had already been sorted into that house, Harry decided it was not for him. With these three there, he could not possibly enjoy his stay at school. Not even the presence of that Greengrass girl, who looked quite beautiful, could change his mind. It didn't actually matter. With Hermione sorted to Gryffindor, no other house could do for him, he was sure. Before he noticed, they were at Parkinson, Patil, and then Potter. Harry stepped forward, feeling suddenly very small, as the hat slid down, covering his eyes. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent? Oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool and thought, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. I want to be with Hermione. Not Slytherin, eh? Said the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great, it's all here in your head. And Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. But then, your loyalty to your friend could just as well put you in Hufflepuff, no? But T-Hen, you could never do very well on your own without your bond mate at your side. Well, if sa better be Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He took off the hat and walked shakily towards the Gryffindor table, where Hermione was already smiling widely at him and beckoning him at her side. Harry approached the table, where Hermione was already making room for him. She grabbed his hand, just like before, and suddenly everything seemed to calm down. They watched leisurely as the last students were sorted. Not unexpectedly, Ron was sorted to Gryffindor, like the rest of his brothers. Luckily, he found no free seat near Harry, who was sitting between Hermione and Neville. Harry was glad to have been spared Ron's company, at least for the duration of the feast. With the sorting over, food appeared on the table. It made Harry aware of how hungry he was. He still made sure that Hermione got enough food before taking care of himself. While not particularly thinking of table manners, both ate very politely. A few seats farther along the table, Ron Weasley was eating as if he had not eaten for weeks, overfilling his plate and then his mouth. It disgusted Harry. He noticed that Hermione also refrained from looking in that direction, and so did Neville. A house elf popped near them, addressing Harry. Mr. Potter, the headmaster wants to see you in his office soon after the feast. I don't know where that is. Can anybody show me the way? Harry thought that although he didn't know the way, he knew quite well why he was asked there to tell where he had been during the last month, maybe to be even admonished for acting the way he had. Tippy can lead you. I'll come here as soon as the feast is over, the house elf said and vanished. Hermione seemed worried. Why does he want to talk to you? The house elf didn't say, but we can safely assume that it is due to me not spending last month with my relatives. He then grinned. He probably didn't notice that we two are so close, or he would have called you as well. Hermione looked at the head table. She could see the headmaster watching Harry with a pensive expression. She wondered why he was so concerned about her friend. Meet the headmaster. 11. Meet the headmaster. It didn't take much longer until the feast ended. Dumbledore stood up and gave a short speech, telling all students not to come to the end of the third-floor corridor, for the peril of death. Harry still wondered why he even mentioned it. Wouldn't it have been much simpler to physically close that section, preventing students from reaching that place even by mistake? It would have been much safer too, especially since many might see this as a challenge, certainly not what the headmaster implied. Without even attending his first lesson at Hogwarts, his impression was plummeting. He had no time to wonder since Tippy appeared near him as soon as the headmaster finished talking. Tippy will lead you to the headmaster's office. Harry smiled reassuringly at Hermione, who joined the other first-year students, while he followed Tippy out of the Great Hall. They soon arrived at a gargoyle, positioned near one of the minor towers. Licorice wands, Tippy said, and the gargoyle jumped aside, revealing an opening. They walked in and the opening closed behind them. Harry saw a weird set of stairs. It somewhat resembled escalators, the kind he had seen at department stores and underground stations, but it was spiraling, not straight. As soon as they mounted the first stair, it started rotating and lifting them, until they reached the upper floor. At the landing, Harry saw an ornate door that was now open. Just call Tippy when you're ready, the house elf said and vanished. Harry knocked on the open door. Come in, please, and close the door behind you, he heard. Dumbledore was waiting for him in his office. Although smiling, Harry could sense that the old man wasn't pleased at all. While walking in, Harry tried to see all there was to see there. The room was much larger than an office needed to be. There were many bookshelves and cupboards along the wall, and a multitude of portraits hung on the walls around the room. The headmaster was sitting on a large chair, almost like a throne, behind a very large desk, with many parchments scattered on it. although the center was clear. There was a large bowl with candies in the middle of the desk, a bit closer to his side. The headmaster motioned him to sit down on one of the guest chairs. They were much smaller than the one he was sitting on, but once Harry sat down, he found it quite comfortable. "Lemon drops," the headmaster offered, pointing at the bowl. "No thanks. I've had quite enough sweets at the feast," Harry said. He didn't intend to touch any offered food or drinks until he could fully trust whoever offered them. Dumbledore leaned back and looked at Harry with a slightly disapproving expression. Harry waited patiently for the old man to talk while refraining from looking into his eyes. He already knew that would make it much easier for somebody to use Legilimency on him, and he didn't plan on making it easy, despite having confidence in his protections. "You gave us quite a fright, you know," Dumbledore stated. Harry tried to look bewildered. "Why? I was perfectly safe and well. And whom do you mean by US?" Dumbledore looked at Harry, who evaded looking into his eyes and then sighed. "Well, I expected Hagrid to bring you back home. We were both worried when we found out that you hadn't arrived there." Harry shrugged. "I have no home. That house is my relative's home, not mine, and now it's official. When I called them from London, shortly after Hagrid left me at the train station, my uncle forbade me from ever returning. Not that I intended to. What does it matter to you, though? Both I and my relatives are better off that way." Dumbledore was not ready for this kind of conversation. Not for a few more years, at least. "Well, I'm the magical guardian of all Muggle-born or Muggle-raised students. As such, I'm also your guardian, and you showed very little interest in me until now. You may just leave it that way, it's far better for me now." Harry sounded polite but firm, much firmer than his age. That was certainly not the direction Dumbledore wanted the conversation to go. He tried a somewhat different direction. "But where will you stay during vacations? With thousands of hotels in London alone," Harry felt quite safe to answer. "I'll stay at a hotel, just like I did after my birthday." "I thought you needed to be an adult to rent a hotel room," the old man frowned. Had the Muggles changed their laws about that? He didn't think so. As far as he heard, their laws only became stricter. Harry stayed nonchalant. That didn't prove to be a problem. They only really care about getting paid and not being found breaking the regulations. Besides, I found out that I own a few places. One of them could be useful until I make my real home. Harry wasn't sure if it was wise to say that, but then it wasn't really a secret, so he risked nothing by telling. Observing the old man's reaction, Harry was quite sure he already knew. Yes, that's a real possibility, and may prove quite beneficial. Dumbledore glanced at the clock on the wall. He didn't feel like he could get any useful information from the child at this time, not even using Legilimency. "Well, I suggest you return to your dorms, as it's soon curfew time. We may continue this conversation on another occasion. Good night." "Good night, headmaster," Harry replied politely and left the room. With the door closed, he called Tippy. The house elf materialized a moment later. It then led him on quite a long walk to the Gryffindor common room, where Hermione was waiting. "What did he want?" she asked as soon as Harry arrived. Harry had already told her the basics while walking. Now he elaborated a bit. "He said he was worried about me not returning to my relative's house, which he thought was my home. I told him it was not my home and that I was forbidden from coming back there. He said he cared, being my magical guardian. I told him that the way he didn't mind me before was just fine with me, and he should keep not minding me." Hermione frowned. "That's not considered the right way to talk to the headmaster." Harry shrugged. "But that's the truth. He didn't mind when my relatives were treating me badly. He didn't mind that they told me nothing about my parents and about the world they lived in. I didn't even know I was a wizard until Hagrid came for me. Now, after being rid of my relatives, I don't need him to bother me. I'm doing just fine without him." She was still frowning. "He may deserve your attitude, but it would be better not to seem so hostile. It might be safer for the long run, I believe." Harry sighed, barely holding a yawn. "I think we've had a long day. We're both tired and should go to bed now. We may think of that in the morning." She smiled. "Fine, go to bed. Make sure to close the curtains. I'll fade to your bed as soon as I'm ready." Harry did as requested. He even made sure to brush his teeth well, as Hermione had taught him. 10 minutes later, after casting silencing charms on the bed and the curtains, the two children hugged each other and fell promptly asleep in Harry's bed. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore was contemplating his meeting with Harry Potter. Had he been too stern? Had he been too forgiving? What could he have done differently to make the Potter boy more agreeable to his plans? He thought about the legilimency he'd refrained from using. Was there anything he could find that way that he hadn't found yet? It didn't seem to be the case. The boy told him practically all he wanted. Well, the boy didn't go into details, but they were not really important. Did he really mind which hotel the boy stayed at during August or the exact arrangement that allowed the boy to stay there? He didn't think so. Should he have asked how the boy passed his time there? He didn't really care, to be honest. All he cared about was that the boy stayed safe and healthy, and that was quite evident. Still, he needed the boy to look up to him as his leader, and that didn't seem to be the case. He would have to watch the boy and use indirect means to exert influence on him. He felt lucky to have the Weasley boy in the same house, the same dorm. Hopefully, with some subtle manipulations, all will go in the right direction. He finally decided to stop thinking about how to regain Potter's respect and resume his official responsibility. He scanned the list of first-year students. There were no big surprises there. Weasley was a Gryffindor, as expected, and so was Potter. Malfoy went to Slytherin, and so did Greengrass, no surprise there either, although he thought the girl could easily make a Ravenclaw, like her mother. Well, maybe she was more ambitious. Bones went to Hufflepuff naturally. He wondered where that Granger girl went. It was Minerva who had introduced her to the magical world and helped her with her first-year shopping, early during the summer. She had been deeply impressed by the clever girl. Certainly Ravenclaw stuff, she had told him then. He found her in Gryffindor. Minerva is probably delighted by this, he mused. Thinking of it, he was quite delighted that Harry Potter was a Gryffindor, along with Ron Weasley. Not that their sorting was a surprise. It was still nice to know that he had somebody to keep an eye on Potter, just in case. He only hoped that the Weasley boy was as smart as his older brothers. He then wondered if this Granger girl would also become Potter's friend. The poor boy didn't have any friends while growing up with his relatives. It would be good for him to gain some friends, but not too many. That might interfere with the plans he'd made for the boy. He hoped it would all go according to his plans. Despite his vast knowledge and his immense capabilities, his age was already affecting him. He could no longer adjust to change as easily as he had once used to. He couldn't know that this girl would cause some major changes, ones that could possibly turn his plans around. Still, there was some new information to take into account. Potter no longer lived with the Dursleys. That meant that there was no blood protection for him any longer. It also meant that he was no longer berated and abused, that he no longer needed a grandfatherly figure to reassure him. Potter didn't trust him. Well, he wouldn't have trusted himself had he been in Potter's shoes. Yet this didn't fit the plan. Was there any way he could regain Potter's trust? He doubted it. Well, that was too much to think about at this late hour. Albus sighed and left the office, on his way to his private quarters. He would think some more of it, but only after he got a good night's sleep. Back in the Gryffindor first-year boys' dorm, the two children were sleeping soundly, tightly hugging in their sleep. With the curtains closed and magically secured and with privacy and silencing charms protecting them, nobody could see the slight golden fog that engulfed them, lightly pulsating with their heartbeats while strengthening and deepening the bond that would make all the plans others had for them completely irrelevant. The young couple had a very good night indeed. The bed was more than wide enough for two children, and they cuddled comfortably until they fell asleep. They also enjoyed waking up together, before Hermione faded back to her bed, to get ready to officially start their first day of study at Hogwarts. They needed to have some breakfast first, though. They met in the common room, where they joined the other first-year Gryffindors and headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand as soon as they started walking. This didn't deter Ron, who moved promptly to Harry's other side. Ron tried to start a conversation about Quidditch, but Harry just ignored him, conversing quietly with Hermione. When they reached the Great Hall, Neville approached and hesitantly asked, "Do you mind if I sit with you?" Harry smiled. "You're welcome, especially if that can help keep some others away from us." Both knew he was referring to Ron, But the redhead had already seen the food and paid no attention to anything else. It didn't help much, though. Neville sat at Hermione's side, sparing her Ron's presence, but Ron managed to push himself to Harry's other side, where his lack of table manners made breakfast quite unpleasant. Ron did his best to stay close to Harry, not minding the hints that he was unnerving, nor the more explicit refusals to accept his company. "He's a real pest, that boy," Harry said. "Maybe we should get to know his older brothers? Percy may not be of much help to us, but Fred and George can. Besides, Legilimency may allow us to discern their honest replies from pranks." Harry gave it a thought. "Yes, that may be helpful. According to Bill, they're much smarter. They could become good allies, as long as they don't try to prank us." They couldn't find the twins that evening or the next, but they felt no urgency about that. They could wait for their chance. Things started to change during their first flight lesson. Hermione was quite apprehensive about riding a broom at first. "Just think of it as if you are riding your bicycles, only you don't see the wheels. I'm sure you can do it," Harry told her. Harry's confidence in her made wonders. She promised herself to make her friend and bondmate proud of her, and her renewed determination had the immediate effect of making the broom respond much better to her commands. And then Neville's broom began acting erratically. It was clear that the scared boy was no longer able to control the misbehaving broom. Their instructor tried to calm Neville by speaking to him. It was clearly not working. Harry, who was already sitting on his broom, as did the other children, saw that without proper help, Neville was bound to fall down and be badly hurt. He kicked off and flew directly towards Neville. Hermione followed him a fraction of a second later. It was just in time. As they approached the scared boy, he lost his last hold on the broom and started falling down. Harry and Hermione caught his hands before he reached any significant speed. Harry helped Neville mount Hermione's broom, sitting behind her and hugging her waist. As he finally let go of Neville, something fell out of the boy's robes. Harry didn't think. He just acted instinctively, racing after the falling object, catching it just a few inches above the ground and changing direction before he would crash down. He quickly joined Hermione and helped bring Neville down with no harm. "That was the most fascinating save I've seen in several decades." They heard Professor McGonagall's voice. Harry turned around. His head of house was approaching, looking very excited. "You two come with me," she said to Harry and Hermione. Hermione looked questioningly at Harry, but he only shrugged, knowing no better. The professor stopped near another classroom, calling an older boy to join them, and they all assembled in the professor's office. "I've found you your seeker," the professor told the older boy, "and possibly another player too." She now turned to the two first years. "Have any of you ridden a broom before?" Hermione shook her head, as did Harry. The professor smiled at Harry. "Actually, I remember seeing you riding a toy broom when you were about a year old. James was so proud of you. You knew my parents. Can you tell me about them?" She smiled at the suddenly enthusiastic child. "I knew them since they were about your age. I stayed in contact with them even after they graduated. We can set some meetings so I can tell you all I know about them, although your father kept some things secret from me." She waited for Harry to calm down a bit. "This here is Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. As our seeker of last year has graduated already, we need a new one, and we may also need a reserve player, as we currently have none." She turned to Oliver now. "Mr. Potter has just saved an object that was falling, chasing after it at high speed, grabbing it just inches from the ground and changing direction in time, not to crash." Oliver looked at Harry with some amazement. As for Ms. Granger, she helped Mr. Potter catch a fellow student who fell from a misbehaving broom and bring him to safety. It was her first time on a broom. I suspect she can prove a very good player in whatever position you give her." Oliver nodded understandingly. "Well, if the professor thinks you're good, I can trust her judgment. You will join our training sessions and I hope you'll prove her right." By the time they finished the meeting at McGonagall's office, the flying lesson was over. "Let's learn some more about Quidditch until we have dinner," Hermione suggested, and Harry agreed immediately. Although they had read a bit about the game as suggested by Bill, they didn't feel like they knew enough to really participate. A short visit to the library gave them enough books to learn as much as they cared to know about it. Harry didn't feel like talking about what had happened during the flying lesson, but he couldn't escape the rumors, nor escape Ron, who managed to push Neville aside and sit at Harry's side. She didn't expel you, did she?
No.
She actually thought we were good enough to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. She thinks I can be a good seeker. You're joking. Harry didn't feel like elaborating. He just shook his head and paid attention to his food, but not for long. Fred and George Weasley now came into the hall, spotted Harry, and hurried over. "Well done," said George in a low voice. "Wood told us. We're on the team two-beaters." Fred and George had hardly disappeared when someone far less welcome turned up. Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Having a last meal, Potter? You knew you shouldn't fly without permission. When are you getting the train back to the Muggles? You're a lot braver now that you've got your little friends with you," said Harry coolly. There was of course nothing at all little about Crabbe and Goyle, but as the high table was full of teachers, neither of them could do more than crack their knuckles and scowl. "I'd take you on any time on my own," said Malfoy. "Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands on lino contact. What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel before, I suppose?" Harry had actually read quite a lot about that. He stood up. "Of course, I know what a wizard's duel is, although I doubt you actually know, yet as you challenge me, it is my right to choose where and when, and I choose here and now." "Who's your second?" "Crabbe," said Malfoy, his face turning even whiter. "Who's yours?" "My dear friend, Miss Granger." Harry turned to the head table. "Can you please clear the hall so that nobody will be in danger, thank you?" Dumbledore, who hadn't felt like intervening before, thought this was going out of hand. He stood up. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, you should know that duels are not permitted at school. I suggest you stop this immediately." Malfoy seemed relieved by this intervention, but Harry wouldn't relent. "As Scion Malfoy challenged me, Scion Potter, I think it is my right and my duty to put him in his place. I'll duel him here and now, if you please." His voice sounded loud and clear despite the noise, as if he was using some spell, although he didn't even hold his wand. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do? You know that if he beats you, you lose everything." Hermione talked in his mind. "He can hardly tell one end of his wand from the other, and he's not at all powerful." "I can easily beat him even without a wand," Harry replied. He had already scanned Malfoy with Legilimency and found that the boy knew almost nothing and needed a stone with some runes carved on it, which he always kept in his pocket, to be able to perform even the simplest magic. Professor Flitwick approached the scene. He urged the other students to move away and then conjured a raised platform and cast some shielding wards on it. He then motioned the rivals to take their places. "You should wait for my signal before starting. On the count of 3, then 1, 2. Malfoy didn't wait. He cast a spell that Harry didn't recognize but aimed it so poorly that Harry didn't even need to move to avoid it. He just stood and smiled confidently, making Malfoy more anxious. A second spell followed, and Harry took a small step aside to let it fly. Malfoy seemed to get furious. "You can't even fight. You just stand there, smiling like an idiot." Harry grinned wider. "Your skills are not very impressive, Scion Malfoy. I'm already busy planning how to use all the Malfoy fortunes." Draco seemed to get even more furious. He cast several more spells, which Harry just sidestepped easily. He then tried something else, a spell that created a kind of wide cloud of darkness that seemed to move quickly towards Harry, who couldn't step aside, as it was too wide. Harry erected a wide shield instead. It absorbed the dark cloud and seemed to get thicker in doing so. He then flicked his wand and whispered a spell. It left no trace in the air, but Draco's wand seemed to get plucked from his hand and sail in the air towards Harry, who lifted his free hand and caught the wand. "Now, Scion Malfoy, do you still believe you can take me?" he said. Draco, who fell on the platform when trying to hold on to his wand, looked hatefully at Harry but said nothing. Professor Flitwick climbed to the platform and lifted Harry's hand. "I hereby declare Scion Potter as the winner of this duel. Please give Draco his wand back." Harry pretended to give it a thought. "Well, by all accounts, this wand is now mine, as is everything that belongs to Malfoy, but as I want my underling to be able to use some magic, although I doubt he has much talent at that, I think I should give him this wand so he may learn a bit if he can and become a useful servant. However, this wand and any other he may take hold of can never be used against me, my family, or my friends. Trying to do so may have grave consequences. Be warned." Harry smiled at the applauding audience and then turned and threw the wand to Malfoy, intentionally making it fly a bit of a distance from its target, forcing Draco to move in order to catch it. Draco almost missed the wand and had to move quickly before he managed to catch it with 2 hands. He looked at Harry with hatred and then aimed it at Harry, shouting another spell. Harry erected his shield again, just in time, as that spell seemed to go towards the professor, who wasn't even looking. Harry followed it with a stunner and a disarming spell, making Draco fall on the platform and lose his wand, which Harry plucked from the air and put in his pocket. "It looks like giving Draco a wand is not quite safe," he commented dryly, as he stepped down from the platform and into Hermione's hug. "I was so worried about you. I couldn't recognize any of his spells," Hermione said, tightening the hug. "You could just use some Legilimency on him. These were dark spells, all right? But he couldn't put much power into them, and that shield charm we found in the book was more than enough for them." Harry was content to leave the duel behind and not think of it. Consequences. 12. Consequences. Dumbledore approached. The old headmaster was quite unsure about what to make out of this duel. Initially, he feared that Draco would win. That could not bode well, as that would make the Malfoy family practically unstoppable, and the Malfoys were already enjoying more influence than was right. Yet he didn't expect such a spectacular public beating of Draco, and that had some important implications as well. None of this featured in his plans, and he was wondering if they still had any value. "Mr. Potter, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with you concerning the results of this duel." Harry looked at him, somewhat confused. "All right, go ahead. Privately, in my office, if you don't mind. I don't think it's wise to speak of such matters here, in front of the whole school. We should listen to what he says." He heard Hermione in his mind. "We may have some doubts about him, but he's still a powerful and knowledgeable wizard." Harry nodded at Dumbledore. He then grabbed Hermione's hand and let the headmaster lead them to his office. "I only wanted to talk to you," Dumbledore said, not really wanting any audience for this conversation. "I tell Hermione everything, so it will be much easier if she hears it all to start with, saving me telling her and answering her questions." The headmaster nodded, not quite sure what the right way to handle this unexpected development was. He still led them to his office. Dumbledore looked at the 2 children, who sat patiently in front of him. They looked no different than other first-year students, and he had to remind himself that they were probably a couple with potentially more political, social, and financial power than he could ever achieve. Judging by the way the duel had gone, he felt quite sure that Harry, at least, was also very powerful magically, and quite more knowledgeable than he could expect, judging by the way he'd been raised. None of these facts featured in his plans. He wondered if these plans were even worth saving, after finding out what this child was capable of. He had to remind himself not to continue his musings. It was extremely impolite to let a future lord wait too long for him to speak. "You must be wondering why I asked to speak with you once the duel was over. You should know that this duel is much more meaningful than it may seem to be, although, as you've not grown in our society, you may not yet understand its full implications. Before I go into details, can you enlighten me on why you insisted on the duel?" Harry shrugged. "I don't think Draco Malfoy thought of all the implications either. I suspect he suggested a duel tonight in order to make me break curfew and get in trouble. I don't think he really intended to duel, and he was probably unaware of all that such a duel meant." "Do you know exactly what it meant?" Dumbledore asked. "Not precisely. I've read a few books about the wizarding world since I got my letter, trying to better understand the world I was going into. There's probably a lot that I don't know or don't understand correctly." Dumbledore nodded. It was good that the lad had some modesty. Maybe he could use that to gain some influence. "In that case, let me explain this. A wizard's duel is normally held only between grown-ups. It is a very serious matter and may have grave consequences for the loser, although it may affect the winner almost as much. Therefore, very few duels are fought, and only when the parties can't reach any settlement in other ways. Once the duel is finished, the loser becomes a vassal of the winner, and all his material belongings become the winners. In this case, things are a bit more complicated. As Draco challenged you without his father's consent, you cannot ask Lucius Malfoy to pass all his money to you, only whatever is his son's, which currently is not much. He has a trust vault for his tuition, just as you have, and you may take it as yours. Other than that, there's little such a child can really call his own right now, yet this is bound to change in the future. Whatever Draco inherits at any time will become yours, including the position of head of house, whenever his father dies. Most of this was no news for Harry, yet he nodded. You said it may affect the winner as well. How? Harry asked. As Draco is your vassal now, you become responsible for him. This may prove to be quite a burden, especially since that boy will not accept your authority without some more fight, as his actions following the duel showed. Dumbledore explained. Shouldn't I ask him to give me a vow? If he refuses, can't I disown him? The old man sighed. It's not that simple. A vow should be taken willingly for it to hold, and I doubt he will do it. Then, if you disown him, you lose all the future benefits of your victory. I suggest you give serious thought to what the best way to handle this is. Until you decide, keep his wand with you just to be safe, except during lessons when he needs it. Harry gave it a thought and then smiled. I think I should also take his runic enhancer. This will let everybody see how powerless he really is. How do you know about this? The surprise was evident in the old man's voice. Harry had no intention of telling about his legilimency. I've read about such stones, used by those who are near squibs otherwise, and Malfoy seemed quite the type to use such. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, that would make his presence much safer, although it will not endear you to him. Maybe I should also ask to see whatever mail he gets, just in case his parents send him another, Harry suggested. Dumbledore nodded gravely. I can redirect his mail to you if you'd like, but is it wise? Hermione intervened. Headmaster, Draco has been a thorn in our school life since the first day. Harry must have as full control over him as he can if we want to neutralize the danger he represents, so checking his mail is quite wise, the way I see it. The headmaster was surprised at the strong connection of the two. They seemed to act like a confirmed couple, despite their young age. He'd need to think some more about it at another time. Very well, Miss Granger. I'll have all of Mr. Malfoy's mail redirected to Mr. Potter. Once he checks it over, he may send it to him. Mail from Mr. Potter to Draco will not be redirected, of course. Harry smiled hearing that. What shall we do about his wand, though? And how will we get his runic stone? The headmaster gave it a thought. I suggest you leave his wand here, and I'll hand it to the different teachers as needed, and make sure they take it back as soon as their lessons are over. As for that stone, I believe you may ask him to hand it over. Being your vassal, he is magically obliged to obey your direct orders. Try to do it in a less public manner, not to antagonize him any more than strictly unavoidable. I'll make sure to cast the mail redirection wards as soon as we finish our conversation. Is there anything else, Headmaster? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. I believe that concludes what I considered important to discuss. Is there anything else you would like now?
No, headmaster.
I think we had more than enough excitement for this evening. It looks like we need to get our rest now. Of course, Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger. Have a pleasant night. Harry stood up. Good night, Headmaster, both children said, as they held hands and left. Dumbledore kept looking at the closed door for quite a while longer. Young Mr. Potter was becoming an enigma for him. The boy was open and forthcoming, like any good Gryffindor. Yet, there was some underlying strength and determination that was way beyond what children this age had. Was it the bond he was sharing with that girl? Or was it something else? Whatever it was, the headmaster shuddered at the idea of confronting it. Draco's humiliation would turn pale in comparison if anybody stood in this young man's way. He was sure. He hoped that young Harry would stay firmly on the light side. He dreaded the idea of such a powerful duo turning dark. The two children reached the Gryffindor Tower, but neither was ready to go to bed. They settled on the sofa in the common room and cuddled together. Hermione's love made Harry feel his body and mind relax. He hugged her tighter, and she seemed to relax just as well. Neither felt a need to talk for quite a while. The next time they saw Draco was at breakfast. Although he still had Crabbe and Goyle at his sides, nobody else seemed to want to be close to him. This didn't help improve his mood. Harry wasn't sure how to act about the runic stone, though. "You may just ask him to come with you to a side corridor," he heard Hermione in his mind. "He must obey a direct command, you know." This made Harry smile. "Fine. Let's enjoy our breakfast first and handle Draco on fuller bellies." Yet Draco seemed to have different ideas. He ate his meal quickly and walked to the door before Harry and Hermione had finished half their food. Harry wouldn't let him escape so easily, though. "Draco, come sit with us. I need to talk a bit with you," he said before the blonde took more than a few steps away from the table. Draco grimaced. It was evident that he didn't want to do that but had no choice. He came forward and sat at Harry's side, leaving his bodyguards behind, both looking quite confused. "I need you to hand me the runic enhancer you carry in your pocket," Harry told him quietly but firmly. "You can't take it from me." Draco sounded alarmed. "My father forbade me to take it out, no matter what." "Your father has no say in this," Harry told him just as firmly. "As you're preaching pure blood supremacy, I think you should let everybody know how powerful you really are. That may work wonders in showing how much of a lie this whole concept is. Now, hand that stone over." Draco had no choice but to do as commanded. He still repeated his phrase, "Wait till my father knows of this." Harry smiled. "I'm looking forward to that. By all means, if you feel you need to tell him, do so." "I'm not so sure you'll enjoy his reply, though." As if prompted by his words, the morning mail was just coming in. Several owls landed in front of Harry, and Draco seemed to recognize them. He tried to grab the letter closest to him, only to be pecked painfully by the owl, that lifted its leg patiently for Harry to take the letter. Harry opened it and smirked internally, keeping his face blank. He then passed it to Draco, who took it eagerly. Draco's face turned less eager as he read on. "His father has some very harsh words for him, almost threatening to disown him for what he did yesterday," Harry told Hermione. While Draco was still trying to understand why his father had reacted this way, Harry checked 2 more letters. One was from Draco's mother, trying to console her son and make him see this as an opportunity to learn about some aspects of life that he had never had a chance to. The other was more interesting, though. It was also sent by Draco's mother, but it was addressed to Scion Potter. "I'm not at all happy with how Draco grew up, with too much influence from his father. I hope that you, Scion Potter, will eventually be able to lead him on the right way and turn him into the man I wanted him to become, had my husband not interfered. You may ask me for any help you need in this endeavor, as long as it is discreet and doesn't need to involve his father." Harry showed this letter to Hermione. She smiled reading it. "Looks like we have an unexpected ally. We should keep her informed to keep her on our side." "Who was that letter from?" Draco asked as Harry folded the last letter to put in his pocket. "It was a private matter. I gave you all your mail. Now, I think we should all go to our classes." Draco seemed to be boiling inside, but there was nothing he could do. He quickly stepped away, signaling his 2 thugs to follow. Harry and Hermione left the Great Hall at a more leisurely pace a moment later. Friend and Ally. 13. Friend and Ally. Having read all their school books twice before arriving at school, both Harry and Hermione found the lessons quite a bit boring, although they still managed to learn some more from them. As they had learned to use their magic without a wand, exercising it with a wand was a new experience. It required a slightly different way of focusing one's magic and directing it. Harry found it quite absurd and much more complicated than necessary. Elf magic was so simple and straightforward in comparison. He was smart enough not to say that loudly. He also tried to tone down his casting, looking like an average student, so that his experience and his sheer power would not attract undue attention. In a way, it was just how he had acted at school before, trying not to outdo Dudley, despite being much more capable. Hermione had no such notions, mostly, although she tried to use only a small fraction of her power. Like her bond mate, she had no qualms about showing her quick mind and her deep understanding. Unfortunately, this didn't endear her to most other students, especially not to Ron. She didn't mind it too much, though, as the only one she really cared for was Harry. and he seemed very proud of her. It only took a few days for them to find out the lessons they liked best or worst. Charms and transfigurations were high on their list, as both teachers tried to pass the information as clearly as possible, explained and demonstrated, much more than either found it necessary. Yet some students couldn't get it. Herbology was all right. Neither was fond of it, but the teacher was good and fair. It was evident that Neville liked this very much, and he even told them, "We have a large greenhouse at home and I like working there. Feels peaceful and quiet. Gran doesn't like it too much, but as this seems to help me concentrate, she can't really object." Neville really had some serious problems with concentration, making him miss parts of the explanations the teachers were giving. Harry was wondering if he could help the shy boy with it. The worst lesson, though, was potions, mainly because of the teacher. Professor Snape. They stopped using his title after the second week, when in private, as he didn't seem to deserve it, didn't really teach. All he did was belittle all students who weren't Slytherin, taking as many points as he could, intimidating those who seemed susceptible and acting like a bully. A month into the fall term, both Harry and Hermione decided to rely only on their books and ignore the bat-like teacher during classes. They still preferred to brew the potions in class, not yet trusting their skills to do that with no supervision. As Snape was roughly following the book, they had a very good estimate of what they would be brewing each time and didn't need his instructions to do well. Snape seemed quite frustrated not to find anything wrong with their brewing, as both brewed perfect potions each time, far surpassing any of their classmates. They were unsure about the defense lessons. While Professor Quirrell seemed to know his subject, his stuttering and his odd behavior made him almost useless. They also noticed something strange. Whenever he comes near me, my scar hurts and my rings become warmer. The closer he moves, the warmer the rings get, Harry told Hermione. My ring also seems to act the same way. It must mean something, I believe. Hermione frowned, trying to recall anything she had read that could explain this, yet finding nothing. Shouldn't we try to ask somebody? Whom would you ask? Harry gave it a thought. Only someone who grew up with magic and is aware of old customs. None of the Gryffindor girls in our year will do, then. As for the boys, Ron's family is quite old, I think, and so is Neville's. A mischievous tone crept into her voice. We could also ask Draco. As your vassal, he should give you a true answer. Harry grimaced. I don't trust Malfoy's knowledge, and I don't think Ron can give us any useful information. We should ask Neville, I think. The shy boy seemed overwhelmed when invited to join them and asked for help. Of course, Scion Potter. I'll do my best to help you. You may call me just Harry, you know. This is not a formal occasion. Harry tried to make it easier. Neville relaxed only slightly. I told my Gran about being in the same house as you. She then told me that Longbottom and Potter had been allies for many generations and that I should act properly to keep that alliance. I should have told you earlier, I think. I feel really glad that we are allies, and I'll do what I can to help you too. Now, if you don't mind, do you know anything about rings warming up? Neville frowned with concern. Which rings are you talking about? Both Harry and Hermione made their friendship rings visible. These rings, Harry said, moving his hand closer to the other boy. Neville took a closer look at Harry's rings, gasping for a moment. This is a very ancient and very powerful ring. Where did you get it? Harry shrugged. I found it in my family vault at Gringotts. I'm not quite sure what it does. Neville then took a look at Hermione's ring, gasping once again. The complimenting ring for Harry's. Does it mean that you're betrothed? Hermione shrugged. I don't think so. The label on the box Harry took the rings from said, friendship rings. Neville still seemed overwhelmed. These are much more than mere friendship rings. Just look at the diamonds. You could buy a palace just using them for payment. I'm not sure, but I think they signify a much deeper feeling than merely friendship. Harry shrugged it off. It doesn't really matter, since we're probably going to get married once we're old enough. Don't tell anybody, but we seem to share a soul bond. It's not complete yet, though. I would think so, Neville said, sounding relieved. You need sex to complete the bond, and you're too young for that. Harry just nodded. Mentioning sex seemed to make him lose his tongue, except if Hermione was speaking in private about it. Do you allow me to tell my Gran? She may have some useful information for you. regarding your future lordship. Harry nodded. That might be helpful, I suppose. We still feel like we know next to nothing about most things. Now, what about the rings heating? Neville shook his head as if trying to get rid of extra thoughts. Well, most magical rings are usually enchanted to protect their wearers against as many hazards as possible. They give you a kind of magical shield against most low and medium-powered curses and hexes, and they can warn you of any potions in your food or your drinks, as well as of disguised enemies. They do this by getting warm. The warmer they get, the greater the danger. When did they warm up? During our Dada lessons. The closer Quirrell came to me, the warmer the ring became. Mine too, Hermione added. Neville frowned. It shouldn't act this way normally. Did it get any warmer during potions? Harry shook his head, as did Hermione. Neville sighed. In that case, either Quirrell is a disguised enemy or he has something in his robes that is dangerous for you. It seemed a bit absurd. The stuttering man seemed to be frightened even by flies. How could he pose any danger? And yet, the ring's warning was very clear. Harry felt a bit confused about that. Maybe you should tell the headmaster? Neville suggested. Harry grimaced. I don't quite trust him. He left me with my hateful relatives for 10 years. That's not a way to care for a child. Neville grimaced at that. Then what else can you do? Harry sighed. I'm not sure. I can't really do anything just based on that. I'll have to wait for him to do something. We can still try to be very attentive to what he does. I'll watch him too, Scion Potter, Neville said solemnly. Harry didn't want this to be the end of their conversation. He felt that he could also help Neville. Thank you, Neville. I also noticed that you have some problems with casting. Maybe we can help you with that? I'm your ally, you know. Neville smiled faintly. I doubt anybody can help me. I wasn't even sure I'd be accepted to Hogwarts, you know. I'm just a disgrace to my family. Harry wouldn't accept this. You shouldn't think that way. I'm sure you're more powerful than many and much smarter too. You only have to believe in yourself. Neville waved his hand dismissively. That's no use. They even thought I was a squib, as no accidental magic happened near me for most of my childhood. I'm not even sure I'm powerful enough to be here. You're certainly more powerful than Draco, Hermione said. Once his runestone was taken away, he can barely do the simplest spells. A runestone? It's borderline illegal, you know? You don't need any, I'm sure. You do need a boost of your confidence, and we can give that to you. What do you mean? Neville seemed more confused than usual. Harry smiled reassuringly. You see, since I got my letter, I spent most of my time reading various books about magic and the magical society. While reading, I found more than a few neat tricks one can do wandlessly, and I thought it would be nice to master them before school. We can teach you some of them. Are you sure I'll be able to master them? I'm not very powerful. You're more powerful than you think. Hermione didn't let him finish the sentence. During the last week before school, they had found a way to check one's magical power. While Harry was busy talking to Neville, she used that method to check Neville's power. It was weaker than hers, but more than strong enough. Not having other references, she couldn't tell if it was above or below average, but it was certainly more than was needed to do well in class. By the time he returned to his dorm, Neville was able to summon objects and to erect a shield wandlessly and silently. He had also learned a few other wandless spells but had to exercise them some more before he could really use them. He was elated at finding out that he could actually do all this. Back at the common room, Harry and Hermione were discussing that evening. Why do you think he showed no accidental magic? Hermione didn't need to think about the answer. He's evidently afraid of his grandmother. Probably was since he was a baby. Afraid of making her angry, he took tight control of his magic, not letting it ever slip. It now stands in his way. His wand also looks old and well used. I'm not sure it fits him. Well, Ollivander said that the wand chooses the wizard. If this wand didn't choose him, it's natural for him to have some problems with it. His wandless casting was quite powerful, as you could see. Hermione nodded. I'll think of a way to make his gran buy him a new wand. Harry sat at her side and hugged her. I think he will be a very good ally and friend. Helping him will also help us in the long term. Hermione had an idea the next morning. As a lord, you can leave school whenever you want. Don't you? I think so, but then I need to tell the headmaster about my lordship. The way most Gryffindor and Slytherin students act, I don't think it's wise to make my lordships known. Hermione considered his words. What about mine? It doesn't seem to have any strong sentiments attached to it. Harry nodded, unsure where this could lead. I'm sure that if we need a certain person to come with us for whatever reason, that person may also join us. So what? We can take Neville with us, but he needs a wand. You can buy him one. As your ally, it's in your interest to ensure that he can use his powers to their full extent. Buying him a proper wand is a part of that, and you can surely afford the expense. Hermione seemed too excited to stand still. Harry was still reluctant. His grandmother might be offended. We wouldn't like that. Hermione had already considered that. She will not be offended if Neville will do much better with his new wand, I'm sure. She may eventually thank you. Thank us, we're both together in this, you know? She shrugged. As much as I like being with you, it sometimes is quite difficult to think like a part of a couple at this age. Normally, neither of us would even think of finding a mate before reaching 16, at least. He shrugged. Well, who said we're normal? They were still unsure about the lordships, but eventually decided to only reveal the Gryffindor lordship to the headmaster, since this came from his Potter line and as such was probably known to the headmaster. They still waited for the weekend. Harry asked to meet the headmaster and was invited after the Friday dinner. He revealed his Lord Gryffindor ring and told, "When I visited Gringotts for some more money, since the initial sum was insufficient when living at a hotel and eating out, I was also informed that I've inherited the Gryffindor lordship and that I could take it immediately, unlike the Potter one which has a minimum age limit." He could see the momentary grimace on Dumbledore's face. The old man certainly didn't like it that Harry was already aware of his titles and his ancestry. Harry made sure to remember this reaction and contemplate it later, before continuing to speak. Now, I need to use my Lord privilege and go to London for a few hours tomorrow. I also need to take Hermione and Neville with me. They still waited for the weekend. The headmaster didn't object to Neville and Hermione going with him to London and even let them use the flue from his office. They returned 2 hours later. Neville was smiling widely, holding his new wand with which he'd been able to easily perform all the charms that had proved so difficult with his father's old wand. Explorations. 14. Explorations. September 19th, 1991. Thursday birthday. Hogwarts didn't give them much chance to exercise their Animagus talents. With lessons, homework, and their other activities, there seemed to be no time left for that. Neither Harry nor Hermione were content about it, though. As Hermione's birthday approached, they decided to celebrate it in their wolf form, something they hadn't yet done there. That evening, soon after dinner, they sneaked to the shore of the lake. There, hidden by some trees, they transformed and started running about, enjoying their animal form and the abilities it was giving them. They moved farther away from the castle until they were sure nobody could notice them. They played there, transforming from one form to the other, exercising the enhanced senses of smell and hearing of the wolves, yet caressing and kissing as humans. Later, after resting some more near the lake, enjoying a different togetherness, when they finally returned to their dorms, Hermione said, "It was a most memorable birthday. When can we do this again?" Since Hermione thought it was a fabulous birthday celebration, both decided to use their wolf forms more often and not just on special events. Ever since hearing about the Forbidden Corridor, Harry was curious about it. He didn't see or hear anything suspicious when passing near the Forbidden Corridor. He thought that a wolf might sense better. Still, wolves of any kind would not be welcome in a school full of children. He wondered what he could do. "I remember reading that an Animagus can do a kind of partial transformation, enhancing his senses but not changing form," Hermione told him. "Can't we do just that? We could then sense any foreign scent near the Forbidden Corridor, or hear whatever lurks behind that locked door and still stay in our human form. That could turn useful. Did we take that book with us?" She smiled. "It took so little space that it didn't matter, and we haven't read it very attentively the first time. It took them only a few days to master the partial transformation, which required much finer control of their magic, but they had no chance to try it for real. Between attending classes, doing homework, and the Quidditch practices, they could barely find time for each other. Being surrounded by others most of the time also showed them the perils of such transformation. There were times when Harry could barely stand the noise, either in the Great Hall or in the corridors. Wolf's senses would have made the noise seem much louder, making it really painful. And then, when staying in the common room and more so in the dorm, he felt lucky his sense of smell wasn't very good. Young teens are known to have quite strong sense, occasionally too strong even for human senses. It was a rainy weekend when they finally found the occasion to explore. The heavy rain, accompanied by some powerful gusts of wind, kept most students in their dorms or their common rooms, leaving the corridors practically deserted. The two children put on some heavy-duty raincoats before getting out. Nobody noticed them, and they could approach the forbidden corridor undetected. They had already mastered the partial transformation, so using it to snoop around was very easy. Their enhanced smell told them there was a very large dog behind the locked door, and their hearing confirmed that, although it did confuse them too. I only smell one dog, but I hear two or even three. This doesn't make sense, Hermione said. Harry nodded, confirming her findings. We're not very knowledgeable about magical creatures. Maybe this is some kind of a dog with more than one voice. She frowned and then approved hesitantly. I'm not sure how that can be, but we need to do some more checking. We can probably open the door, but I'd rather not do it until we know better what we may expect in there. Harry nodded. I think we should then check for some more information. To the library? Sure. Where else can we look for information? There were only a few upper-class Ravenclaw students in the library. Hermione navigated the aisles expertly, pulling several books and letting Harry carry them to their preferred table. They sat down and started leafing through the books, searching for whatever could account for their previous observations. Harry couldn't refrain from glancing at Hermione, enjoying the intensity of her expression and the total dedication to the search for knowledge, despite searching almost as diligently. He wasn't really surprised when she stopped, read a bit, leafed to and fro for a few seconds, and then said, I think I found it. What have you found? She pointed at the page in front of her. A Cerberus. It's like a dog, only it has 3 heads and can reach an enormous size. It may be quite mean unless well trained, which makes it very useful for guarding places. So, it's probably guarding something of value, Harry agreed. He thought a bit and then smiled. You know that Hagrid has been trying to make me visit his hut. He also seems to like animals. We may just visit him, maybe along with Neville, making him feel honored and helping us learn some more. Hermione smiled back. Yes, that can do nicely. Hagrid was thrilled to have Harry Potter visit his hut, and having some additional friends of Harry come as well was like the frosting on the cake for him. He didn't even notice that Hermione was also Potter. After serving the children some tea and his rock cake, he was just too happy to tell them almost everything they wanted to know. Despite Hagrid trying to keep it secret, Hermione was able to confirm her suspicion about the Cerberus, and also find out that it was something from Nicholas Flamel that was hidden there. Hagrid's intelligence was no match to the cunning Ms. Granger. A few days later, the two wolves visited Fluffy. While the Cerberus wasn't very friendly, it didn't feel like the wolves presented any danger, especially not to the trapdoor it was guarding. They still felt relieved to leave that room. Fluffy was huge. Each of its heads was larger than the wolves, despite them being quite large. Can we do anything to help protect whatever is in there? Harry asked. It's not our job, you know, Hermione reminded him. Harry shrugged. The way this place is run, if we don't make it our job, then it won't get done. We don't need to get too involved, though. I think we could just cast some kind of alarm on the trapdoor. Whoever manages to open that door, despite Fluffy, will trigger the alarm. It can then attract the attention of the staff. She frowned. We haven't yet learned such charms. So what? I'm sure we can find something in the library. We may even ask some older students. If we present it as a prank, I'm sure the twins will be more than ready to help us. This made Hermione smile. All right, we'll search for alarm charms, and if we don't find something appropriate, we may ask others. Took them a few visits to the library, but they found quite a bit. There were various alarm charms and wards. The simplest only made the caster aware of the alarm triggering. They didn't feel these were good enough. The wards could be designed to do much more, but they were very complex and it was doubtful if wandless casting was good enough to erect them. Then there was the caterwauling charm. Despite its name, it was just an alarm charm, acting quite similarly to the Muggle burglar alarms. When activated, they caused some ear-splitting noise that could only be stopped by using the right password. One could choose the kind of noise made and the password. There was also a variation that could be timed to stop the noise after a predefined time, like some car alarms. I think this could be the right way to go. It will do nothing as long as the trapdoor stays intact. Once it's opened, the noise will attract everybody at school, and it will keep the noise even if the door gets closed back, Harry suggested. It also has the additional benefit of waking up Fluffy. If the burglar decides to use music to lure Fluffy to sleep, as Hagrid is bound to tell somebody, just the way he told us, Hermione added. Not wanting to attract unwanted attention, they practiced as far away as they could, using their wolf forms to go to the other side of the lake. They first tried casting in human form, putting the alarm on twigs and fallen branches and only making a whisper. It was still loud enough to be heard for quite a distance. They didn't use their wands, of course. By then they had also managed to cast almost silently, barely moving their lips at all. Then they tried the same in their wolf forms. Silent and wandless casting was a must in this form since they couldn't speak and couldn't hold a wand. Took them more than a week to become proficient with this spell in their wolf form. They also gained enough control to cast this way all the other spells they'd learned. Finally, they visited Fluffy again and cast a very loud caterwauling spell on the trapdoor. If anybody tried to open it, the whole school would be made aware of it, maybe the Hogsmeade citizens too. Potter protection. Harry had not been paying Draco much attention since taking his runestone away. The blonde Ponce hadn't done anything to endear himself to Harry, and as long as he didn't bother him or Hermione, Harry left him alone. Yet Draco didn't do well, despite mentioning his father on every occasion. Having lost the very public duel to a Muggle-raised half-blood made him less than popular among his housemates. At first, they only ignored him or joked about him behind his back. When it became apparent that his father could do nothing to help Draco, some became bolder. Most lost all inhibitions when talking about him, even when he was present. Some even bullied him, seeing his loss of status as permission to treat him like a beat-up toy. Harry was oblivious to this, not wanting anything to do with his former enemy. Hermione, though, kept watching the Ponce, if only to make sure he wouldn't try to harm Harry. She was the first to notice some signs of abuse. Draco's lower lip was swollen, and I think he had a cut on his chin, she told Harry after breakfast. Harry shrugged. Why should I mind him? As long as he leaves us alone, I couldn't care less. She didn't agree. Harry, the duel made him your vassal. It reflects badly on you if you let others abuse him. A lord should protect his vassals, don't you know? Harry sighed. What do you suggest we do, then? We should first find out the facts. Speak with Draco and find out what's happening. I think he's being bullied by some of his housemates. Mentioning bullies to Harry was like waving a red cloth in front of a raging bull. I won't tolerate bullies. Let's find out what happens and then what we can do. We should put a stop to that. They had potions with the Slytherins just before lunch. Harry stopped Draco on the way out. Come sit with us for lunch. We need to talk. Draco seemed very unhappy about it, yet Harry could plainly see that Draco's lower lip was still swollen, and a darker area indicated some internal bleeding. He could also see some faded marks near Draco's eyes. He had no doubt about what could cause them. Do you like school? Harry asked after they all sat down. Draco shrugged. I thought it would be nicer, but it's all right, I suppose. How is living in the Slytherin dorms? I've heard the Slytherins keep mostly to themselves. I wish, Draco said before he grabbed control of himself. That's usually true. Then, are you alone there? Don't you have friends? The blonde could hold it no longer. Nobody likes me. Not even my parents. They only demand and command. Even these two bookends. He gestured towards Crabbe and Goyle, who were standing a few paces farther, not quite sure what to do. Are with me only because my dad pays for them to be my bodyguards. Not that it did me any good when the older boys wanted to beat me. Draco realized that he had said more than he intended and shut up at once. Yet Harry had already heard. I can't allow my vassal to be treated badly. It reflects on me and I can't have it. I'll make sure they cease doing that. Harry stood up to speak. He didn't cast any spell, yet his voice sounded loud and clear over all the noise in the great hall. Please be quiet for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Thank you. The noise seemed to quiet almost at once, as all eyes were turned to Harry. He grimaced slightly at the attention but stayed focused. He was glad that his Gryffindor lordship was no longer secret, so he could use his position to help. I've noticed that my vassal, Draco Malfoy, is treated badly by some of the students. I wish to make it clear that insulting my vassal or hurting him means doing that to me by proxy. As a lord of the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor, I cannot allow it. Therefore, I hereby invoke the house protection magic. Anybody who tries to insult or harm my family or my vassals will be punished by magic. Harry paused for a moment to let it sink in before going on. As most of you know, I'm new to this world and don't know for sure how house magic will act. Yet I'm quite sure you won't like to be the ones to test it. It will surely not be pleasant. Thank you for your attention. Harry sat down. Do you think that's enough to keep you safe in the Slytherin house? Draco looked quite surprised. He nodded a few times before he could speak again. Why are you doing this? I know I wouldn't have cared, had the situation been reversed. Harry answered sincerely. I hate bullies. I don't expect everybody to like everybody else, but bullying is something nobody should suffer. The school should make it a rule, actually. Draco nodded. His behavior before the duel hadn't been any better than the one he had been subjected to since. He was suddenly reconsidering his previous actions. He couldn't still reach any clear conclusion, but he no longer felt so proud of how he had acted. Hermione insisted on informing Narcissa about what was going on. Narcissa's reply came the next morning. I'm glad you made sure that Draco isn't harmed. I hope this may also help him learn an important lesson about how one should treat other people. I'm proud of you. The only one who objected to the way Harry acted was Ron. What do you care if his housemates beat him? He deserves no better. Harry knew that moral reasons would not be understood, so he explained it in a way he hoped even Ron could understand. Draco is now my vassal. He should be able to do whatever I request of him. If I let others beat and harm him, he won't be able to do my bidding when I need him. It took Ron a few minutes to understand this reason, but he finally nodded reluctantly and went to contemplate it some more. Halloween 15. Halloween. One of the few facts that Harry had learned from his relatives was his parents' date of death. Since then, he had mixed feelings about Halloween. While he liked the festive parts, he couldn't forget that it was on this date that he'd lost his parents. That was certainly not a cause for festivities. He hoped that this Halloween could change his view a bit. They were just going to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast when Hermione paled. What is it? Harry asked her worriedly. My stomach. I think that something I ate doesn't agree with me. I suddenly need the loo really badly. Harry looked around, noticing a girl's toilet room nearby. You can go there. Do you want me to wait outside? Hermione grimaced. It was evident that she was fighting to control her body long enough to reach the toilets. No, you may go to the feast. I'll join you as soon as I can. She didn't even wait for his answer, as she rushed to the toilet room, closing the door behind her. Harry looked reluctantly in that direction until his grumbling stomach reminded him to join the feast. He could sense Hermione's relief even before reaching the Great Hall. He saved her a seat at his side and started filling his plate. Aren't you coming? He asked a moment later. No, I feel quite exhausted now, and I can't even think of food. I'll just sit here until you finish eating and then join you on the way back. He barely started to eat when Professor Quirrell came running, stopping in front of the headmaster. Troll, in the dungeons. Thought you should know. The headmaster ordered everybody back to their dorms. Harry didn't think this was wise. He already knew that the Slytherin dorms were in the dungeons. Besides, the troll could go anywhere. Weren't the students safer staying in the Great Hall, with all the teachers there to protect them? He then thought of Hermione. There's a troll roaming the school. Stay where you are until I come to take you. He could sense her giggle. That's probably just a prank. But I like the way you think of protecting me. With all the confusion, as the prefects tried herding the students to the dorms, it was quite easy for Harry to slip out and run as fast as he could to fetch Hermione. As he approached the toilets, he saw the troll knocking down the door and going in. Hermione, he thought in panic. A moment later he was at her side, inside the toilet cubicle. Hermione was already dressed, yet even paler than before, probably because of the troll. Harry wasn't sure if she could use fading in her condition. He then heard the noise that the troll made when it started demolishing everything it could see. Harry opened the door slightly, noticing there was only one stall still standing, besides the one he was in. Using elf magic, he tried to stun the troll, pouring as much magic as he dared into it. The troll seemed to be affected immediately, yet it seemed to be falling in the wrong direction towards Harry. He didn't know how heavy a troll might be, but judging by its size, he could certainly be too heavy for the two children to hold. It even looked as solid as a rock, so if it fell on them they would surely get hurt or worse. Without giving it any additional thought, Harry grabbed Hermione and faded with her in his arms to the Gryffindor common room, where all Gryffindor students were being led. He tenderly laid Hermione on the sofa before collapsing at her side. Their breathing calmed slowly, but they stayed silent, contemplating what had just happened. It took a few minutes before the rest of their housemates arrived. They were surprised to see the two first-years resting on the sofa as if they'd been there for quite a while. "Didn't you go to the Great Hall for dinner?" one of the sixth-year prefects asked them. "I had a sudden stomach ache, so I didn't go. I don't feel too well even now," Hermione said. The prefect seemed to understand that Harry stayed with her and didn't ask anymore. This didn't mean that Harry escaped interrogation. Neville came to his side first. "I was worried when you suddenly disappeared from the Great Hall. What happened?" Harry sighed internally. He wanted their ability to fade to stay secret and wasn't sure if he could still keep it. "I hurried to Hermione. She was alone in that toilet and didn't know about the troll. We then used some shortcuts to come here." That was close enough, he thought. "Shortcuts? I'd really like to learn about them. Will you be able to show me?" Neville got interested. "Some other time. It looks like we need to stay here for the evening." That wasn't even an excuse. The house elves were already popping in, rearranging the common room and bringing the food that nobody had a chance to eat in the Great Hall. Neville left, only for Ron to take his place. Harry grimaced inside, hearing Ron's tone. "Where did you suddenly go? Didn't you know we had to stay together with the prefects? What about those who didn't hear about the troll? Hermione wasn't feeling well and was in the toilets. I had to inform her and lead her to safety, you know?" He didn't even try to hide his annoyance. "You should have left that for the teachers to handle," Ron said, reciting what his brother Percy would have replied. Harry shook his head in disgust. The way the teachers act, she could have been dead way before anybody would have noticed she was even missing. With Dumbledore as their leader, I don't trust any of the teachers either. But Dumbledore is a great wizard. The greatest one alive, my mother says. Good for her. I've yet to find something positive to say about that man. This is a school for children, you know. It shouldn't contain anything that promises painful death or allow trolls in. A great headmaster would have ensured it and not tell children about dangers that shouldn't be there to start with. Ron seemed confused by this reply. Harry thought it was mainly because that boy didn't understand most of it. At least Ron left him alone. Once the food was ready, Harry helped Hermione to the table, although she only wanted some tea. He ate heartily, though. He felt like he had used a lot of energy when encountering the troll, although he didn't want to think of it. That was a too close encounter with death. Professor McGonagall came in before he finished his meal. "I'm glad to inform you all that the troll has been dealt with." By the time the teachers found the troll, it was well stunned, lying in the remains of the girls' toilet. We don't yet know who stunned it, but the stunning was so deep that it would take the troll a few days to wake up. The headmaster banished it back to where its kind lives. Does anybody know who stunned the troll? Nobody seemed to know. Neville looked inquiringly at Harry, who just shrugged. Later, after the teacher left, Neville took Harry aside to ask him, "Wasn't it something you did when helping Hermione?" Harry didn't like lying but didn't want to advertise his deed either. "We managed to run away when it was approaching. Luckily, it didn't notice us, or we would have been in much greater danger." Neville didn't look convinced but didn't press either. 2 days later, both Hermione and Harry were called to the headmaster's office. "Make sure to strengthen your occlumency shields and don't look into his eyes," Harry reminded his bond mate. She smiled nervously and tightened her hold on his hand. Dumbledore seemed to be in a good mood. He invited the children to sit down and offered some lemon drops, but both declined. He then reached the main subject. As you both know, a mountain troll found its way into Hogwarts on Halloween. I've been informed that neither of you joined the group of Gryffindors headed back to your tower. Care to explain? Let me talk to him. Harry felt Hermione urge him. All right, he replied. Hermione looked bashful and lowered her eyes. It's all because of me, sir. I got a serious stomachache on the way to the feast and needed the loo badly. Harry offered to wait for me, but I thought he should go, especially since I didn't know how long it would take me. She glanced momentarily at the headmaster and noticed that he was listening attentively. It didn't take me as long as I feared, but I didn't feel like going to the feast, so I waited there for Harry to come as agreed. He came much sooner than expected, yelling at me that there was a troll in the corridor and that we should run to our dorms. We ran as fast as we could, and it was just in time. We barely moved to another corridor when we heard the door being broken, probably by the troll. We then used the shortest route to the tower, arriving there before the other students, who evidently took a different route. Dumbledore contemplated her answer. He was sure she didn't tell the truth, but there was nothing he could point at. He had even tried some subtle legilimency, coming out with nothing. That was actually more disturbing than her story. Such a young child, especially a Muggle-born, should not be able to erect any mind shields, certainly not ones that could stop him, the greatest wizard alive. Was he losing his touch, or was this girl a very special case? He hoped he could soon find out. Thank you, Miss Granger. I believe it was a very unpleasant experience. She nodded vigorously. It was really frightening. Luckily, we were far enough before the troll could notice us. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Can you add anything? Maybe you can tell the story from your point of view.
Harry shrugged non-committally.
When she said she didn't feel well, I wanted to stay near. But she said I should go on and she would wait for me on my way back since she didn't think she could eat after feeling that way. Indeed, once we were served dinner in the common room, Hermione only drank tea. Luckily, her stomach settled by the next morning. This wasn't what Dumbledore wanted to hear, not at all. What about the troll? Did you see it? Harry shook his head. While going to fetch Hermione, I heard it approaching from another corridor. We were lucky to be able to escape before it saw us. It was evident to Dumbledore that this was not what had happened, but he had no way to find the truth. The brat was just as immune to legilimency as his friend. Something wasn't right about that, he felt. The way he had made sure that Brat was raised, he should have had no chance to learn anything about magic, certainly not how to protect his mind from intrusion. Yet that was exactly what he was doing. Well, the boy had spent the last month before school on his own. It was still much too short a time to gain much knowledge, not to mention such formidable mind shields. He had to keep his benevolent mask, though. It was still very brave of you to go and warn your friend of the troll. I believe 10 points to Gryffindor for thinking of others would be just right. Now, don't you have some homework to do? A few minutes later, when they were cocooned in the library, they finally talked. He tried to use legilimency on me, Hermione said. On me too. He got nothing as expected. From me neither. She then started thinking. Shouldn't we teach occlumency to Neville, at least? It feels wrong to lie to him, but without mind shields it would be like telling it straight to Dumbledore. Indeed, they noticed that he was also called to Dumbledore a few times. We should, I believe. If nothing else, it may improve his memory quite a bit. Sure, occlumency can help in that too. Let's try this weekend. Harry just smiled at her enthusiasm. He really liked seeing her in that mood. Foiled attempt. 16. Foiled attempt. As usual, Neville was quite skeptic about his ability to learn occlumency. You know I'm rubbish at studies, so Hermione wouldn't let him finish. Neville, you already know you're quite a powerful wizard, also capable of wandless magic, which most adult wizards fear to even try. You're still a bit forgetful, and occlumency is just what you need to help you with that. Once you start practicing occlumency, your memory will benefit tremendously. I'm sure. Neville didn't dare hope. Well, if you say so, he still tried his best. It took him some time to find an appropriate mindscape. Nobody was surprised that it looked like a garden. It went quite slowly since neither he nor his teachers could spend much time on the subject, being busy with lessons, homework, and Quidditch training. Neville, despite his low self-esteem, was proving to be quite a good Occlumens. While it started slowly, almost hesitantly, it advanced nicely. By the time the winter holidays arrived, Neville was able to withstand a Legilimency attack by either Harry or Hermione. He was becoming quite proud of that, but he was even prouder of the fact that he was no longer a forgetful boy. In fact, his memory was becoming almost perfect, like Harry's and Hermione's. This was also manifested in his schoolwork. He moved from A to E and even to O in some subjects. Even his performance in potions was greatly improving. But the greatest benefit was his improved confidence, no longer lowered by subpar performance in class or by forgetfulness. "Shouldn't we tell Neville some more?" Hermione asked. Harry gave it a moment of thought. "Not now. It has no impact on the holidays, and I think it's better to tell him when we're back from the winter vacation. By then, he will have a chance to further strengthen his occlumency, making us all safer." Hermione nodded understandingly before moving to a different subject. "My parents are expecting you to spend the holidays with us. Are you all right with that?" Harry shrugged. "Wherever you go, I go. Besides, I like your parents. I only hope it's not too much of a burden." She smiled happily. "It's no burden at all. It would have been much more of a burden had you wanted to stay somewhere else. In that case, I would have needed to fade back and forth each day." Harry chuckled. It was so good having Hermione in his life. "I love you so much," he said. "And I love you, dear," she answered, her voice full of emotions. There was another important event to tackle before the winter vacation, though. It was the first Quidditch game of the year for the Gryffindor team and the first ever for Harry. He had been warned that the other team, the Slytherins, would not play fairly and act quite violently. After his experience with Dudley and his gang, Harry thought he was prepared well enough for that. He wasn't ready for his broom to start to misbehave while high in the air. He was sure this wasn't a normal behavior for such a broom, a quite expensive one as far as he knew. He suspected that one of the Slytherins was cursing his broom, making it rock him badly and almost causing him to fall. Well, if the Slytherins were disregarding the rules, so could he. While his wand was tucked deep in the inner pocket of his robe, practically inaccessible while flying, Harry had already mastered wandless casting for many spells, including the sticking charm. He used that charm wandlessly to make sure to keep himself stuck to the broom, no matter how oddly it behaved. That allowed him to slightly relax and think some more about the situation. Somebody was repeatedly cursing his broom, and that was evident. Well, he could use a shield to protect himself. There were several forms of shields, though. The most useful was just like a warrior's shield, a flat area that deflected spells away. While quite effective, it was unusable for Harry, since he had no idea which direction the spells were coming. A more advanced spell formed a dome around the caster, deflecting curses from all directions. Well, while riding the broom, it would probably turn into a sphere. Just like before, he cast the shield wandlessly. It created a transparent sphere around him, practically undetectable by sight, yet very useful in deflecting curses, although slightly more taxing on his magic. His broom stopped misbehaving as soon as he had the shield in place, allowing Harry to move his concentration back to the game. Harry couldn't notice from his position, but this caused someone to get frustrated. Quirrell, who was the one cursing the broom from the start, couldn't understand why his curses stopped working. He suspected his aim was off. Without even thinking, he stood up to get an unobstructed view of the boy so he could aim more precisely. Hermione, who was sitting farther back and aside from Quirrell, realized immediately what the stuttering teacher was doing. She didn't know why Harry's broom resumed behaving correctly, but it was clearly evident who was trying to make it misbehave. From her position, she doubted she could aim a stunning spell well enough to stop the man. Instead, she sent a levitation charm. If she missed, nobody would come to harm, but if not, well, nobody could aim a spell while levitated with no solid support. Her aim was true but not good enough. Only Quirrell's turban started floating in the air, but that proved to be enough. The man seemed to panic, shouting unintelligibly and trying to grab the floating turban back. Snape, who was sitting at his side, could no longer tolerate it. He also came to the conclusion that Quirrell was the one cursing Harry. While he had no love for the boy, he had his obligations under oath. He sent a powerful stunner at Quirrell, who fell forward. Only when the stunned man landed on the bleachers in front of him did Snape notice the face on the back of Quirrell's head. He knew who that was and what the cost of intervening could be. Luckily, just as he hadn't seen that face before casting the stunner, he could not be seen by it either. Hermione moved quickly, arriving at the stunned teacher before even McGonagall could. The headmaster, as was his habit, wasn't attending the first match of the year and couldn't intervene. She straightened herself and let her friendship ring become visible. This was clearly an attempt to murder Scion Potter. As his close friend, I demand that the DMLE be involved. Due to the commotion in the audience, both Snape and McGonagall requested a pause in the game, allowing the deputy headmistress to use the flu and call the DMLE. Both heads of houses also levitated Quirrell to her office, along with his turban and his wand. Harry joined the group a short while later. Once Dumbledore was informed, he tried to gloss it all over and send Harry Potter, who had joined the group, away. Harry couldn't accept it. This person has intentionally cursed me while I was high in the air. This can only mean that he wished to harm me, Lord Gryffindor, Scion Potter, if not outright kill me. That's clearly an attempted murder and I demand that it be treated as such. Harry sounded determined. Dumbledore could do nothing about it. A lord had precedence over him, even when using his chief warlock position. All he could do was sit aside and watch as the Aurors checked Quirrell, noticed the face on the back of his head and informed the Doem of it. They then took testimony from all involved and a few bystanders and also checked the wands of all involved. Luckily, Hermione had anticipated this. We can't let them find our wandless abilities. Since I used my wand for the levitation spell, I can use it to cast the sticking and shield charms and another levitation spell. That way, it would look as if I tried to protect you from the curses before targeting the caster. She used her wand to do just that on some debris, with Harry casting wandless finite at each spell. When they reached McGonagall's office, her wand was ready for the inspection. The game resumed after the Aurors left along with Quirrell. Harry caught the snitch a short while later, giving Gryffindor the victory. Harry was informed of the investigation a few days later. The head of the DMLE came to report to him in person. With the face stuck to the back of his head, this was clearly something we needed to include the DOM in the investigation. What's the DOM? Harry asked. He'd already read a bit about it, but neither he nor Hermione were sure they understood it correctly. The information was just too vague. The stern woman explained. That's the Department of Mysteries. Its exact duties and responsibilities are not fully understood by those not working for it, but anything that could be dark magic used on others is of interest to them. In this case, the face of the supposedly dead Dark Lord peeking out of the back of Quirrell's head was certainly something that needed further investigation. Still, we first interrogated him under Veritaserum according to the regulations. He confessed to cursing your broom, intending to make you fall to your death, under commands from his master. When asked, he stated that his master was the Dark Lord, whom he was glad to host until that person could find a more suitable body. Harry gasped at that. Madame Bones continued talking, though. When told that hosting another soul was actually killing him, he first looked frightened, but then said it didn't matter if he could help the Dark Lord return. We then passed him to the DOM. What they did is unknown to me, but they made the other soul tell them how it survived becoming disembodied when the curse reflected from you. They found the method he had used and where he hid whatever he did to not fully die. They intend to probably take care of that before we put Quirrell on trial, where he's sure to be sentenced to the Veil. Until then, they bound the guest soul to its host, preventing it from fleeing. Harry and Hermione were unsure about the significance of the findings. They were only glad that the murder was prevented and the culprit would be punished. Harry wasn't surprised to see the Granger couple waiting for them at the train station. They hugged him just as tightly as they hugged Hermione, before looking him over, the same as they did with Hermione. You've both grown a bit, Jean noted. That's natural, isn't it? Hermione responded. Her mother smiled. It is, yet it's fascinating all the same. I still remember you as a tiny baby, getting tired when only suckling. Then, almost overnight, you became a smart child, And before we could get comfortable with the change, you're suddenly an adolescent and you've already found your mate. You'll experience this too when the time comes. Dave preferred to stay less emotional. How was the ride? Harry smiled. It was fine. We stayed with only a few friends and enjoyed it. Dave smiled. Having friends to share the ride with is very nice. And how was the rest of the term? Harry wasn't sure what he could safely tell. As far as he knew, Hermione hadn't told them of all the dangers they had encountered. It was fine. The lessons are not too difficult. I think they could teach us much more in the allotted time, yet some students find even this pace quite a bit taxing. Then, some teachers are not as good as I'd like, but we're learning just fine. That seemed to be enough for the moment. They soon boarded the car to drive home. The end-of-day traffic was heavy enough to force Dave to only focus on his driving, and Jean seemed content to just watch the young couple on the back seat. The children, though, spoke only a bit and then cuddled as close as the seat belt allowed and fell asleep, waking only when Dave parked the car after arriving home. It was too late to start a meaningful conversation. The young couple only took their luggage to Harry's room and then changed into nightwear, brushed their teeth and descended for a goodnight kiss and hug from Jean, or only a hug from Dave. Although the children woke up early and came for breakfast, the adults were already in a hurry. Jean still asked, "What are you going to do today?" Harry answered, "We may go to London. My account manager told us that if my scar would not be healed at school, he could arrange a treatment to rid me of it. He said that the goblins were experts in dealing with curse scars. Are you sure you want it removed? It makes you unique, you know?" She teased him slightly. Harry grimaced. "It only brings me attention of the unwanted kind. I'd rather be rid of it for good." Jean smiled at him. "Well, let us know how it goes. You can call the clinic while we're there, and Hermione knows the number by heart. Now we must go, or our first patients will be already waiting there." The children finished breakfast, put on some appropriate clothes, took some money of both kinds and left the house, locking it securely behind them. Scar 17. Scar. It took them almost 2 hours to reach Gringotts, but they were in no hurry. They even enjoyed walking hand in hand along some of the streets, all decorated for Christmas, before they went to the Leaky Cauldron. Sharpclaw welcomed them. "What brings you here on such a cold day?" he asked politely. "You mentioned something about my scar during our last meeting. Since the Hogwarts healer said she couldn't treat it, then I thought you could," Harry replied. "Well, I can't heal it personally, but our healers probably can. Let me call them first." Sharpclaw used some instrument on his desk to speak with somebody else. Harry couldn't say what that was, but it looked and functioned similar to Muggle intercoms that he'd seen at school and in some businesses, although it must have been magical. That conversation was barely over when the door opened and 2 goblins came in, both wearing light green robes. One asked Harry to stand and both started casting some spells on him, resulting in various foggy forms appearing momentarily near him. One then said something to Sharpclaw, who summoned an additional goblin. That one was wearing a brown robe. The new goblin cast his own spells, concentrating mainly on Harry's head, near the scar. They then conversed in their own language and finally spoke to Sharpclaw, who passed the information. They found quite a bit more than merely that scar. It looks like you've been subjected to severe malnutrition for many years, stunting your growth both physically and magically. You also have some binds on your magic and your mind. Although you seem to have partially overcome them, removing them completely will make you smarter and much more powerful magically. Then, your scar is not a simple curse scar. It also contains a shard of a malicious soul that could, under different circumstances, fully possess your body. Luckily, you have some ancient protection, probably set on you by your parents, that prevents it from going any deeper than your skin. Removing that shard is evidently our highest priority. Once removed, your scar can be as easily healed as the rest of your body. Harry could feel Hermione urging him to take the healing. "When can you start and how long will it take?" he asked.